Midherbst. Wolf's Bane. The night was old and dry. The lemon-rinded moons of high summer hung sullenly in a sky of soft purple. Moths beat against lit windows and masked lanterns. In the dim precincts of the great Temple of Ulric, a warm silence filled the long hallways and cloisters. It was past midnight, and still the heat of the day had not subsided. Cooler than the streets in daylight, the great stones of the temple building now radiated the heat they had absorbed, sweating warmth out of the walls and pillars. Ulric, the White Company's standard-bearer, crossed the shadowy atrium of the mighty shrine by the light of 200 smoking candles. Sweat beaded his broad young brow. Custom and observance forced him to wear the grey gold plate mail and white wolf pelt of the Templar uniform, but he dearly wished he could strip it all off. Guard duty. White Company had the Vigilia Watch, patrolling the palace of Ulric until first light and the chime of matins. Ulric longed for the fresh chill and mist which he hoped the pre-dawn would bring to signal the end of their duty. By the arched door of a side chapel dedicated to fallen sons of Ulric, Ulric saw Lowenherz. The tall wolf had leant his warhammer against the jamb and was standing, peering out across the city from an unglazed lancet. At the sound of Ulric's approach, he spun like lightning and raised the hammer. "Stand down, brother," Ulric said with a smile. "Ulric," Lowenherz muttered, lowering his hammer. "How goes the night?" "Stifling. Smells the air." They stood together on the narrow parapet under the arch and breathed in. Sweat, wood smoke, corrupting sanitation. "Ah, Middenheim," Ulric murmured. "Middenheim in high summer," Lowenherz returned. "Damn, it's rocky hot." Somewhere down below, in Altmarkt, handbells were chiming furiously and there was a distant fuzz of orange. Another fire in the tinder-dry streets. There had been a dozen or more that week alone, and beyond the city, brush blazes sparked by summer lightning had regularly lit portions of the forest at night. Wells were drying up, latrines were stinking, brawls were flaring. Disease was rife, and clove oil sales were booming. A hot, smoky summer by any standards, and for Middenheim, an exceptional season. "Hottest summer in 80 years, said Lowenherz, who knew such things. "Hottest I've ever known," Ulric answered. He paused, significantly. "What?" Lowenherz asked, looking round. Ulric shrugged. Nothing." "What?" "I half expected you to tell me why, with your learning and all. I half expected you to tell me that a summer season as stifling as this was a sure sign of some disaster." Lowenherz looked faintly angry, as if mocked. "I'm sorry," Ulric said. "I should continue with my rounds." As he walked away, Lowenherz called out, "Brother Ulric!" "Lowenherz." "You're right, you know. A summer like this, not from any learning of mine or signs or portents, but heat like this gets to men's minds, bakes them, twists them. Before autumn, there will be trouble." Ulric nodded solemnly and walked away. He liked Lowenherz, but there was nothing the man couldn't see the bad side of.
"Then take it off!"
Morgenstern snapped. The sweltering night had done nothing for his demeanour, and his huge bulk was rank with sweat. He had shed his wolf pelt and his armour, and was sitting by the font in the main chapel, dressed in his undershirt, pressing his face and neck against the cool stone of the water-filled basin. Above him, the great statue of Ulric rose into the gloom, silent, immense.
"And probably sweating too," Morgenstern decided.
"It's against the rules," protested Draken, the youngest of the wolves and the newest recruit, who had drawn this duty to share with the great ox-like veteran.
"Ulric eat the rules!"
Morgenstern spat, with a sideways nod of respect to the vast statue.
"If you're as hot as me, you'll ditch that armour and sweat it out. Name of the wolf, you're hot-blooded enough to be courting that fiery maid from the Margrave's court. You must be curdling in there."
Draken shook his head wearily and pulled his pelt around his powerful, stocky form as if to defy the heat.
"Short, surly, thick-set, stubborn," Morgenstern thought. "Our boy Draken undoubtedly has dwarf blood in his ancestry. His bastard forefathers surely dug this city out of the rock itself."
He got to his feet, aware that Draken was trying not to watch him. Morgenstern reached into the font.
"What are you doing?"
Draken hissed. The old veteran pulled a corked bottle of ale out of the holy water.
"Cooling down," he said.
He unpopped the flask and poured the chilled liquid down his throat. He could almost hear Draken choking on his own saliva and envy. Draken spun round and strode across to the big man.
"For Ulric's sake, give me some of that."
"Some of what?" Aric advanced down the centre file of the great chamber, the thousands of candle flames rippling at the sudden breeze of his billowing pelt. Draken froze. There was a fluid plop as the bottle dropped out of sight into the font from Morgenstern's chubby fingers.
"Morgenstern?"
The huge wolf turned, soberly, and dipped his cupped hands into the font water, raising them to baptize his face in a cascading splash of dancing silver.
"Holy water, Brother Aric,"
Morgenstern said, shaking out his sodden locks like a hound. He saw how Aric stared at his unarmoured bulk.
"At late hours like this, I like to chasten myself with the watery blessing of Ulric so that I may be fresh for duty."
"Is that so?"
"Oh, yes,"
said Morgenstern, splashing his face and torso again.
"Why, I'm surprised an earnest young devotee of the wolf like you doesn't know the ritual. Why else would I have stripped off my armour? I'm absolving my sins, you see, before Ulric. Absolving? Oh, yes, it's chastening, very chastening."
"Very chastening," agreed Draken. Morgenstern knew the young Templar was a heartbeat away from laughing. He grabbed Draken by the neck and plunged him face down into the water of the font.
"See? Young Draken is willing. He thirsts for chastening. Can I oblige you with a nocturnal baptism too?"
Aric shook his head. "Forgive me for intruding upon your observances, Brother Morgenstern. I had no idea you were so devout."
"I am a brother of wolves, Aric. It wounds me to think you would believe me to be tardy in such details. A lesson to you. You imagine us veterans to be a slack lot, more interested in wine and song and womanly comfort."
Morgenstern held Draken's struggling head under.
"The likes of me shame you younger wolves. Why, I have half a mind to go outside right now and beat my naked back with bitter, withy twigs to scourge my soul for Ulric's sake. When was the last time you did that?"
"I forget. Again, forgive me," Aric said, turning away to continue with his rounds. "I stand humbled before your strict devotion."
"Don't mention it."
"You might want to let Draken up before he drowns, though," Aric added as he walked away, smirking.
"What? Oh, yes! You bastard! I nearly drowned,"
Draken said as he came up, or that's what he would have said had he not been trying to vomit up a lung. He lay gasping and retching on the tiles by the font for a good 2 minutes after Aric had gone. Morgenstern kicked him playfully in the ribs.
"See the trouble you'd get me into, boy?"
Morgenstern asked. He dipped into the font and pulled a second cooled bottle out. A moth knocked repeatedly against the lamp. Anspach thought to swat it, but it was a good bet a warhammer didn't make for an effective moth swatter. He was just considering what odds he'd take to swat a moth with a warhammer when Aric appeared. "How goes the night, Brother Anspach?"
Hot and lousy, brother Eric.
They stood together at the foot of the steps under the corbel-vaulted ceiling of the entrance to the regimental trophy chapel. Beyond the cage door, on the wall, bas-reliefs and frescoes showed Vulcan, the smiting of Blitzbile, the commemoration of the Fauschlag rock, and a score of other images from the long history of Middenheim.
The patrol?
Ansbach asked, obviously bored.
Nothing. Lowenhertz watches the Chapel of the Fallen. Draken and Morgenstern are clowning in the main hall. Caspen and Einholt are falling asleep in the Weaponarium Annex. Gruber paces the high turret solemnly. A quiet night.
Ansbach nodded and pulled out a flask from under his pelt.
Something to cool you down, he suggested.
Arik hesitated and then accepted the offering.
Tastes good,
he began appreciatively. He handed the flask back and turned away. His toe kicked against something on the flags, something that skittered away. Searching for it, Arik picked it up. A padlock.
How long has this been lying there?
Ansbach shrugged, coming over.
I have no idea.
They both turned to look at the portico of the trophy chapel. The iron cage door was ajar.
Oh, no. Oh, curse me, Ulric!
Ansbach spat, leaping forward. Arik was beside him. They shoved the loose cage door open and thundered inside. Arik held up a lamp and moths battered and wove around him. The plinth in the corner of the shrine under the great wolfskin was empty. The jaws of Ulric, a silver-inlaid relic made from the fangs of a great forest wolf in olden times, the greatest of their treasures, was missing. Arik and Ansbach backed away in horror.
I'm in trouble,
Ansbach breathed.
You're in trouble, Ansbach. We're all in trouble.
Matins. Dawn came, hot, branding, intense. In a private annex deep inside the oven heat of the temple, Gantz listened attentively to R. Ulric, the high priest. Every now and then he murmured, "Yes, high priest," or "No, high priest," or "Obviously, high priest."
The teeth of Ulric,
the high priest was saying, his breath exhausting itself in the hot air.
Of all relics are most prized.
Yes, high priest, Gantz said obligingly.
It must be returned.
Obviously, high priest. Flies and beetles pattered against the window grills.
If we were to admit we had lost the relic, Middenheim itself would lose heart. The city folk would round on us and despair. An ill omen. The worst.
Yes, high priest.
I can give you 2 days' grace.
Sir?
2 days to find and recover the relic before I have to go public and bring shame and torment on us all. Especially the White Company who were on guard duty when it was stolen.
I see, high priest.
2 days, Gantz. Do not fail the temple.
He would not.
Not.
But for the life of him, he didn't know where to begin. Stalking back from the high priest chambers through chapter gardens where feeble mists baked off the beds, Gantz cursed himself over and again. He had no choice. He had to enlist them all to his trust, even Morgenstern and Ansbach.
Well, sir,
Ansbach said, looking suitably solemn.
I think our best bet— Silence!
Gantz barked. The room held the silence for a second, and then sound thundered again as Gantz slammed the door on his way out. The remaining members of the Wolf Company looked at each other. Arik sighed. Dorf began to whistle, nervously and tunelessly. Morgenstern slowly and belatedly lowered his legs from the table he had been resting them on. Gruber skulked darkly at the back of the room. The others shuffled.
"I only said,"
Ansbach began.
"Oh, shut up,"
Aric muttered.
"We've disgraced him. Disgraced our order, our temple, our city. Is it really that bad?"
Draken asked quietly, and suddenly wished he hadn't.
"The teeth of Ulric were cut from the muzzle of the great white wolf of Holzbeck, by Arthur himself, bless his fine spirit. They are holy of all holies, and on our watch we let them be stolen."
Lowenhertz moved into the centre of the room as he spoke, his voice low like the intonation of a funeral bell in the Temple of Morr.
"Disgrace barely covers it."
Ansbach rose to his feet.
"I know what you're all thinking. It was me. I was watching the reliquary. I was the one who failed."
"I was with you when we found the broken lock," began Aric. Ansbach shushed him back.
"After the event. I'm sure. It was me, Aric. And you all think I must have been drunk or stupid or distracted." "Were you?"
asked Gruber, a stiletto voice from the back of the room. Ansbach shook his head.
"No, Gruber. Not that anyone would believe me. Fact is, I thought I was performing my duties with particular vigilance." "I was drunk," Morgenstern said suddenly.
They all looked at him.
"On the way, at least," he qualified. "Draken was in no state to stand a good watch either, thanks to me. I'm as much to blame."
"I was covering the Vigilia watch for Gantz. It was my duty," Aric said quietly. "I saw Morgenstern's clowning. I saw Ansbach ready at the gate. I saw Einhold and Caspen dozing in the weapon hall." Einhold and Caspen looked down. "I saw us all, neglecting our duties or performing them, one and the same. It was a quiet night and nothing was wrong. I should have charged you all with the spirit of Ulric so that none shirked. I did not. This is down to me."
"Well,"
Gruber said, walking into the light and igniting his pipe with a soft kiss of flame from the spindle.
"Aric may be right. Maybe it is his fault." "I was drunk!" Morgenstern exclaimed.
"Sleeping," cut across Einhold.
"Distracted," Lowenhertz snapped. "Unwary," Ansbach cried. "Enough, enough," Gruber cried, holding up his hand. "All of us to blame. None of us? That's the whole thing, isn't it? The company failed, not any individual. And let's think about this carefully. I've seen Morgenstern drunk as a lord and still notice a goblin sneak by. Ansbach may gamble his life away, but still his nose is sharper than any in the company. He would not have missed a theft like that. Lowenhertz, the sternest of us all, he would not have passed over some clue or hint that treachery was in progress. Einhold? Not he. Not even sleeping. Caspen likewise. Draken, with his eager eyes and sense of duty? Do you not see?" "See what?" asked Aric. "Magic, Aric. Magic stole the jaws of Ulric. Despite our failings, only magic could have snuck in and robbed us of the prize. If we'd all been sober and studious and alert, still it would be gone. Go and fetch Gantz back. We have work to do."
It felt strange, wrong somehow, to be out in the streets of Middenheim without the familiar weight of the armour and wolf pelt. Aric scratched inside the chafing collar of a light linen cape that he hadn't worn since he had first been admitted into the company as a petitioner. But this was how Morgenstern and Ansbach had said it should go, and for all their manifold failings, they knew such things. If White Company was going to scour the city of Middenheim for the teeth of Ulric, shake down every tavern, question every fence, prize up and examine the underside of every cobble, they could not do so as Wolf Templars. So here they were, As the sun rose to mid-morning above the raked roofs, here they were, scrubbed and shaved and heavy-headed after the long night, wearing ill-assorted tunics, capes and robes, most of which had festered in long boxes and chests in the cellars of the chapter house for months and years. Morgenstern, in fact, had been forced to send Draken out for new clothes. Since he had last worn his civilian garb, he had added many pounds and many more inches. Morgenstern had also appropriated a large-brimmed hat, which he imagined gave him a dashing, mysterious air. It, in fact, made him look like a bulbous forest toadstool on the wilt, but Aric said nothing. They all looked so odd, so unlike themselves. Gruber in a faintly genteel faded robe and tunic that seemed a decade or two old-fashioned. Shell in a surprisingly rich velvet cape that smelled of pomanders. Lowenhertz in rough breeches and a leather tunic, like a woodsman. Even the ones who looked normal seemed odd. Aric wasn't used to seeing any of them like this. Except Ansbach, in his tailored coat, polished boots and suavely draped cloak. Though they all spent off-duty hours in the city's stews and taverns, only Ansbach habitually dressed out of armour or company colours. Where Morgenstern could carouse until dawn in full armour in the man-o'-war, the gaming halls, arenas and dice parlours that were Ansbach's particular vice demanded a more refined mode of dress. They assembled in the street, new men to each other, not speaking for several minutes in the warming glare of the strengthening mid-Herbst sun. The air was yet clear and cool, the sky porcelain blue. Finally, Gantz joined them, almost unrecognizable in a serge doublet and hooded woolen overrobe. He said nothing, for there was no need for words, not many at least. Gruber, Ansbach and Morgenstern had convinced Gantz of the correct course of action left open to them, and the labour ahead of them had been divided. Now as Gantz came out, he gave a nod, acknowledged by all his men, and the party broke into smaller groups, heading away from each other into different quarters of the ancient town.
"Let me do the talking,"
Ansbach told Gantz and Aric as they approached the south doors of the baiting pit off West Veg. At night, on those times he'd passed it, this squat stone drum of a theatre had seemed to Aric like a mouth of hell, with its flaming braziers, hooting pipe music, drums, the pounding and cheering and roaring, the roaring of men and animals. In daylight, in the unforgiving brightness of the summer light, it was a miserable, flaking place, worn, soiled, and stained by all manner of unwholesome deposits. Handbills fluttered and shredded along the travertine walls between the daubings of less than sober or less than literate citizens. The blackened metal braziers were extinguished and dead. 2 men were sweeping the gateway, pushing all manner of trampled trash out of the steps into the gutter trench. Another was pumping water from the street spigot into a row of buckets. All looked sour and half awake.
"It would have been better if we'd come tonight," hissed Ansbach. "When the place is open, there would be activity to cover our—" "There's no time," returned Gantz. "Now, if you so want to do the talking, do it to someone other than me." They entered, passing through the suddenly freezing shadow of the gateway into the tall-sided circular pit, where tiers of wooden galleries overlooked a deep stone well, at the bottom of which was dirty sand and a few deep-set posts with manacle points. Caged grills in the pit wall at arena level led off into the place's dingy undercrofts. Down in the pit, another man was scattering sand on dark brown stains. The air smelled of mingled sweat and smoke, an overwhelming odour. "We're closed," said a blunt voice from their left. The trio swung around. A hefty dwarf, stripped to the waist and hugely muscled, tipped forward and got up off the stool where he had been sitting, chewing on bread and sausage. "Where's Bladen?" Ansbach asked. "We're closed," repeated the dwarf. He took an unfeasibly large bite of the sausage and chewed, staring at them. "Cled," said Ansbach, with a soothing cock of his head and a shrug. "Cled, you know me." "I know nothing." "You know you're closed," Ansbach corrected. The dwarf frowned. He put the sausage to his mouth to bite again, then the bread, and then the sausage, undecided. His eyes never left Ansbach. "What do you want?" he asked, adding, "We're closed," again, in case any had missed it, and to show that by inquiring what was wanted, he was making a huge exception. "You know, I've had a run of ill fortune. Bladen's been good enough to extend me a line of credit, but he insisted on me making some interim repayments as soon as possible. Well, here I am." Ansbach beamed. The dwarf, Cled, thought for a moment more, his cheeks and lips bulging unpleasantly as his tongue chased lumps of meat out of the sides of his gums. Then he beckoned with the gnawed end of his sausage. Ansbach nodded to Gans and Arik to follow smartly. Gans was glowering, his face as dark as Mondstill. "I hope you both have money," Ansbach said in a hushed voice. "If this is some con to get me to settle your gambling debts," began Gans, choking on the words. They were passing into a sequence of smelly, stuffy wooden rooms under the seating. Boxes of junk lined the walls, rows of empty bottles, buckets, the occasional dirty billhook. The dwarf stomped ahead, passing neatly under every low doorway where each of the Templars had to duck. "Bladen owns this place, and 4 like it," Ansbach said. "He runs all the girls in Altmarkt, and has a lot of other business dealings. He knows a lot about the fate of, shall we say, purloined goods. But he won't talk to us unless he's got a good reason. And my outstanding 90 crowns is a very good reason." "90?" Gans barked, the word almost becoming a squeak as they ducked under another low beam. "My dear Ansbach," a soft voice said from the smoky gloom ahead of them. "What a delightful surprise." "Look, there!" Morgenstern whispered from under his preposterous floppy brim. "Not so obviously, boy." Draken adjusted his stare to look at something on the ground by Einhold's feet. "You see them? By the fountain. Pretending they're not watching," continued Morgenstern, looking studiously the other way. "No," Draken began. "I do," Einhold said. Jargbold Einhold was the quiet man of the company, tall and broad and bald, with a jagged beard and a long scar across his eye, cheek and throat. With his milky eye, it was often hard to tell which way he was looking. Now, with a furtive measure as practised as Morgenstern, he was assessing the watchers by the fountain while apparently regarding the weathercock on the merchant chandlers. "Big bruisers, 4 of them. Been with us since the cocky dame." Morgenstern stretched as if he hadn't a care in the world. Draken dropped to his knees to adjust the strapping of his boot and got a good look from behind the cover of Morgenstern's voluminous cape. "You were asking a lot of questions," he said, straightening up and whispering to Morgenstern. 5 taverns we've been in now, and in each one you've bent the ear of the barman with vague questions about something lost." "We've got someone's interest, and no mistake," Einhold mused. "Let them make the move," Morgenstern said, heading off. "We'll try the tardy ass next. It's past midday. We can take an ale there, too." "This isn't an excuse for a tavern crawl," Draken began. Morgenstern looked hurt. "My boy, I'm taking this all too seriously. What other morning would I have gone through 5 taverns before noon and still not had a jar?
They moved west, down the rolling cobbles of Scrivener's Passage, dodging between the pack carts coming up from the markets. 100 yards behind, the 4 men left the fountain and followed. The Guildhall of the Apothecaries on Ostwald Hill had a noxious yellow pallor to it. It was a rotting, half-timbered building of great age and veneration that sagged as if poison was in the wood and stones. Gruber and Lowenhertz entered into the close air of the audience hall through an unattended archway and gazed around at the stained glass fronts of the many workshops and apothecums.
"You know this place?"
Gruber asked, wrinkling his nose. The air was dry with an oxidized reek.
"I come here from time to time," replied Lowenhertz, as if such visits were as natural for a soldier like him as a trip to the armour-smith's.
The response made Gruber smile, a thin grin cracking his old lined face. The tall and darkly handsome Lowenhertz had been an enigma since he transferred to White Company in the spring. It had taken a while for them to trust him past his overbearing intellect and strange wide learning. But he had proved himself loyal, proved himself in the field of combat. Now they looked at his odd, educated ways with gentle good humour, and none in the company denied he was an asset. A man with the learning to think his way around 1,000 subjects and still fight like a pack-sire wolf when the blood was up.
"Stay here a moment," Lowenhertz said, moving away to the dimmer reaches of the Guildhall, under a stained and alarmingly singed guild banner.
Gruber loosened his cloak, checked the dagger in his waistband, and leant against a wall. He thought of the others, in 2s and 3s, scouting the city just now. Ulric and their commander, Gans, following Anspach's Lucky Charm ways into the gaming places and the wager pits. Schell, Caspen, and Schiffer in the markets. Bruckner and Dorf, checking with their drinking friends in the watch and the militia. Morgenstern, Draken, and Einhold doing the rounds of the taverns. He didn't know what alarmed him most. That Anspach's cavalier attitude might provoke untold trouble from the criminal underclass. That Bruckner or Dorf might say too much to their cronies. That Schell and his party might get inveigled into the clutches of the merchant class, or that Morgenstern was visiting taverns. No, that was it. Morgenstern was visiting taverns. Gruber sighed. He prayed to Ulric that between them, steady old Einhold and earnest young Draken would have the strength to keep Morgenstern's thirst reined in. As for them, it had fallen for Gruber to go with Lowenhertz to pursue the latter's lead. Lowenhertz had suggested that the teeth of Ulric might have been taken for some mystical purpose, and in these alchemical workplaces that answer might be found. It had been Gruber's suggestion, after all, that magic had played a part in the theft. He felt uneasy. Science didn't agree with him, and he was disarmed by the notion of men who spent their days mixing vials and filters and potions. It was a short step from that to sinister black whatnot in Gruber's book. Lowenhertz reappeared under the guild awning and beckoned. Gruber went over.
"Eben Alazier will see us."
"Who?" Lowenhertz frowned at him.
"The chief alchemist. I've known him for years. He is from foreign parts, far away, but his work is excellent. Be appropriately humble." "Very well," Gruber said, "but it may kill me."
Gruber had precious little time for the outland types with their strange skins, odd scents, and bewildering ways.
"Remove your boots,"
Lowenhertz said, stopping him on the threshold of a narrow doorway.
"My what? A mark of respect. Do it."
Gruber saw that Lowenhertz's feet were now bare. He cursed quietly as he yanked off his kid-skin riders. The narrow door let onto a narrower staircase, that circled up into the gloomy reaches of the guild hall. Above, they ducked through a lancet archway and into a long, high attic room. The air seemed golden here. Sunlight streamed down thickly like honey through angled skylights of pumice glass, and was caught and suspended in rich hangings of silk and net. The room was carpeted in a rug of elaborate design, the hues and weaving astonishing and vibrant. Intricately wrought lamps and jewelled censers of gold filigree smoked around the room, illuminating, in addition to the slow sunlight, a cluttered space of books and scrolls, chests and wall hangings, charts and articulated skeletons, birds, beasts, and things akin to men. Stove fires cooked blue-hot under sculptural glass vessels in which liquids of vivid colours hissed and steamed and gave off oily vapours. A bell was chiming. The air smelled of rich, cloying sweetnesses. Gruber tried to breathe, but the air was too close. Perfume clogged his senses for a moment, perfume and incense. On a rounded foot table nearby, on the ivory inlaid top, lay a puppet, a glaring man in clown's pantaloons with jewelled joints and a belled cap. The puppet lay discarded, strings loose in a rictus of death, like so many figures Gruber had seen on the field of war. That's how we all look when our strings go slack, he thought. The snarling stare of the puppet glared up at him out of a white porcelain face. Gruber looked away. He laughed humorlessly to himself. A 60-year-old veteran like him, afraid of a puppet a foot high. A figure rose in the gloom, parted hanging nets, and stepped out to meet them. He was small, dressed in a high-throated blue gown with embroidery at the neck and wide cuffs. His face was waxy and sallow, and there was a look of great age in his hollow eyes. Age, or perhaps... "My old friend, Heart of a Lion," he said. His accent was melodious and heavy. Lowenherz bowed his head. "Master El-Azir, how go your stars?" The little man put his hands together. Long-nailed and dark, they emerged from his cuffs like the recessed blades from some mechanical weapon. Gruber had never seen so many rings, spirals, signets, loops, circles. "My stars travel with me, and I follow them. For now my house is benign, and it smiles on me, the gift of heaven." "For that I'm happy," Lowenherz said. He glanced to look at Gruber. "Huh? Oh, as am I, sir." "Your friend?" asked Al-Azir, with a flash of white teeth, inclining his head and circling a hand towards Gruber. He moves like a puppet, thought Gruber, like a damn puppet on strings, all grace and motion lent by the hand of a trained puppeteer. "This is my worthy comrade Gruber," said Lowenherz. "What trust you give to me must also go to him. We are brothers of the wolf." Al-Azir nodded. "Refreshment?" he asked. No, it wasn't a question. It was an obligation, Gruber decided. Al-Azir made a brief hissing sound through his teeth, and a huge man came out from behind the nets, bald, monumentally muscled, and naked except for a breechclout. His eyes were shadowed and unforthcoming, and he carried an ornate tray on which sat 3 tiny silver cups, a silver-spouted pot, and a bowl of jagged brown crystals with a pair of clawed tongs resting in them. The vast servant set the tray down on the foot table and retreated, taking the puppet with him. Al-Azir ushered them to sit on bolsters and satin cushions around the foot table. He poured steaming oil-black fluid from the pot into the 3 cups with attentive care, each move slow and graceful. Gruber watched Lowenherz for a cue. Lowenherz lifted the cup nearest him. It looked like a silver thimble in his hands, and dropped a cluster of the crystals into it with the tongs, which he then used to stir the thick fluid. He muttered something and nodded before sipping. Lowenherz didn't die choking and frothing, which Gruber took to be a good sign. He mimicked the process, lifting the cup and stirring the crystals in with the clawed tongs. Then he murmured, "Ulric preserve me," and nodded. But there was no way he was going to sip. He suddenly became aware of Lowenherz glaring at him fiercely. Gruber took a sip, licked his lips, and smiled. Keeping that sip down was the hardest battle he had ever fought. It tasted like tar, smoked, boiled tar, with a bitter taste of mildew and a syrupy flavour of corruption. "Very good," he said finally, when at last he was certain opening his mouth wouldn't result in the reproduction of his last meal. "Something troubles you," said Alazir. "No, it's quite nice, really," began Gruber, and then shut up. "Something is lost," went on Alazir, melodious and soft. "Something precious, eh? Precious. You know this, master. The stars tell me, heart of a lion. There is pain in the ruling house of Xerxes, and both Tiamat and Darius, sons of the morning, draw hooked blades against each other, eh? It is seen and written in water. Your learning astounds me as ever, master. The heavens convolute, and you read the signs. Tell me what you know." "I know nothing and everything," replied Alazir, sipping slowly, head bowed. "Then cut to the latter," Gruber cursed inwardly. "Enough with this star stuff." "What has been taken, heart of a lion?" asked Alazir gently. Lowenherz was about to speak when Gruber cut in. "Why don't—" He saw Lowenherz angry snarl and held up a hand for calm. "Forgive my bluntness, Master Alazir," Gruber corrected himself, "but this is a matter of delicacy. We would appreciate knowing what you know before we unburden ourselves fully." He glanced at Lowenherz, who nodded cautious approval. His lips pursed. "For such help," Gruber went on, "my Lord Ulric may surely shine his thanks upon you. I'm sure his light lurks somewhere in your firmament." "I'm sure it does," Alazir replied, with an ivory-white smile. "Somewhere." "My friend is in earnest, Master Alazir," Lowenherz said. "Can you tell us what you know?" Alazir set his cup down and folded his hands so they each disappeared up the opposite sleeve. He stared down at the intricate inlay of the tabletop. "The jaws of the wolf, so the stars say." Gruber felt his guts clench. He leaned forward to catch every soft, curling word. "Jaws of the wolf, precious jaws, bone bright. They are precious, and they have been taken." "By who? For what purpose?" Lowenherz asked. "By darkness, heart of a lion. Foul darkness. They cannot be recovered, eh? I have seen woe on this rock city. Pain, pestilence, eh? I have seen misery and weeping and lamentation. Cannot be recovered." Lowenherz's voice seemed suddenly frail. "Why not, master? What is the darkness you speak of?" "Night. But not a night of the stars to read and learn from. A night without stars. That is when the jaws of the wolf will bite the living heart from Middenheim Rock City, hey?" Gruber looked up. Lowenherz seemed to be on the point of leaving, as if he'd heard enough.
"What can we do?"
Gruber asked directly.
"That's it," said Lowenherz.
"Master Alazir has said his piece. We must go now."
"I'm not going anywhere,"
snapped Gruber, shaking off Lowenherz's hand.
"Master Alazir, if you know this much, you must know more. I beg you, tell us. What can we do?" "Enough, Gruber! No! Sit down, Lowenherz, now!"
Alazir made gentle shushing motions with his hands, and Lowenherz sat again.
"It is as I said. They cannot be recovered. They are lost to you forever."
Gruber leant across the table to face Alazir.
"Your pardon, sir. I am a white wolf of White Company, beloved of Ulric. I know when a battle is lost and when it is won, but I will still stay the course. The jaws of Ulric may be gone from us and beyond recovery, but I will fight on. Fight on, I say. A wolf fights to the death even when the battle is lost. So tell me this at least. Who is the enemy I am losing to? What are his signs?"
The huge servant emerged from behind the nets, flanking his master. His sword was splayed and curved and almost as tall as Gruber. Gruber didn't back off. He had a hand on the pommel of the blade in his waistband and his nose right in the face of the tiny old alchemist.
"Tell me! It may not do me any good in your eyes, but tell me anyway!"
Alazir waved a hand, and the servant and his sword departed.
"Gruber of the Wolf, I pity you. But I admire your courage, eh? Even though you will lose what is dear to you. Look for the Black Door. Look for the North of 7 Bells. Look for the Lost Smoke."
Gruber sat back on his bolster. He felt stunned.
"Look for—" "You heard him,"
Lowenherz said from the doorway. Gruber looked up into the eyes of Alazir, which fixed upon him for the first time. Gruber was amazed at the clarity and humour of the brown eyes in those sallow hoods. Without thinking, he took up his cup and drained it. Then he reached his hand forward and clasped Alazir's as it was extended.
"If you've helped me, my thanks," he said.
Alazir smiled. A genuine smile.
"You cannot win, Gruber, but make a good job of losing, eh? It has been interesting talking with you."
Out in the courtyard, Gruber was smiling as he pulled on his boots. Lowenherz growled.
"What do you think you were doing in there? There are ways, customs, protocols." "Ah, shut up. He liked me, Heart of a Lion." "I thought you were going to attack him." "So did I," Gruber said cheerfully, leading the way to the exit gate. "But you know what? I think he liked me better than you. You've been round there so long with your yes, master, no, master. And here I am, an ignorant wolf, and he tells me what's what." "Maybe. But what have we got?" "A lead, Lowenherz. Or weren't you listening? We've got a lead." "But he said we'd lose any—" "Who cares? Come on!"
Bladen was a small, slight man, little taller than the dwarf Cled, but rake thin. He wore an immaculate silk doublet and curious gloves of black hide. He perched in an upholstered throne chair that was set up on boxes to give him commanding height. Aric thought it just drew attention to his diminutive stature. He couldn't help smiling at the way Bladen's clerical desk was similarly raised on boxes so he could reach it from the chair. The little man took the bag of coins that Gans handed him. Aric saw ice in Gans's look as he handed over the bag.
"He may kill Ansbach for this," Aric decided.
Bladen opened the drawstring of the bag and peeked inside like a child with a bag of sweets. A delighted look flashed across his small, drawn features. He must be 80, judging from his thin silver hair and tight waxy skin, thought Aric, and no bigger than a stable lad from the wolf barrack. And this man is the low king who rules the crime syndicates of the Eastern City? Bladen began to count off the coins from the bag onto his desktop. His nimble, gloved fingers made neat 10-coin piles in a row, each pile meticulously straightened and flushed. It took all of 3 minutes. 3 silent minutes, where the only sound was Cled chewing the last of the sausage and scribing marks in the old doorframe with a large rusty knife he had suddenly produced. 47 crowns, beamed Bladen, looking up from the neat stacks and handing the folded purse back to Gantz. The commander took it wordlessly. A down payment on my debt. Satisfactory, I trust, Ansbach said. Quite satisfactory, the tiny man replied. He slid a red-bound ledger from a shelf under the desk, opened it carefully, and made a deliberate mark in ink with his quill. He looked up. I am impressed with the fraternal loyalty of the Knight Templars, he said, his voice oozing like treacle, to stand payment for a colleague. We wolves stand together, Gantz replied without a trace of irony or emotion. We'll stand together all right, Aric thought, and watch as Gantz beats Ansbach to death in the stable block tonight. There was a smile that was battling to get out and stretch on Aric's face. He bit his cheek hard. Was there anything else? Bladen asked. I'm busy, and we are closed, as I'm quite sure Cled informed you. Information, Gantz said. The word was hard and solid, like a splinter of the Fauschlag rock. Ansbach tells me you know things about the circulation of goods in the city. Bladen raised his eyebrows at Ansbach. Does he? I'm surprised at you, Ansbach. You know what loose tongues do. Fall out, Cled said ominously from behind them. Bladen chuckled. What is your name, friend of Ansbach? Gantz. Commander of White Company? Well, I'm honoured. Bladen chuckled again. I had no idea I was in the presence of such greatness. Commander Gantz. Well. A stranger to my establishments. Why is that? Unlike Ansbach, I find no need to take risks or see death when I'm off duty. My working life is amply full of such activities. And the fact that you are standing before me alive implies that the death you speak of is the kind you deal out. My, Commander Gantz. That's about as close to a threat as anything I've heard in years. You should get out more, Gantz said. Great Ulric, but he's pushing him, thought Aric. He suddenly wondered where the dwarf and his rusty knife were. Behind them still. Should he risk settling a hand on the haft of the dagger in his belt, or was that going to give Cled all the excuse he needed? Aric swallowed. Careful, Commander, he willed. Bladen was still smiling. Information comes at a price, Commander Gantz. All you've done is diminish Ansbach's tally. I've seen nothing today that suggests to me I should volunteer information. What would? Gantz asked. Settling Ansbach's debt might make me reconsider. Settling it with interest? But I've given you all my... Bladen pursed his lips and shook his little head. Coins are coins. If you're out of them, there are other ways to pay. A favour, perhaps. I would value greatly the idea that I could call upon a commander of a Templar company when I needed it.
Consider it a down payment of trust."
Arik could see how Gance's shoulders tightened. Ansbach looked worried. Arik knew the last thing he had intended was for their commander to pollute his hands by making an honour promise to a beast like Bladen. This was not going well. But there was the honour of the temple too, of the wolves as a whole. Arik suddenly realised in his heart that Gance would be prepared to take the offer, to corrupt himself, and leave himself honour-bound to this scum, if that was what it took. Gance was about to speak when Arik pushed forward and dropped his own purse on the desk. Bladen looked at it as if it was a bird dropping. "My own coins. 58 crowns. Count it. That with my commander pays Ansbach's dues. With interest." Bladen sucked at his teeth.
"As I said, I am impressed with the fraternal loyalty of the Knight Templars. Ask away."
Ansbach cleared his throat.
"Has anything of singular value passed into the secret trade this morning? Something that might fetch an impossible price?"
Bladen tapped his teeth with his gloved fingertips.
"Have you wolves lost something?" "Answer," Gance hissed. "No, nothing. On my honour, however you value it."
There was a long silence. For all that effort, nothing. Arik felt like striking the grinning child man. He certainly knew how to string along his dopes for extra revenue.
"Let me out of here,"
Gance barked and turned to go. Cled stood aside from the door and made an "after you" gesture that any chamberlain in the Graf's palace would have been proud of.
"Don't go away angry, Commander Gance," Bladen said suddenly. "I am a vicious and conniving businessman, but I am still a businessman. I understand the mechanisms of trade, and I know when a customer should feel he's got his money's worth. Listen to me now." Gance turned back. "I don't know what you've lost, Wolf, and I don't care. If it comes into my hands, I'll get the best price for it, and you'll get first refusal. All I can offer you now is this. You're not the only ones." "What do you mean?" "Last night, many noble bodies in this city were deprived of valuable things. You're not the first to come here today asking questions. Not the last either, I'll warrant. Everyone knows of Bladen's skill in disposal of valuables. There is a word on the street, too." "And?" said Ansbach. "Your money's worth, if it will help. Last night, the Merchants' Guild was robbed of the stamped gold scales that stand in their guild hall, the symbol of their trade. Last night, something of great symbolic worth was taken from the chapter house of the Knights Panther. Last night, the ceremonial pledging cup of the city militia went missing. Last night, the alembic of Crucible was taken from its locked cabinet in the chancel of the Alchemists' Guildhall. Last night, the Temple of Shalia was robbed of the unimpeachable veil. Is this picture clear to you? Is it worth your down payment? Those are all I know of, but you can wager there are others. Last night, someone systematically robbed all the great institutions of this town of their most hallowed icons." Gance breathed a long sigh. It was worse than he had feared. "I don't know what's going on in Middenheim," Bladen said. "This isn't a crime spree. This is a conspiracy." Gance motioned the others to follow him. He paused at the door and turned. "My thanks, Bladen. However you value it." "Immeasurably, Commander Gance. And I ask you a favour." Gance paused. "What?" "When you find out what's going on, tell me. Frankly, it's all rather worrying."
They left the tardy ass by the back door and stood in a shadowed alley while Morgenstern relieved himself against a wall.
"1 ale, you said,"
Draken remarked. "We kept him to 3. Be thankful," Einhold said wearily.
"And yet something," said Morgenstern triumphantly, rearranging his clothes. "I told you nothing happens in this city without the innkeepers knowing it first."
Draken frowned and shot a look at Einhold. Had he been in a different tavern, listening to a different conversation?
"What something?" asked Einhold. "Didn't you see how dreary and dull it was in there? Didn't you see what was missing?"
"I'm not quite the expert you are in details of Middenheim's hostelries," Einhold said sourly.
"Pretend we didn't notice and tell us before we die of old age," Draken added. "The cup of cheer! The cup of cheer! It was obvious!"
They shot him wounding looks of incomprehension. As if he was explaining it patiently to babies, Morgenstern began.
"The cup of cheer is the mascot icon of the Guild of Victuallers. Every year they compete for it, and the winning tavern sets it in pride of place above the bar, the stamp that marks them as the best alehouse in town. The tardy ass won it last Mitterfrühl. And where was it? Ha-ha! Under the cloth draped over the alcove above the bar? I think not. It's gone too."
"Let me get this straight," Einhold said. "You're suggesting we compare the loss of the teeth of Ulric to the theft of some battered chalice that innkeepers hold dear?"
"We each have our own treasures," Morgenstern said.
He was probably going to explain further when the 4 long shadows passed across them. The 4 men from the fountain. They approached down the alley, 2 from either end, faces fixed and grim.
"Time for some fun," Morgenstern remarked, and charged them.
His huge bulk felled the pair advancing from the western end, smashing one aside into a stagnant pool of horse urine and slamming the other against the wall. The other 2 were on Draken and Einhold in a second. Draken dropped and swung low, punching the ribs of his attacker and then throwing him over his head, propelled by his own charge. Einhold was locked with his man, grappling and thrashing, overturning crates of empty bottles and refuse. Morgenstern was busy slamming the head of his assailant back into the mouldy alley wall. He seemed intent on finding a space between the bricks that it would fit. His other attacker was now back on his feet, a glimmer of steel lit in his hands. Draken cried out, ducking the renewed assault of the man he had sent flying. He dodged 2, 3, 4 punches before planting one of his own, which laid the man out on the cobbles, his jaw lolling. Einhold broke his man's grip with a knee to his softer parts and smacked him to the ground with an open hand. The man's flailing legs came round and ripped Einhold's feet out from under him. They went down into the muck and sewage, clawing and biting. Draken sprang down the alley, past Morgenstern and his sagging victim, and tackled the man with the knife. He looped his hand in low, catching the wrist, and threw the man against the wall. A slam of the wrist, then another, and at last the knife flew loose. Down the alley, Einhold finally got the better of his opponent and left him stewing unconscious in the drain ditch. Draken was locked in fury with the last one, hands around his throat. Morgenstern suddenly leaned over them, holding the fallen knife by the blade.
"Draken, boy! See the hilt? See the markings? These men are Knights Panther. I think we should talk to them, don't you?"
A hot, dull cool of evening hung around the city, and surly strands of twilight filtered into the window spaces and archways of the Templars' barracks. In the long, suffocatingly hot temple eating hall, ranged around in the fluttered candlelight, sat white company in their motley garb, and 4 others. The rather battered individuals encountered by Morgenstern's party. Gantz leaned down into the face of their leader, who was dabbing a bloody lip with a fold of cloth.
"When you're ready, von Volk of the Panthers." "I'm ready, Gantz of the Wolves."
The man looked up at him. The last time they had exchanged such grim looks, they had been on horseback at the gates of Linz in the spring. Von Volk patted his swollen lip again and cast an angry look across at Morgenstern, who smiled broadly.
"Last night, at the chime of Compline, the regimental shrine of the Knights Panther at the palace was robbed." "What was taken?" Gantz asked. "Does it matter? We were out to retrieve our loss when we came upon a group of rascals asking questions and seeking information. It seemed to us that they knew something about our loss, so we tracked them and intercepted them." "Oh, that's what it was. Interception," Morgenstern chuckled. "And I thought it was a sound trouncing."
Two of the Panthers sprang to their feet, eyes blazing and fists clenched, but Gantz shouted them into place. He looked at von Volk a minute more, and then sank onto the bench beside him, their eyes fixed. "Panther, we too were robbed, and, as far as we can be certain, so was every other great institution in the city." Von Volk seemed surprised at Gantz's candour. He turned away, thoughtful. "A conspiracy, then," he murmured. "And one we have a lead on," Gruber said, stepping forward. Gantz and von Volk looked at him. "Not a good one," Gruber was forced to admit, grilled by the stern looks of the company commanders. "But a lead nonetheless." As vespers struck and twilight dropped across Middenheim like a damask curtain in a theatre pit, they spread out again, wolves and panthers together, splitting into parties to search the city even more thoroughly than before. Von Volk had summoned 10 more panthers from the royal barracks, and they had arrived, clad in plain clothing, to be apportioned off into the working groups. Ulric was with the third group: Lowenherz, Gruber, Einhold, von Volk himself, and 2 arrogant silent panther knights named by their commander as Machen and Hadric. They passed out into the streets under the gently swinging lamps. Sultry evening swaddled around them. Now they were all shrouded in heavy capes to disguise their weapons and partial armour. Gruber paused to look up at the sullen sky, with its haze of ruddy, cloudy light. "A night without stars," he murmured. "The stars are there," Lowenherz snapped. "It's early yet, and the twilight haze and cook smoke of the city are obscuring the heavens. But it will be a clear night, not a night without stars." "Maybe," Gruber returned, unconvinced. They were on Tannery Hill, pacing the steep cobbles up to the crest of the city. To either side of them, taverns shook with laughter, music, and carousing. 8 o'clock struck. The bells of the city chimed irregularly and mismatched. Ulric listened to them. Bells, he thought, just as Gruber had spoken of in his cryptic clues. The first, a delicate plink-plinking note down in Altmarkt. The second, a dull bong from Temple Square. The third, a triple chime, emptied by distance and the wind, from Ostmark. Then the fourth, a tinny strike from the small church in Südgarten. A pause. Then the 5th, 6th, and 7th came together, overlapping. The last peals drifted away from the college chapels on the upper slope of the Palast district. Then a long break, and afterwards the slender tower of the milliners struck 8, to the north of them, by several 100 yards. "Is it just me?" Ulric began. He looked round to see both Gruber and Lowenherz transfixed by the staggered sounds and positions of the chimes. Gruber stroked his lean chin and glanced at
Just a coincidence. What are the chances? We happen to be standing where we can hear 7 peals to the south and then 1 to the north. Al-Azir couldn't have.
Gruber turned to face Lowenhertz fully. His face was expressionless, but Arik could hear real anger in his tone. The Panther Knights and Einhold looked on uneasy.
You bemuse me, Lowenhertz, Gruber hissed. You seem to know more about the mystical and esoteric world than all of us. You bother to chase leads from strange foreigners who would bewilder us with their customs. You urge us to look for secrets in the fabric of the earth. And you deny this? Why? Ulric, take me. I'm a blind old heathen next to you. But even I can imagine that your Al-Azir, if he has the skills and knowledge you reckon of him, would have given a portent clue particular to us.
Lowenhertz sighed.
You're right, old man. You don't understand the delicate ways of enlightened souls such as Al-Azir. Ulric, I don't even pretend to. There was more to his meaning than this. His intellect and understanding is refined, far beyond our capacity. He would have given us a clue that we could understand if we were sharp enough, cut in Arik smartly. How would you explain the complex tactics of a cavalry formation to one untutored in the arts of horse war? Simply? In words a simpleton can understand? I think so.
Arik's right, growled Einhold. I respect you as a battle brother, Lowenhertz, and respect your learning, but I think you're thinking too hard. Gruber smiled.
Well put, Jagbald, old friend. Lowenhertz, you know your foreign friend was trying to help me, not you. I was the one that asked. A dumb soldier, not a man of learning like you. Wouldn't he have couched his meaning in a way I could understand? And do you not doubt his powers to know ahead of time I would be in the right place to understand that meaning?
Lowenhertz was a silent shadow in the gathering dark.
North of 7 bells, he said, Gruber went on. Could it hurt to test that? Could it hurt to believe he has a vision beyond ours? Wasn't that why you took me to him in the first place? And made me take off my damn boots and drink that foul tar?
Lowenhertz sighed and nodded. He turned and strode uphill, north towards the thin spike of the milliner's clock tower. They checked the streets and alleyways around the milliner's hall for the best part of an hour. As the clocks chimed again, true dark was settling over the Fauschlag. The hot clouds of sunset had wilted away. The dark bowl of heaven was black-purple and starless. Von Volk took Arik's sleeve suddenly and gestured upwards.
Look for lost smoke, Wolf. Wasn't that the damn riddle?
Arik nodded. He looked where the Panther's commander was indicating. The night air above the street was hazed by chimney smoke from the homes and taverns around them. The smoke was almost invisible, but it dimpled and blurred the cold solidity of the darkness.
Then where's that coming from? Asked von Volk.
Arik looked, and realized the Panther's eyes were keen. One column of faint haze seemed to have no source, no obvious flue or chimney to emit it. It simply vented from a space between stacked roof slopes, ghostly and slow.
Ulric, seal my lips, Arik began.
He turned and looked at von Volk fiercely.
Lost smoke?
The Panther asked with a predatory grin. Arik called the others in to join them, and together the 7 men prowled down Chute Lane towards the complex clump of ancient dwellings that the smoke was exuding from.
Gods!
Einhold spat.
Where's its source?
Nowhere, murmured the Panther Macken dangerously, his hand inside his cloak clutching the hilt of his sword. Gruber stopped them all with a wave of his hand. They were edging into a dark alley, having to stoop low because of the way the buildings on either side leaned in, making a tunnel of relaxed, sooty brick. The alley was full of refuse, mire, and a trickle of water. Rats chittered and darted around their feet. Einhold, Hadric, and von Volk filled hand lamps with oil from a flask and lit them from the same taper, holding the pottery dishes up above their stooped heads as they led the way in. 15 yards down the gently turning alley, probing deeper than anyone but rats or fleeing cut-purses had been in years, they saw it.
"Ulric, damn me,"
Gruber said, almost voicelessly. A door, lower than a man, more of a hatch, built into the brick wall of the alleyway tunnel, timber-built and strong, and black with pitch.
"Look for the black door," Gruber said. "The lost smoke, the north of 7 bells," added Aric. "On a night without stars,"
Lowenherz finished. Lowenherz pulled out his warhammer from under his cape and smashed the black door in off its hinges. Darkness beckoned them. Within, a narrow stairway led down below street level. They had to stoop and hunch, knocking scalps and elbows against the confines.
"Dwarf-made?"
Aric wondered.
"As old as the Fauschlag itself,"
agreed Einhold ominously. From what little they could see around them by the flickering lamp flames, the steps were hewn from the rock and turned gently to the right. The walls were travertine brick for as long as the old foundations of the buildings over the alley descended, and then became smooth, tooled stone. They'd gone down at least 30 feet. Leading the way by his lamp, von Volk touched the rock wall, and his fingers came away with sticky blackness on their tips.
"Corked with pitch, like the door, like a boat's keel." "And fresh, too," Lowenherz muttered, also touching the walls. "This place is well tended and maintained." "But why the pitch?" Mackin asked. "To keep the damp out? Or to keep something in?" Lowenherz finished. The steps levelled out, and they found themselves in an underground tunnel, tall enough for them to stand up in, but so narrow they could only move in single file. "Which way?" Hadric asked. "North," Gruber replied with great and awful certainty. They moved north. After 100 yards, they came upon another flight of steps down, and they descended. The air began to smell of damp antiquity, the sweat of the old rock that now surrounded them and on which Middenheim was raised. Von Volk's lamp sputtered out, and Einhold refilled it from his oil flask. Once the lamp was reignited, Einhold tossed the empty flask away. "That's almost it for light," he told them all. "I have a little more oil left," Aric said. "But maybe we won't need it," he added, sliding past von Volk, scraping his back on the tarry rock wall. He edged ahead, his feet silent on the smooth, cold damp of the stone. "Look! Am I imagining that?" He wasn't. Light. Cold, fretful light, ahead and below them. With Aric in the lead, they followed it, extinguishing their lamps to save oil as the light grew. After another 100 yards and another descending stairway, they came out into a wide tunnel of rough rock, like a mine. Threads of tiny silver lamps were looped on wire along each wall as far as they could see in each direction. The rough rock wall was rich with scintillating shards that caught the light and made it seem as if they were walking amongst stars. "Glass specks." "Crystal," murmured Gruber, stroking the rough wall with his fingers. "Or gems. Precious gems," returned von Volk, looking more closely at the shards. "This is the spur of an old dwarf mine, or I'm a Bretonnian. An old place, dug long before the city was raised." "I fear you're right," Lowenherz said. "This is an ancient forgotten place." "Not forgotten, heart of a lion," Gruber said quietly. "Who lit the lamps?"
Aric and Einhold both paused to inspect the silver lamps. They were intricate metal trinkets with compact glass chimneys. Their wicks burned with an intense white light, sucking fuel from the reservoirs beneath them. "They're not burning oil," Einhold said. "Indeed not. I've never seen anything like this," Aric muttered, amazed. Lowenhertz joined him to look. He sucked in a short, startled breath as he studied the lamp. "Alchemy," he said, turning to the others. "These lamps are fired by an alchemical mix, a contact reaction. Gods, the best I know, Al-Azir included, could perhaps have wrought one such lamp in a month of industry, and there are hundreds of them, ranged as far as we can see." Gruber's voice seemed deflated of strength at the wonder of it. They paced on down the lit tunnel, two abreast now, gazing about themselves. Gruber and von Volk took the lead, with Hadric and Einhold behind them, then Aric and Macken, and Lowenhertz bringing up the rear. By now, all had drawn weapons. Warhammers in the hands of the wolves, swords in the hands of the panthers. Hadric also carried a crossbow, which he had wound to tension and let swing around his shoulder on a leather strap. A crossway now, as the mine tunnel they traced intersected with another. The one they followed was lit with lamps, and the other dark. There seemed no doubt as to the route they should take. Aric felt beads of perspiration gather on his scalp, despite the musty chill of the rock around him. He had lost all sense of time since they had come down here. The passage widened and let out into a long, low cavern, similarly draped with alchemical lamps. The walls seemed to be made of solid quartz and glowed like ice in the lamplight. They advanced across the uneven floor. "I'd be careful if I were you," said a voice from nowhere. The panthers and wolves froze, looking about themselves mystified. 3 figures approached from a side chamber none had seen was there. The wolves and panthers swung their weapons up ready. "Make yourselves known!" cried von Volk. The 3 figures stepped into the light of the lamps. A tall man in a long green cloak, flanked by 2 Tillian mercenaries in leather hauberks and quilted leggings, their long swords drawn and their faces dark and stern behind the grills of basket helms. The green-cloaked man, whose face was long and clean-shaven, smiled a chilling smile which creased his pale, smooth skin. His eyes were hooded and deeply shadowed by dark skin. "I am Master Shorak. My full title is longer and more burdensome, so you may know me as that. This pair are Guldo and Lorca. They have no longer or more burdensome titles than that. They are, however, experienced and terrifying killers. So, let's know you without delay." Von Volk and Gruber were about to move forward aggressively, but Lowenhertz stayed them both and pushed between them to face the cloaked man. Instantly, the 2 Tillian swung the tips of their long, gleaming blades to point at his throat. "Master Shorak, well met," Lowenhertz said calmly, as if the swords weren't there. "Is that you, Lowenhertz of the Wolves?" the cloaked man asked, squinting into the light. He made a subtle gesture, and the Tillians smartly withdrew their blades, falling back behind him. He stepped forward. My, Lowenhertz, who is this with you?" "A mixed pack of wolves and panthers, master, seeking the same as you, if I'm any judge." "Really? I'm very impressed. Everyone in the city running hither and yon to find their lost treasures, and you, wolves and panthers, get as close as me." "Who in Ulric's name is this, Lowenhertz?" Gruber spat indignantly. "Master Shorak, Master Magician Shorak of the Magician's Conclave," Aric said from behind. He'd never met the man, but he recognized the name.
In person, smiled Shorak. Humor me, Templar Knights. What led you here?
A hunch, Arik said. Determination, von Volk said.
Lowenherz,
said Gruber, stepping forward.
Or rather, me, from devious clues left by another of your stripe, Ebn al-Azir.
Shorak scoffed loudly.
That charlatan! My dear sir, he's an alchemist, a tinkerer with the world's elements, a child in the realms of creation. I, sir, am a magician, a master of my art. There is no comparison. I happened to like old Al-Azir, as a matter of fact, Gruber said reflectively, realizing he was voicing his thoughts. He paused, then continued anyway, turning to look into Shorak's dark eyes. Which is rare for me. Ordinarily, I'd have no truck with such people. In my experience, there are men who walk bravely in the light of goodness, and there are creatures who haunt the darkness and play with magic. There is no comparison.
Shorak cleared his throat, looking at Gruber intently.
Was that some kind of threat, old warrior? An insult? Just a statement of fact?
Assuming we're here for the same purpose, Arik said softly from behind Gruber, maybe we should skip the insults entirely and work together.
Unless Master Shorak here is behind the injustice we seek to rectify, von Volk said coldly.
Gruber grunted in agreement. He had been the first to ascribe the thefts to magic, and nothing he had seen so far had disabused him of the notion. Now an actual magician crossed their path. Damn his hide.
Sir, if I was your enemy, you would not be alive to conduct this charming barroom spat.
Shorak's teeth gleamed in the light.
Indeed. Did I not first cry out a warning?
Warning? Lowenherz asked, clearly uncomfortable with the confrontation.
Take it as a gesture of good faith. The hallway you are about to venture down is warded.
The wolves and panthers turned to look down the rough-hewn, glowing quartz chamber.
Magic awaits the unwary and the unprepared here. Guarding magic. Simple stuff. So very much beneath my powers, but it would surely have caught you had you advanced.
And done what? Von Volk asked the magician.
Shorak smiled. Have you ever been drunk, soldier?
Von Volk shrugged. On occasions. At feast days. What of it?
Shorak laughed gently. Think how it feels to be drunk, if you are a tankard of ale.
He turned and strode down the uneven floor, raising his hands wide, muttering a few high-pitched words that made Arik think for a moment of fingernails on glass. The sound made him catch his breath slightly. There was a smell, too, a distant odour of decomposition, like a drain had been cracked open somewhere nearby.
It is safe now, Shorak said, turning back. The ward for guarding has been dispelled. We may continue safely. I stand in awe of your work, Master Shorak, Gruber said, apparently with great humility. You speak baby talk, break wind, and tell us your invisible magic has saved us from a sorcerer's trap we couldn't see.
Shorak paced right up to Gruber till they were face to face. The magician was smiling again.
Your scorn delights me. It is so refreshing to be disrespected. What is your name? Gruber of the Wolves.
Shorak leaned forward until he was nose to nose with the old wolf. His smile disappeared and was replaced by an expression as cold and hard and threatening as a drawn dagger. Gruber didn't even blink.
Be thankful, Gruber of the Wolves, that you do not see. Be thankful that the magical world is invisible to your dull eyes. or you would claw out those eyes and die screaming in terror." "I'll remember to mention you to Ulric in my prayers," Gruber replied, tonelessly. "Enough!" barked Arik, losing patience. "If we're going on together, let's go on. Why don't you tell us what you're here for, Master Shorak?" "You know already," Shorak said, turning courteously to Arik. "We know the Magician's Conclave must have lost something precious, as we have. A treasure, as you put it. What?" "It cannot be named. A charm. Priceless. To describe its properties and purpose would rob you of your sanity." They all turned as Einhold chuckled. "Invisible this, unspeakable that. Gruber is right. Isn't it funny that we've only got this fellow's word for everything, and that he keeps sparing our sensitive ears from the actual truth? You should work in the theatres, Master Shorak. You're a fine melodramatist." Shorak looked at him. Arik saw a strange look cloud the magician's face. It seemed like recognition and pity. "Einhold," Shorak said flatly at last. "You know me, sir?" Einhold asked. "Your name just came to me. The invisible world you mock spoke it to me. Einhold. You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows." "Stay... what?" Shorak had looked away, as if he found the sight of Einhold's face uncomfortable. No, thought Arik, not uncomfortable. Unendurable. As if it terrified him. "Shall we continue, wolves and panthers?" asked the magician brightly. Too brightly, in Arik's opinion. Shorak led the party down the court's hall, his bodyguards at his heels. "What did he mean?" Einhold hissed at Lowenherz. "What was that about?" Lowenherz shrugged. "I don't know, Brother Wolf. But I know this. Do as he says. Stay out of the shadows." More steps. A lamplit stairwell descending from the rear end of the court's hall. As far as Gruber could judge, the steps brought them another 100 feet down into the rock along a wide, sweeping staircase. 3 times Shorak had them stop so he could perform more pantomime and save them from invisible traps. "Enough theatrics," Gruber heard himself think, but there was no denying the cold chill of the nonsense words Shorak used for those pantomimes. Gruber caught Arik watching carefully and with concern. He saw, too, the black worry on Einhold's tense face. Gruber edged down the steps until he was descending beside Shorak. "You're a man of esoteric learning, Master Shorak. Have you any explanation for the troubles we find ourselves in? Why the thefts? Why something from each of the city's great institutions? Do you know how to place a charm on a person, Gruber? A love charm, a luck knot, a curse?" Shorak answered. "No, I'm a soldier, as you know. Any charm, from the simplest to the most abstract, requires a signifier, something belonging to the individual you wish to charm. For a love potion, a hank of hair. For luck, some coins from his purse or a favorite ring. For a curse, well, a drop of blood is most efficacious. The signifier becomes the basis for the charm, the heart of the ritual that sets it." The stairs turned to the left and descended again steeply. The air was getting colder, damper, and now there was a taste of smoke. "Imagine now you wish to place a charm upon something larger than a man. A city, let's say. A hank of hair won't do it. You need signifiers of a different kind.
Shorak glanced at Gruber, one eyebrow raised to inquire if he was making sense.
The items we've lost, those are the signifiers.
Indeed. Oh, I cannot be sure. We may be on the trail of some deranged trophy collector, but I doubt it. I believe someone is setting out to place a conjuration upon the entire city of Middenheim. Gruber sucked in his breath. In fairness, he had already begun to imagine such a thing before he'd even conversed with the prim magician. From the battlefields of his career, he had seen the way the unholy enemy treasured marks of their foe for their mystical potency. They would go to great lengths to take standards, weapons, scalps, skulls. Gruber said nothing more and led them down the steps. The stairs brought them out, at last, into a huge chamber that Arik would think of ever afterwards as the cellar. Paved with violet tiles, it was as vast as the drill field of the Wolves' Temple barracks, but broken into sections by rows of pillars that flared upwards into corbel vaults. Arik imagined that once this place had been a huge larder, a wine storehouse, a provisionary, crammed with racked flasks of dwarf brew, shells of jarred root vegetables, muslin-wrapped cheeses and pickled fruit, and hung with salted meats. Now it was empty, the walls and pillars pitched black, strung with white lights. A stronger light source emanated from the far end 200 feet away, the glow crisscrossed by the backlit shadows of the pillars. There was a low, sucking, rasping sound, as if the stones around them were taking long, slow breaths. And there was a smell of spoiled milk. And another sound. A chanting. A murmur of priestly voices intoning something very far away. The sound came from the direction of the distant glow and was given its rhythm by the beat of a bass tambour. The party spread out low, silently, hugging the pillars for cover. Gruber edged left with Einhold, Macken and von Volk. Arik took the right, with Hadric and the Tillian Guldo. Centrally, Lowenhertz advanced with Shorak and the other mercenary, Lorca. They fluttered from pillar cover to pillar cover, darting between shadows, weapons drawn, moving towards the glow. Lowenhertz settled into hiding behind a pillar. That sound, not the chanting, the seismic panting, filled his mind with fear. Shorak scurried up next to him, dabbing at the edges of his mouth with a silk handkerchief. There was blood on the cloth.
"Master Shorak," whispered Lowenhertz. "Nothing, my old friend," the magician coughed back.
Lowenhertz could smell the metallic stink of blood on his breath.
"Nothing. There are spirits loose in the air here. Dead, vile things. The scent of them burns my throat."
From his position in cover, Arik looked over at the source of the light. A wood fire, kindled in the stone basin of an ancient stone salting bath. The flames licked up, blazing the bundles of fragrant wood spindles incandescently, spilling off the sour stench. The smoke rose, as if pulled up and out through a flue in the cellar's roof.
"Now at last, the source of the lost smoke becomes clear," he thought.
Around the fire, stone blocks had been set like shoeing anvils or stools. They had been arranged around the central furnace in a peculiar, apparently random manner. On each one sat a priceless trophy. A glittering pledging cup, a crystal bottle, a gauzy fold of linen, a gold chalice, a beaded and pearled bracelet of panther claws, a mayoral badge, a sceptre, a silver timepiece, a furled dagger, a small silken bag. Other items he couldn't make out, and one, final one, he could. The jaws of Ulric, gaping, glittering in the firelight. Arik could also see the 20 hooded figures kneeling amongst the blocks, facing the fire. They were the source of the chanting. One of them struck upon a drum. At the heart of it all, his back to the fire so he faced the worshippers, stood a thin figure. Emaciated, wrapped in dark wadding, the figure seemed to jerk and move stiffly like a puppet. It twitched in time to the beat. Arik could not see any detail, but he knew it was the most loathsome thing he had ever seen. He wished to be anywhere else now. Fighting beast packs in the Drakvald would be a holiday next to this horror. Crouched behind the pillar next to Shorak, Lowenhertz realized how pale and perspiring the man had become. "Shorak," Lowenhertz whispered in concern. Shorak settled his back to the pillar for a moment, trying to slow his breathing. His face was damp and pasty. "This is bad, Lowenhertz," he murmured. "Crown of stars. I spend my life flexing my powers in the invisible world, and the gods know sometimes I tinker with the darker excesses. The lure is great. But this is ritual magic, so dark, so foul, I have never seen or felt its like. Lowenhertz, I never even dreamed such abomination existed. This place is death's place now." Lowenhertz looked at the magician in the dim light. The sense of him as a haughty, capable figure was all gone now. All his confidence and theatrical airs wasted away. Lowenhertz knew Shorak was powerful for an urban magician, among the best of his kind in the city. His skills had been enough to get them this far, but he was just a man now, a frightened man, way out of his depth. Lowenhertz felt immeasurable pity for the magician, and immeasurable fear for them all. If the great Shorak was scared... From his vantage point, Gruber laid low on his belly and took in the scene. There were the lost treasures, and he had no doubt that they were being used, as Shorak had described, as signifiers in some great charm. No, he reconsidered. Curse is probably a far more appropriate word. His flesh crawled. That panting, breathing sound around them as if the walls were sighing. That beat, that chanting, and worst of all, that jerking puppet shape by the fire. Gruber wished Ulric had been merciful and spared him from ever having to see such a thing. Von Volk was beside him. Fear made Von Volk's eyes black, unblinking pits. "What do we do, Wolf?" he whispered. "Is there a choice, Panther?" Gruber mouthed. "A great and stifling darkness is being born here that will overwhelm the city we guard with our lives. We must do what we are trained to do and pray it is enough." Von Volk nodded, took a deep breath, readied his blade, and then looked across the cellar to Arik's group on the far side. The Panther commander caught Hadric's eye and made a curt chopping motion with his fist. Hadric raised his crossbow. The beat slapped. The chanting continued. The stones panted around them, sucking for breath. The fire cracked. The reek of death and decay choked the air. The puppet figure twitched. Hadric fired. The crossbow bolt hit the twitching puppet in the chest and smashed it backwards into the fire. It shrieked, a ghastly, not human noise, and clawed at the barb impaling it, floundering in the flames that licked into its filthy swaddling. The hooded worshippers stopped mid-chant, jumped up and began to turn. A second later, the wolves, panthers, and Shorak's mercenaries were on them. Arik charged the firelight, hammer whirling in his hand. It all became a blur. Lorca was beside him, his long sword hissing through the air. The puppet thing, ablaze like a torch, was still shrieking and trying to pull itself out of the fire. The hooded chanters spun to meet them, throwing aside black velvet capes to reveal fierce men in mail armour, brandishing swords and war axes. Their screaming faces and their armour were plastered with blood and daubed markings. Aric's whirring hammer smashed through the face of the first enemy he came upon. The hammerhead tore out the lower jaw, sending the pink glistening hunk away like a blood-tailed comet, winking with exposed white bone. The next one was on him, and he blocked with his hammer haft, stopping the axe blow. Kicking low and hard, Aric dropped the attacker and then rolled in to crush his head flat between hammer and violet tiles. Gruber waded in, breaking a neck out of True with his hammer, then spinning to face the next sword that came at him. Einhold was beside him, cleaving a rib cage with a sideward strike. Von Volk broke his sword on his first clash with an enemy blade, and then savagely ripped the life out of his aggressor with the broken length, before throwing him aside and snatching up his axe. In von Volk's practiced hands, it dug deep into the skull of the next foe within arm reach. Lowenhert smashed a chanter backwards off his feet with a deft underswing that splintered a snarling face. Macken struck at them, his sword whispering. Blood sprayed from the wounds he cut. Then he was scissored by two enemy blades. He dropped, screaming, in two blood-venting pieces. Hadric had by then enough time to reload, and he slammed his bolt into the forehead of one of Macken's killers. A second later, he was carried back, shrieking, and pinned to a pillar by a foe whose lance had impaled him. Guldo decapitated the foe and pulled the lance out, allowing Hadric to fall, but he was already dead. Aric was nearly at the sacred jaws, but then he took a rip across the shoulder and went down on one knee. Gruber and Lowenhertz were hemmed in by fierce hand-to-hand on all sides. The top of Guldo's head was axed off, and he fell stone dead. Von Volk swung his axe up between the legs of a foeman and split him to the sternum. But his captured axe was wedged, and he tried in vain to pull it free. Shorak raised his hand, and with a gesture, at once slight yet full of unknowable power, wilted one of the chanters into fatty, smoking residue. The sounds and stinks of burning metal and flesh choked the air. The sorcerer shook slightly and took one step back as if to steady himself. Then he spun and destroyed the cultist closing on Gruber with nothing more than the clenching of his hand in the air. For a moment, Lowenhertz noted, through the ferocious melee, the old Shorak was back with them, imposing, confident, capable, chilling. Aric broke an opponent's hip and rib cage. He turned. He saw. The burning, shrieking thing in the fire was getting up again, blackened and smouldering and tarry. It looked at them through cindered eye slits. It fixed its gaze on Shorak. It spoke through a mouth thick with fat blisters and crackling flesh. "Die!" it said, its voice that of a dead thing. Shorak screamed as if his insides were boiling. Gruber reached for him, but the magician was wrenched into the air by things none of them could see, but all could feel. Cold forces of air, eddies of icy wind. Einhold smashed an axeman aside and reached out to grab Shorak's trailing cloak. He realized with fear that he was seeing the effects of Shorak's invisible world for real now. The magician spun up, away, out of his reach, thrashing and bedeviled by the harsh grip of unseen things. His green cloak, his clothes, one boot, all shredded off him and fluttered away. Wheels and bloody rips scourged his flesh. Almost stripped bare, drenched in blood, half butchered, Shorak slammed up into the vaulted roof. Bones snapped. It looked as if he had fallen upwards and hit the ceiling as if it was the ground. An immense invisible force pressed him there, spread-eagled on his back. Blood pooled across the roof around him instead of pouring to the actual floor. His ruined face, a mask of blood, glared down at Gruber and Einhold looking up from below. It was all the other wolves, the panthers, and the remaining Tilly and Lorca could do to keep their attentions and eyes on the battle at hand. There was something mesmerizing about Shorak's gruesome, inexorable demise. Shorak looked down into the frantic face of Gruber. A moment before his eyes burst and his skull collapsed against the roof, he spoke. 8 words, forced out of a blood-filled mouth, the last act of his life, a monumental act of willpower.
Break the charm without the signifiers. It cannot.
8 words. A 9th, maybe a 10th, would have completed the whole, but the meaning was enough for Gruber. An invisible force exploded Shorak's carcass across the roof in a shower of blood and meat. It coated the ceiling for a moment and then rained down on them all, leaving a pungent mist of blood vapor in the air. Gruber was already moving, his hammer raised. Coated in Shorak's blood, he found 2 of the enemy turning to block him, axes raised. Gruber swung the warhammer round in a complete wickering circle, both hands gripping the leather loop at the end of the haft, twisting his body weight to counterbalance the swing. 2 skulls broke like earthenware before the swing was done. Then he was clear, amongst the stone blocks set around the fireplace, each one bearing its precious icon. He knew he was within the weave of a great dark sorcery now, something invisible that laced itself between the signifiers. His skin prickled with static. His hair stood on end, and there was a smell that clawed at his sinuses. A smell of sweet corruption, like a week-old corpse. Magic, he knew, and would never forget. Black magic. Death magic. He thought of Gantz on the dangerous ride back from Linz, how he had driven the wraith things back by destroying their precious talon. He knew he had to do the same. Again. Now. Here. A signifier must be destroyed to break the charm. And he knew clearly and coldly at last what Al-Azir had really meant.
They cannot be recovered. They are lost to you forever, Gruber of the Wolf. I pity you, but I admire your courage, eh? Even though you will lose what is dear to you.
There was no choice. It was set, Gruber was sure, in the intricate and unchangeable workings of the stars. He had time for one blow, and he knew, as a wolf of the Temple of Ulric, where, in fairness, that blow should fall. The jaws of the wolf. So holy, so precious, cut by Artur himself, glittered on the block before him. He raised his hammer. Something ripped into his back, and agony lanced through him. Gruber screamed. Talons raked down his back from shoulders to waist, shredding off cloak, hauberk, and undershirt, and slicing deep cuts in his flesh. He stumbled to his knees. The blackened puppet thing rose up behind him, its curled skeletal fingers like hooks red with his blood. It twitched, deathless eyes glittering, and smashed Gruber to the floor with a side swipe. Blood poured down the side of Gruber's head where the swipe had struck. For the rest of his life, his left ear would be a rag of flesh, like a flower with the petals torn off. Gasping, Gruber looked up at the monster that lurched and jiggled over him. Its long, angular limbs twitched and spasmed like a badly worked marionette. Or no, thought Gruber, his pain lending his mind frightening clarity. Like something half-finished, like a mockery of a man, a skeleton that remembers how to move but hasn't the flesh or sinew or the practice to do it well. Backlit by the firelight, that was all it seemed to be, A large human skeleton, clad in shreds of tomb-dry skin and scraps of burnt bandage, twitching and jerking as it tried to behave like a man again. Tried to be a man again. Only the eyes were whole. Coral pink fires of livid fury. It gazed down at him. Its bare, sooty teeth clacked open, tearing the dry, blistered flesh of its long, withered mouth. "Die!" it said. "Die yourself!" snarled Einhold, storming in from the side and smashing the dreadful thing into the air with an expert swing of his hammer. Twisting, the puppet thing tumbled away into the darkness beyond the fire. Einhold glanced down at Gruber once, but he didn't hesitate. It seemed the veteran wolf had wit enough to arrive at the same conclusions as Gruber. Einhold swung around, hammer lifted over the block, resembling for all who saw the great god who first wrought the Faustschlag. Then, the jaws of the wolf, the precious icon of the wolf order, disintegrated into a million flying fragments under his hammerhead. And then, nothing. There was no great explosion, no fiery flash, no sound, no fury. The cellar just went cold. The walls stopped breathing. The reek of magic vanished, and the static charge in the air dissolved. The fire went out. Blackness, cold, damp. The smell of blood and of death. Flints scraped together, and a small light pierced the gloom. A lamp was lit. Carrying it, Lorca moved into the circle of blocks, retrieved the small velvet pouch, and put it in his jerkin. "It is made right," he said to the others in the darkness around him, his accent thick with Tillian vowels. "I will inform the conclave." A moment later, and he and his lamp were gone. Arik lit a taper from his pack and raised its small yellow light aloft. Lowenhertz did the same, lighting the last of the lamp oil he carried. Faint light filtered into the gore-soaked chamber. Urgently, they took kindling from a stack behind the fireplace and made torches. Einhold helped Gruber from the floor. "Ulric love you, brother Einhold," Gruber said, embracing him. "May Ulric forgive me too," Einhold replied. By the kindling light, they gathered the trophies into sacks. Arik reverently handing the panther claw bracelet to von Volk. The panther took it and nodded to Arik. "Ulric, watch over you for what you have done here. Your sacrifice will be known to all of my order. And perhaps our orders may not be such rivals from this time," Gruber suggested as he limped over. "Panther blood has been spilled to achieve this too." He and von Volk clasped hands silently. "We have everything," Einhold said. He and Arik carried sacking full of the most precious things in the city. "I suggest it's time to get out of here. Our light won't last long, and there are citizens of Middenheim who will be relieved to get these trinkets back." Lowenhertz loomed behind them, a torch raised. His face was pale and determined in the half-light. There's no sign of it. The thing Einhold struck. It's destroyed or escaped," Gruber finished. Confession. The air above Middenheim was cold and still. Below, winds found their way in and out of every byway and alley, whining through gaps in the stones and sucking over damp cobbles. Autumn had come. The street braziers were built higher, their flames licking against the stone walls, making their black surfaces matte with soot, their fires burning till dawn. Dusk came early now, and for many the working day was foreshortened. Citizens were keeping shorter hours, preparing for the harshness of the winter to come, when many would die of the cold and the numerous winter ills and ailments that befell the towering city's population year in and year out. But for some, the autumn season simply meant they began and ended their working days in darkness. One such was Kreutzer. He went about his work sleekly, picking his final mark of the day. The last of the merchants were leaving the city in torch-bearing gaggles, among them a rotund middle-aged man with a florid flare of red across his high, round cheeks and magnificent bulbous nose. His pockets looked heavy and, tucked half into the breast of a long, embroidered coat which would not fasten across the fatty mound of his chest, the strings and clasp of a pouch were clearly visible. Kreutzer spotted him coming out of one of the better alehouses at the edge of Freiburg, and followed him into the north end of the Haute-Quartier slums. Kreutzer strode easily on past his mark, whose own rolling gait and small steps made slower progress down the steep cobbles. The cut-purse paused for a moment and then turned back the way he had come, checking the position of the purse in the merchant's coat as he passed him, very close. The mark took no heed. Kreutzer had marked his target and was ready to make his move when he saw something ahead of him. He flicked his eyes up and away from his intended victim, just in time to see the hem of a long grey cloak disappear into the doorway of a tavern on the opposite side of the narrow street. Kreutzer paused, then took a few more hesitant steps. When he turned back to his mark, the man was disappearing down and round into a sloping sideway. Kreutzer began to follow the merchant again, trying to concentrate, reminding himself of his quota, but he could feel the hunting eyes behind him now. He turned sharply on his heels, and this time the pair of cloaked figures, for there were two of them now, barely had time to duck out of sight. In an instant, Kreutzer forgot his mark and ducked into the shadows himself. He held the cold palms of his hands flat together before his face as if in prayer. To Renauld, maybe. The trickster thief god. No, to any god who would listen. His hands were suddenly clammy with sweat. He felt a bead form on his forehead and find the groove of the long scar down the side of his face. It trickled down the scar to his jaw. It hung there for a moment, then it was joined by another droplet of sweat. The two fell as one from his chin. He had watched for this moment for months, prepared for it over and over. But now it had finally come, he was not ready. He could never be ready for the return of the grey men who bore the gleaming tail-eating snake sigil. They had got Weezer, and now they would get him. Kreutzer stepped out into the middle of the narrow street, looking about him, not for a place to hide, nor for support from others, but to get the lay of the land. He had a sick feeling that there was justice in them coming for him. They had taken Weezer, and he had been an innocent. His soul wasn't soiled like Kreutzer's. Of course they would come for him. 100 times as fierce. There was only one way to deal with this. He had run before, and Weezer had paid the price. This time he would stand and fight. And if he died, then he would no longer have the boy's doom on his conscience. His hand on the pommel of his short sword, Kreutzer stood with his feet braced on the cobble ridges and his shoulders thrown back. He let out a huge shout, a challenge, of remorse, of warning. Those who heard it could not tell what it meant, only that they should stay away. Kreutzer heard doors bang and the shutters close on windows all around. Then silence. The men in grey cloaks heard the cry too, as they stood in the next alley, shielded from sight. "A brave boy, this cut-purse of yours," the taller, leaner figure said in a low, sardonic voice. "He means to come to us." The shorter, heavily built second figure turned lightly on his feet and stepped into the deserted street, pulling his companion after him. They stood, 30 paces from the braced figure of the cornered cut-purse, whose scream was still echoing around the close buildings and losing itself in the labyrinth of the Haute Quartier streets and alleys. The taller of the grey figures put a hand beneath his cloak, reaching for his weapon. His heavier companion raised his hand to the hood which cloaked his face in cloth and shadow, and opened his mouth to call out. But Kreutzer flew across the 30 paces between himself and the grey men before any had a chance to speak. His short sword was raised above him in a two-handed grip. He meant to bring it down hard and fight to the death, even if it was his own. His bloodshot eyes, with their lids peeled well back, showed white all round the black holes of his massively dilated pupils. Another yell began to find its way past his gritted teeth. Then came the impact. Kreutzer barely held on to his short sword as it bounced and twitched in his hands from the hammer blow which had swung from nowhere to knock it from his grasp. He swung again in a crude, wobbling arc, which was parried hard by a deft hammer haft, sending tiny shards of steel and wood flying with the intensity of the blow. Kreutzer's neck swing came in low, but not deep enough. It tore a huge rent in the flowing grey of the taller figure's cloak. The figure jerked away and threw his head back, freeing it from the shadowy cowl of the cloak's hood. Kreutzer saw a face with pink flushed skin and dark eyes that gleamed back at him. There was no sign of the papery skin and pallid thinness of the other grey men. This man was flesh and blood, and ready to fight for all he was worth. A hammer came in again, swung by the shorter grey man. Kreutzer blocked it ferociously and sliced in with his sword. The shorter man dodged it. He too had removed his hood and shrugged off half of the cloak. Around his body, Kreutzer could see the pelt. He had seen that skin before. His mind raced as he swung his sword again at the fur-wrapped torso. As he cut deeply through the hide, missing the man beneath, Kreutzer thought of that other man. Weeks back, at the baiting pit. The man with his parcel of armour wrapped in a hide, just like this one. The masked gladiator. Kreutzer looked into Draken's face, confused. The White Wolf. Lenya's White Wolf. Was he one of the grey men? Kreutzer's nostrils flared wide as he sucked in air to control his panic. Spittle coated his lips and his teeth were clenched, allowing no more sound to escape his body. There were two hammers whooshing through the air around him in a show of wolf temple strength. Or was it the strength of the grey men? He did not know. His short sword found only air with its next strike. Then, turning and striking again, he felt flesh rip at the end of his sword. Before he could savour it, he was on the ground, doubled over, shocked and winded by a solid blow to the centre of his chest. Why was he not dead? Why had the blow not killed him? Why had he been allowed to live when he was prepared to die? Kreutzer let out a soft moan as he lay on the ground. Anspak rubbed a fist against the flesh wound to his shoulder, as Draken knelt down by Kreutzer's sprawled form, tentatively reaching out a hand to grab the broken thief. Anspak was thoroughly enjoying himself. Draken had spoken to him of a cut-purse whom he needed to find, some personal feud, so it seemed, one he wanted to keep quiet. The young Templar had enlisted Anspak's help to do it. It wasn't so difficult for a man with Anspak's knowledge of the city's underbelly, and the little battle in the quiet street of the Haute Quartier was a positive bonus, something to warm the cockles on this cold autumn night. Draken had not told him the young thief had so much spirit, or such a strong sword arm. No harm done. A light flesh wound to the shoulder that would heal in no time, and the indignity, for Draken, of having his pelt rent into 2 pieces, neither of which would be big enough to cover the huge young wolf's torso now. Explain that to Gantz, Anspak thought to himself. He smirked down at the strange picture of a bedraggled wolf, offering his hand to a young street thug. He felt almost nostalgic. On the north side of Middenheim, a giant blonde wolf Templar strode down the wide avenues just south of the palace. Alongside him was a tiny woman, her feet skittering in a half-run, half-skip to keep up with him. "But why did Krieg send you? And where are you taking me?" Lenya gasped, breathing hard and trying to hold her skirts and cloak up out of the thin rime that was beginning to glisten across the even cobbles. Bruckner stopped in his tracks. Lenya almost overtook him and then passed and leaned forward, holding her side. "I have a stitch. Can't we go a little slower?" she asked.
"A little, perhaps," Bruckner said, not really looking at her. "Draken asked me to escort you for your own safety. He will tell you himself why he needs to see you."
He still did not look at his companion, possibly because he would have to stoop a long way to look her in the face, or perhaps simply because he had a job to do, a favour to perform for a colleague, one that held no interest for him. Bruckner strode on southward, checking himself after a few of his long strides and slowing down just enough for Lenya to keep up with him, if she ran every other step. Draken and Ansbach half frog-marched and half-carried Kreutzer out of the street and into an adjoining alley, where he could recover for a moment away from the people who had heard the fight and were now coming out to see what had happened. The cut-purse sat, his back to a mossy wall. He coughed and spat onto the dark, earthy ground between his jutting knees. He seemed meek enough now as Ansbach stood facing him, leaning against the opposite wall. There was only just room for the two of them. Draken stood to one side, waiting for the cut-purse to recover so that he could continue the business of the evening. He had expected Kreutzer to come quietly, expected him to be a coward like all street scum. He felt grudging admiration for the bravery Kreutzer had shown in fighting them, however ill-conceived it might have been. Kreutzer looked up briefly at Ansbach. In a single flicker of his eye, he took in the stature of the man, the slight injury he had suffered, the position of his warhammer, his elegant, relaxed stance. Kreutzer had the eyes of a thief, and he used them now. He marked every detail. Then he leaned forward in another loud, convulsing coughing fit. His head bent. His hand darted out, the elbow still resting against his knee. Draken did not know what was happening. Suddenly, Kreutzer was on his feet, the point of a short dagger pressed into Draken's neck, with Ansbach crying out and stumbling back, caught, off guard and unsuspecting for one fleeting moment. But only for a moment. Ansbach brought his hammer round low, at little more than half tilt, and took Kreutzer out at the knees. The cut-purse fell on his rump, hard on the earth floor of the alley, and dropped the knife that he had taken out of Ansbach's boot during his dramatic coughing fit. Kreutzer raised his hands, knowing, at last, that he was beaten. "It's over. Use me as you will, or kill me," he said. And Ansbach smiled again. This was turning into quite an evening of entertainment. That young cut-purse had taken his knife without him feeling it. Ulric, but he was good. Ansbach gave his hand to Kreutzer. The cut-purse thought he saw the Templar grin as he pulled Kreutzer to his feet. But their gaze had met for only the briefest moment, and Draken was pushing in to take charge of the situation again. "Behave! There's someone I want you to talk to," Draken said. "Follow me. Ansbach, watch our backs." Lenya and Bruckner continued south at a slightly more leisurely pace, but try as she might, the serving girl could not draw the wolf into any kind of conversation. "You must at least be able to tell me where we are going," she asked. "You'll see," was the only answer. "How far is it?" she tried again. "Not far," he said curtly. down another sloping street, along the north wall of the great park, and then south again. He said nothing more, and Lenya did not know what else to ask. She watched her feet traverse the cobbles, first smooth and broad and flat, then, in the poorer quarters, ragged, chipped, uneven. Here the stones were smaller and arranged in swirls and mosaics that bore no resemblance to the even brickwork to the north. So, at least she knew that they were heading toward the Oldkartier. Kreutzer followed Draken with his even stride, while listening to the relaxed light tread of the one called Ansbach behind him. They didn't have far to go. Turning north and west in the cold air through almost empty lanes, they stopped outside the great double doors of the quarter's ostlers. The ostler did a poor trade here. His stables were only full when the city was brimming with rich visitors. Sometimes the overspill from the more respectable handlers to the north would find its way here, but this establishment's richest customers were still only moderately comfortable merchants who left the city for their country dwellings by dusk and only needed somewhere to keep their horses during the hours of trade. It was not such a bad life for the ostler and his sons, and not a bad living. The stables were always empty at night, so the bedding straws were changed only with the turn of the moons, and the horses, who ate in their country stables at dawn and dusk, demanded little feed during daylight hours. Draken swung one of the doors open just wide enough for the three to file in. There was the light of a single torch, resting in its rusty sconce against the courtyard wall. The yard opened into a series of narrow stalls with stable half-doors. The place smelled of stale bedding straw and age-old horse dung. Kreutzer had never been near a horse. There were few in the Oldkartier, and those he met with in other parts of the city he gave a wide berth to. But there was no noise here, no snort or trample, and the cut-purse relaxed slightly when he realized all the stalls were empty. But he did not relax for long. Draken rounded on him as soon as they were off the street, pushed him back against the coarse boarding of a stall panel. He stood with his face tilted up to meet Kreutzer's. Their noses were almost touching. Draken had a deep frown on his face, and Kreutzer tensed all over again. His body felt like a series of taut cables and blocks of unyielding rock, like the pulleys and counterweights of the lifts that served the Fauschlag, yanking and stretching at themselves as they hoisted impossible burdens. His chest felt so tight and hard, he wondered how he would breathe. With Draken right in his face, he wondered how much longer he would be allowed to breathe. Kreutzer looked slyly at Ansbach, who stood guard by the great black door which hung on its hinges, just ajar. No ally there. Kreutzer knew the wolves would stick together. "She'll be here soon," Draken began. "She?" thought Kreutzer. And then realization dawned. Lenya. I must account to Lenya for Weezer's death. That's why they have brought me here. And then this Draken will kill me. After the fight at the baiting pit, you took flight. I suppose I can't blame you. I scared you off, calling you a thief and a liar and a murderer. And mayhap that's what you are. But if you are, then Lenya deserves to hear it from your own mouth. She will not listen to me. Lenya needs to know what happened to Weezer. She sought him out. She talks of nothing but her brother, of the dead ends she followed. She talks of you knowing him. If you really know what happened to her brother, then you must tell it plainly and put her mind at ease once and for all. And if you killed him, then you will answer to the Watch, Draken finished grimly. What can I say to her? Kreutzer wondered. The moment when he could have told her everything was long gone, gone with that last meeting, the night they were saved from the baiting pit by this same white wolf, when he realized with true shock that her brother was the same boy he'd tried to forget. I don't want to tell her any of it. I don't understand it. All these months I have tried not to think of it. But with this pair of white wolves watching him, he knew that he would have to tell Lenya something. He decided in that moment that he would rather have paid with his life in the street where the three of them had done battle than face Lenya with his story. There was no more time for thought. Lenya was backing into the stable courtyard through the narrow door. She was talking to someone who must have been on the other side. "Why would you bring me here? This can't be right!" she exclaimed, and then, turning, saw them. Her eyes locked onto Kreutzer, who bowed his head and said nothing. Then she was running towards Draken. She put her hands on his broad torso, and he took her elbows gently, one in each hand. "Lenya," he said, "I brought you here to talk to the cut-purse. Ask him what you like about your brother. He will answer your questions." This last he said with his eyes locked on Kreutzer. It was a warning. Lenya turned, Draken still holding her gently. "You knew Stefan?" "No. I knew Weezer." Kreutzer realized they were repeating the last words they had spoken that night after the fight in the baiting pit. "Leave us, Krieg." She waved an arm at her Templar lover, her intent gaze not leaving Kreutzer's face. "What power the milkmaid has," Ansbach said wryly to Draken as they stood together in the street with Bruckner, outside the ostlers. Draken looked at him. "Power over the wolf and the cut-purse both," Ansbach finished, amused. Draken glanced down, a deep flush of anger and embarrassment climbing up from his neck, over his face, and deep into his brow. It was followed by a frown that furrowed into the flush on his crimson forehead, leaving purple and white lines. "I knew Weezer," Kreutzer began by repeating himself. "I knew him by no other name. He said he had no name. The bastard child of a nobleman and a mother who died in childbirth. I couldn't know he was your brother." "I called him brother, but I never even knew that for sure. No one really knew him," Lenya thought. "Mostly, we barely noticed him." But she said nothing. Kreutzer was talking, and she thought if she interrupted him, he would stop. She wanted to hear it, whatever it was he had to say. "He didn't look like you." "He didn't look like anyone," she thought. "You said he was honest. Do you remember?" Kreutzer asked, but he didn't wait for an answer. "He was, in a strange way. I caught him stealing from an old cut-purse, a teacher of mine, but he only stole what didn't belong to anyone, or what was surplus or excess. I was his first visitor, his first friend in Middenheim. I hope I was his friend. If you were his friend, you were the only friend he ever had," thought Lenya, and the memory pained her. People were cruel to him, if they saw him at all. In the end, no one even seemed to see him. "I never knew anyone who could steal like he could. Silently, without being seen. I used him." He hung his head. "I'm not proud of it. But at least I didn't recruit him and let Bladen get hold of him and use him worse. We were friends." It was as if he was talking solely to himself. "You couldn't use Weezer. He had his own kind of freedom, his own ways," thought Lenya, but said nothing. She knew truth when she heard it. There was a long pause, and she realized that they were still standing in the middle of the stable courtyard. It was open to the stars, and the night was turning purple and cold. Grey and black clouds, the colour of the Fauschlag rock, were scudding across the sky, obliterating the twin moons, and she felt the deepening chill. Kreutzer stood stock still in front of her, as he had been standing when she first entered the courtyard. Lenya put her hand out to Kreutzer, who shrugged it off before it even met his sleeve. "Don't! You won't like me after you've heard this. I used him. He stole to help me fill my quota. I would dare him. It was a game," he said, not looking at Lenya. "Just don't try playing hide-and-seek with him," Lenya thought. "He stole for me, and I listened to his tales. He had the most extraordinary room, full of beautiful things. We drank together, and I would fall asleep on his couch, half listening to his stories. I knew I was using him, using his skills as a thief, but I meant him no real harm. He liked to play the game, and then go back to talk about the witches that brought him up, nonsense like that. No one else saw him, you see. Mother's little foundling, she thought, and now I'll never know why she called him that, and why we all laughed. My father, my brothers, even my mother. Sadness in her eyes. Maybe he didn't belong to us at all. Maybe he never belonged to anyone. I think he died, Lenya. I'm so sorry. I think he's dead." Kreutzer had thought it for a long time, but he'd never said it before. Dead. Before I could find him or understand him. Why did he have to die? The moan that was in her heart never found its way to her lips. She felt slightly faint. He was invisible. He should have been safe. But he didn't come out. He never came out. Kreutzer's voice was low, and he was surprised by how calm he sounded. He knew what to tell her now. I thought it was just a trick, or luck, that no one ever saw him. But it wasn't. He stumbled on a smuggling scam, a big one. Kreutzer paused, looking at Lenya for the first time. She looked pale. The girl shivered. Lenya was cold and afraid. She turned about in confusion, looking for somewhere to go, somewhere to feel safe and warm. There were only the empty stables around them, but surely they would yield some heat. She turned her back on Kreutzer and walked towards the half door of the nearest stall. She placed her hand on the old blackened latch. It was well greased and moved easily under her hand. She turned again to Kreutzer. He realized she was waiting for him and walked toward her. She turned into the dark stable, which smelled much like the stables back in Linz. It reminded her of the horses she sometimes tended and the cows she often milked there. Kreutzer remained standing, slumped a little against the half-door. He was tired and heartsore. Even though he had survived the ordeal with the wolves, he felt the worst was yet to come. There were smugglers. Weezer knew. He followed the bodies, told me the story. He began again, once Lenya was settled in a pile of old hay. No one ever saw Weezer. That's how he could disappear for days at a time. Off with his folk, Mother would say. Now, I don't think she was being fanciful. We never knew where he was or what he was doing, but I was always happy to see him return from the woods. I loved him, and I loved his stories. Lenya took a breath when she remembered again that Stefan was dead, her memories of him tumbling over and over in her head. Kreutzer went on, halting. Only they weren't bodies, and the grey men weren't from Morr's temple. They were smugglers, bringing all manner of things into the city. And I don't even know why I'm talking to you. Weezer's gone. There was a part of Lenya that wanted to ask about the smugglers, who they were, where Weezer had followed them to, but she knew if she asked, Kreutzer might not want to talk to her at all. She felt a chill that she hadn't expected in the warm, close air of the old stable. Kreutzer made small circles in the hay dust on the floor with the point of one of his boots. Weezer took me to the smuggler's place. I didn't want to go in there at first, Kreutzer said, looking at Lenya in a way that prevented her asking the question he dreaded. Where did Weezer die? She sat still, and Kreutzer continued to make the small circles with his foot. His head was bowed, and she could barely hear him. Weezer was excited. There was so much there, he said. It's there to be taken. I remember his words. It seemed like an easy job. His voice dropped yet further. Lenya leaned up onto her knees, closer to him, wanting to hear it all, whatever was left of his reminiscences. Kreutzer lurched back from her unhappily, as if he didn't want to be any closer. The smugglers were there. Dozens of them. They saw us. I tried, he blurted, unconsciously running his hand down the narrow scar on the side of his face, almost hidden by his hair. Lenya had not seen it before. He got that scar trying to save Weezer. He was Weezer's friend, she thought. Why does he doubt it? I got out, and I waited. I waited in his room. I don't know how long. I waited until there was fresh dust on the stairs, but Weezer didn't come back. Kreutzer paused for a moment, then suddenly turned on his heels and left the stall. He crossed towards the door that led out onto the street, which was open just a crack. A moment later, it swung wider on its hinges, and Draken stepped in out of the shadows. Well? He asked. Lenya, emerging after Kreutzer, was about to answer when she realized that Draken was talking to the cutpurse. Kreutzer looked like he had seen a ghost. He had that same look he had when Lenya had first said the name Weezer all those months ago. It's okay, Lenya told Draken, on Kreutzer's behalf. She took the lad's arm. Thank you, she said, not knowing what else she could say. This man had tried to save Weezer's life. He had a scar. There was nothing left. She had mourned Weezer for too long already. Now, do what you will with me, Kreutzer said, as Draken stood before him. I will die peacefully, if die I must. No, Lenya cried, firm and unafraid. Let him go, Draken. He has done no wrong. He was Weezer's friend, and he did him no harm. Lenya allowed Draken to take her in his arms. And thank you, Krieg, she said. I can let Stefan rest now. They parted. Kreutzer strode away from the place as fast as he could, trying to lose himself in the dark streets. He thought that he had put Lenya's mind at rest. Maybe. He wondered if Weezer was at rest. He wondered if his own mind would ever be at rest. He had told the story. He had told what had happened to Weezer. Well, so he had left some things out. Things his mind had long since tried to blank. There were things in this city that you didn't speak of, that you forgot as quickly as you could, like the grey, cloaked men and their hideous place. Lenya knew quite enough. Now she could mourn and sleep easy. As for himself, he would forget. Forget it all. He would go to the drowned rat and wash it all out of his mind. Lenya, Weezer, the damn wolf. Even the grey men. Lone Wolf. The magician was looking at him, intently, fiercely, as if he recognized him. Einhold, said Shorak flatly at last. You know me, sir? He asked, surprised. Your name just came to me. The invisible world you mock spoke it to me, Einhold.
You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows.
Einhold sat up on his cot in the darkness. His mouth was dry and his skin was wet. The dream had changed. For the first time in 20 winters, the dream had changed, melted away, been replaced by another. Perhaps he should be pleased, but he wasn't. The dormitory around him was quiet, and lit only by pre-dawn starlight, shafting from the clear-story windows. His brothers in white company snored or coughed under rumpled blankets on the rows of cots set against the white lathe walls. Naked except for his knee-length undershirt, Einhold swung out of his bed and put his bare feet flat on the cold stone floor. He murmured a hoarse daybreak prayer to Ulric, breathing deeply. Then he pulled his wolf pelt around his shoulders and crept down the length of the dormitory, half blind, his night vision still weak. He pulled the heavy dormitory door closed behind him quietly and stepped out into the cloister yard. Hooded candles burned with pale light around the square, set on plinths next to the entrance of each of the Wolf Company dormitories. The sky was lightless yet, and the air was cold and grey with the dawn light. Not yet matins, Einhold thought. By the candle plinth next to the entrance to White Company's sleeping hall, there was a jug of water and a pewter cup. Einhold took a long draught of the icy liquid, but his mouth remained dry. Your name just came to me. The invisible world you mock spoke it to me. Einhold. You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows. He tried to shake the thought out of his head, but it was stuck as fast as a flint under a war steed's shoe. Just theatrics, he chided himself. He'd said as much before, to the man's face, in fact. That haughty magician had been an actor, full of dramatic flourishes that meant nothing. He'd just been trying to scare him. But Shorak had known his name, and there had been nothing theatrical about the way he died, crushed against that pitchy cellar roof. Einhold paced his way through the sleeping precinct of the temple, along cold halls, and through vestries with rough, matting floors. Stay out of the shadows. He murmured the prayer of protection they had all learned by rote on admission to the order, over and over to himself. Torches that had burned through the night fluttered as they began to die in wall sconces. Dead smoke drifted through the cool air. Outside, far outside, early cockerels began to crow. Something rumbled. Distant autumnal thunder, the cold sky rubbing icily against itself. Einhold tried to remember his dream. Not the dream of the harsh night, not Master Shorak and his warnings. The original dream. The one that had lasted 20 winters. His scar twitched. Funny. It had been with him for so long, haunted him for so many years, and now it was hard to remember even a scrap of it. The new dream had usurped it completely. Your name just came to me. The invisible world you mock spoke it to me. He entered the temple via the west porch under the great barrel vaults of the vestibule. 2 wolf Templars stood guard, warming their hands at a brazier set on a brass tripod. Fulgar and Worms of Grey Company. You rise early, Einhold of the White, the latter said with a smile as he approached them. And dress informally, Fulgar smirked. Ulric calls me, brothers, Einhold said simply. Would you delay answering him by stopping to dress? Ulric watch you, they intoned reverently, almost as one voice, letting him pass. The temple opened to him. Ulric, a vast shadow in the dome, loomed over him. Einhold knelt before the altar, the multitude of candles flickering around him. A long moment's contemplation, and he at last snagged the old dream, as one would catch the sleeve of an acquaintance passing on a busy street. Hagen. 20 winters past. How could he have forgotten that? The red, the gold, and the white companies together. Great Jürgen in overall command of the field. The phalanxes of green pigs down in the vale at the edge of the brook, raucous and whooping. 400 of them, more besides, shambling, heavy-set, shaking spears and axes into the winter noon.
"Now we'll see glory,"
Von Glick had said with a gleeful laugh that they all joined. Von Glick, younger then, firm and thick with muscled middle age, hair dark and wild. Gruber too, the great unswaying oak of the company at Jürgen's right hand. Morgenstern, a trimmer man then, the company rogue, throwing witty jibes down the slope at the green-skinned beasts. That was a time long before drink had coarsened and slackened his bulk, before Ansbach had joined them and taken Morgenstern's crown as company joker, before he had become nothing but company drunkard. Caspin was there, of course, a red-headed youth, his first time on the field. Riker as well, bless his arm. And long-mourned Vigor, Lutz, and the boy, Drago. The young pup Einhold had been given to personally train, recently and heroically baptized in action and now hungry for more. Vigor would see another 3 seasons, Lutz another decade in the service of Ulric. Drago would not see another daybreak. Jürgen rose in the saddle and beheld the foe. Grave behind his studded eye patch, he turned to the temple companies. He told them battle was drawn. That's wrong, Einhold told himself. Dreams do that. They play with the facts. Jürgen lost his eye at Holtsdale years later. But this was the great Jürgen as he remembered him best, branded into his memory. And Riker, hadn't he fallen at Clostin years before the fight at Hagen? 20 long winters turning the events of that day over in his sleep. No wonder the details weren't right anymore. Hadn't there been one awful night, years back, just after the battle, when he dreamed that he, and only he, Jagbald Einhold, had sat on the rise facing the green pig horde alone? Kneeling before the altar, Einhold sighed. He leaned forward, resting on his splayed hands now as well as his knees, as the memories both true and false swirled up around him like flames. As they had done every night for 20 years, until tonight. The massed charge down the slope, that was true. Jürgen's booming order, the wailing cry of the Templars, the thunder of hooves. Dawn thunder rolled outside the temple, outside his dreams. Hooves, he thought. He could smell the mashed sap of the torn grasses, the roped spittle of chargers, the stinking adrenaline sweat of the men around him. He was moving, making his own thunder as he came down the slope outside Hagen. Horse and wolf fused into one fighting being. They caught the enemy at the brook, riding them down despite their superior numbers. More of the foe died from trampling than hammer blows that day. His steed hit the water in a wall of spray, breaking 2 squealing pigs under its lashing hooves. Caspin was next to him, rejoicing in the glory of battle, his youthful fears forgotten. How many times had Einhold seen that transformation since then? Arik on his first venture, Draken at Linz. A wonder to behold. A wonder in honor of the temple. Wolf cubs thrown into the fire and coming through unburned and jubilant. Like Drago. Had he ever been that young? Had he ever been baptized in battle that way? Surely, but so very long ago. For the glory of Ulric now, in the brook bed, water thrown up, blasting all around them, drenching them. Blood drenching them. Scything hammers cutting the spray, shattering fanged snouts. Broken, exploded green carcasses floating in the water around their steeds. On the far side, chasing down the stragglers. Wolves urging their mounts up into the bulrushes. Thick stems snapping and whipping on either side. Screams from behind. His hammer haft slick in his hand. Young Drago galloping past, yelling out, "With me, Einhold!" Drago turning to the left into a spinney of willows, full of the wolf spirit, overconfident. Not that way. Not that way. He was bolting after Drago now, bending low under the slashing fronds of the weeping trees. Not that way. Cut right. No, left. Where in Ulric's name was Drago? Every time, every night, the same fierce effort to change the facts. Not that way. Not into the willow stand. Not this time. Drago was screaming suddenly. A scream choked in blood. Too late. Always too late. Drago, down in the rushes, his dead steed on its back nearby, hooves curled up towards the weeping branches overhead. Blood steam in the air from its ripped belly. Pig things, crowding around Drago, hacking down at him again and again, and... Einhold's curse was white-hot. He ploughed into them, his hammer whirling. Bones snapped and things squealed. A greenskin reeled away, blood fountaining from its cloven skull. Drago! Drago! Dismounting, running to him, blind to the danger. You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows. Drago, there, crumpled in the rushes like a fledgling in a nest. Alive. Praise Ulric, please, alive! Struggling through the bulrushes to Drago, the shadows of the willows falling across him. Stay out of the shadows. Drago! Dead. Unmistakably dead. Torn, ruptured, butchered. His splintered hammer still clutched in hacked-off fingers. Rising, turning, raging. You are a brave man. A green thing right behind him. Foul breath, snorting rage, a reek of animal sweat. An axe, flint-bladed, vast, already sweeping down. Now. Oh yes. Now the point of the dream. The moment that always woke him, dry-mouthed and wet-skinned. Every night for 20 winters. The impact. Einhold swung back onto his haunches in front of the altar, realizing he had cried out. His hand went to his face, an involuntary gesture tracing the line of the livid scar with shaking fingers. From the brow, down through the eye, down the meat of the cheek to the line of the jaw. Einhold closed his good eye and let blackness wipe the world away. Ulric, watch over me, he murmured. A tear of pain trickled from his good eye. His bad eye hadn't wept for 20 years. He is always there to watch over you, brother. Ulric does not forget his chosen ones. Einhold switched round to see who had spoken. By the glow of the candles, he saw a hooded priest of the temple standing behind him. He couldn't see the man's face under the fold of the hood, but the priest radiated kindness and calm. Father, Einhold breathed, recovering his scattered wits. I'm sorry. A dream. A bad dream. A waking dream, it looked to me. The priest approached, holding out thin, pale hands in a gesture of calming. He seemed to limp, unsteady. He is old, Einhold thought. One of the frail ancient masters of the temple. This is an honor. I have been troubled by my dreams for a long time. Now I am troubled by the change in them." Einhold breathed deeply to clear his mind. What he just said already seemed stupid to him. The priest knelt beside him so they were both facing the high altar. His movements were slow and shaky, as if old, rheumatic bones might shatter if he moved too swiftly. The hooded cleric made the sign of Ulric and uttered a small blessing. Then, without looking round at the Templar, he spoke again. "The way of the Temple Knight is never peaceful. You are raised and bred to take part in the bloodiest of wars. I have seen enough Templars come through this place to know none are ever untroubled. Violence perturbs the soul, even holy violence in the name of our beloved God. I can't count the nights I've listened to the complaints and fears of wolves who come to this high altar for succor." "I have never shirked from battle, Father. I know what it is. I have seen a share of it." "I'm not doubting your courage, but I understand your pain." The priest shuffled his position, as if making his fragile old form more comfortable. "Your dream of 20 years. It scars you." Einhold managed a thin laugh. "I was too late to save a good friend's life, my pupil's life, and I paid the price. I wear my scars, Father." "So you do." The priest seemed not to look at him, but Einhold could not tell how the unseen head moved inside that cowl. "This has troubled your dreams for years. I understand. But Ulric burns such things into our dreams for a purpose." "I know that, Father." Einhold wiped a hand across his sweat-drenched bald scalp. "The memory focuses my thoughts, reminds me of the duty and the dues we owe to the Great Wolf. I have never complained before. I have lived with it, and it has lived with me. A badge of honor I wear when I sleep." The priest was silent for a moment. "Yet tonight, for the first time in years, it brings you here, makes you cry out." "No," said Einhold simply, then turned to look at the cowled shape beside him. "I came because the dream has gone. For the first time, it didn't come to me." "And what did?" "Another dream. The first new dream I've had since the Battle of Hagen." "And was it so terrible?" "It was nothing. A memory. Of something recent. I was one of the brothers who destroyed the curse below the city just days ago. I smashed the teeth of Ulric so that the magic would founder." The priest tried to rise, but faltered. Einhold reached out a brawny arm to support him and felt how thin and skeletal the arms of the old man were beneath the robes. He helped the priest rise. Stiffly, unsteadily, the old priest nodded his thanks, the cowl barely moving, and shuffled round behind the kneeling wolf. "Einhold," he said at last. "You know me, sir?" Einhold asked, surprised. He felt a terrible sense of déjà vu, as if it was Shorak beneath the cowl, Shorak repeating the strange act of recognition he had made in the quartz tunnel under the Fauschlag. "Ulric himself has praised your action," the priest said. "The commanders of the Knights Panther have sent letters of commendation. Other institutions in the city, on recovery of their trophies, have honored your name. Of course I know you." "Will Ulric forgive me for my crime?" "There was no crime. I broke the jaws of the Wolf of Holzbeck, our holiest of holies. With my temple-blessed hammer I smashed them apart. And saved Middenheim, perhaps,
You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows.
Einhold began to rise.
Ulric forgives you 1,000-fold. You knew when to place valor above possession, when to put the city before the temple. Your sacrifice makes you most beloved of Ulric. You have nothing to repent. But the dream, your conscience belabors the act. It is understandable. You feel guilty for simply being part of such a momentous undertaking. But your soul is clean. Sleep well, Einhold. The memory will fade. The dreams will flicker and die.
Einhold rose fully, turning to face the stick-thin figure in the cowled robe. That is not what I dream of, Father. I know that breaking the jaws was the right thing to do. If I hadn't done it, Gruber would have. Arik, Lowenherz, we all knew it must be done. I do not repent the act. I would do it again, if events were repeated.
I'm glad to hear it.
Father, I dream of a magician. He was part of our fight. He died. The invisible world where Ulric dwells, that realm alien to me, tore him and broke him. Magic, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Go on.
Just before we fought, he spoke to me. He knew none of the others, but he knew me. He said,
Einhold.
You know me, sir?
Your name just came to me. The invisible world you mock spoke it to me. Einhold. You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows.
Einhold realized he had paused.
What did he say?
Prompted the old man. He said the invisible world knew me too. It had told him my name. He warned me to stay out of the shadows.
Magicians are fools, the priest said, jerking as he shuffled around to turn away. All my life, and believe me, it's been a long one, I've mistrusted their words. He meant to scare you. Magicians do that. It's part of their power to be theatrical and play upon honest men's fears.
As I thought, Einhold realized, relieved.
Einhold, brother, there are shadows all around you, the old priest said,
holding up a palsied frail hand to gesture at the many sidelong shadows that were cast by the altar, the candles, the lancet windows in the gathering dawn, the statue of Ulric himself.
You cannot stay out of shadows. Don't try. Middenheim is full of them. Ignore the magician's foolish prattle. You can do that, can't you? You're a brave man.
I am. Thank you, Father. I take your words with gratitude. Outside, matins struck. Behind it came a rumble of hooves. No. Einhold reassured himself. Dawn thunder. An early winter storm chasing the edges of the Drakvald. That was it. He turned back to speak to the temple father again, but the old priest was gone. He had been in the temple balneary for almost an hour when Caspin found him.
Einhold!
Caspin's call broke the steamy quiet. There had been nothing louder than the slosh of water and the sound of temple servants pumping fresh water into the heating barrels in the adjacent furnace chamber since he had first come into the bathhouse. Einhold pulled himself up to a sitting position in one of the great stone tubs, wiping water from his goatee and looking across at his red-haired wolf brother.
Cass?
Caspin was dressed in his temple work shirt, breeches and boots. His thick mane of fire-red hair was pulled back in a leather clasp behind his skull.
"Your cot was empty when we rose, and when you didn't join us to break your fast, Gant sent me to find you. Some of Grey Company said they'd seen you in the temple at dawn."
"I'm all right," Einhold replied, answering his friend's unspoken question, but he felt stupid. The pads of his fingers were wrinkled like dried fruit. The water in the stone basin around him was tepid. Ulric, it didn't take a man an hour to wash night sweat from his body. But some things took more effort to wash away. Einhold pulled himself out of the water, and Caspin threw him a scrub cloth and his undershirt. Einhold stood dripping on the flags beside the basin, rubbing water and dead skin off his body vigorously with the rough cloth.
"So, you're all right."
Caspin turned and helped himself to oatcakes and watered honey from the bench table by the door. Einhold knew that tone. He and Caspin had been particular friends since the younger man had joined the company. That was 20 years since. Einhold had been in his prime then, 25 years old, and the teenaged Caspin had been one of the pups given to his charge to train. A red-haired youth, still clumsy and long-limbed, joining the other young cub already in his charge. Drago. Einhold pulled on his undershirt, wrapping the scrub cloth round the back of his neck. "What's on your mind, Cass?"
"What's on yours? Is it the dream again?"
Einhold flinched. Caspin was the only other member of the company he had confided his troubled sleep to. "Yes. No."
"Riddles? Which?"
"I slept badly. I can't remember why." Caspin looked hard at him, as if waiting for more. When no more came, he shrugged.
"Rested enough for weapons drill?"
he asked. The hours between terce and sext were given to weapons drill each weekday for every Templar, no matter his level of experience. In the sparring yard, Gruber, Draken, Lowenhertz and Bruckner were already at work, along with wolves from Red Company. The other members of White Company were on a watch rotation at the temple. Einhold and Caspin strode down the yard steps in full armour, pelts slung away from their hammer arms ready for practice. The morning was damp and cool, though the dawn thunder had gone. The autumn light was glassy and sidelong, and threw long shadows off the canopies along the eastern side of the yard. Gruber and the other men of White were working at the row of pels in the shade, refining techniques against the wooden practice posts with double-weight weapons to develop their strength. The men of Red were wrestling on a straw mat, or putting stone shot to build their throwing power. Einhold felt no inclination to join them. He stopped in the middle of the yard, in the clear light, out of the shadows. "Let's allow Ulric to guide us, Cass," Einhold said, as he did from time to time in the yard. Caspin made no comment. He knew what that meant. He had known it from the day Jagbold Einhold, his friend and one-time mentor, first led him out into the practice square. He stopped beside him, facing the same way into the morning sun, placing himself carefully so that he was 2 hammer and arm lengths from his comrade. Wordlessly, they began. Perfectly matched, perfectly synchronized. They raised their hammers and began to swing them. Round to the left, back to the right, high to the left, low to the right. 2-handed holds, grips flexing expertly as they nursed the centrifugal pull of the heavy-headed hafts. Then, smartly, full circles to the left ending in hard stops, hammers raised. A drop that allowed the hammerheads to begin to fall before they used that descent to power into underswings to the right. Round again, the other way, hammers hissing in the air. Faster now, switching to a one-handed grip on the haft loop. Upright, figure 8, switch hands. Down left, figure 8, switch back. Straight to the right and around, arresting the swing and switching hands again, straight to the left and round, feet gently pivoting as they urged their weapons through the air, barely moving anything else but their arms from the shoulders. Faster still, like a murderous silent dance whose rhythm was struck out by the rush of their weapons, as only two master warriors who have practiced together for years can manage. Now, the increasing force and speed with which they moved their weapon weights around moved them too. Wide swings round to the rear in their right hands, causing them both to jump step smartly to stop the hammers tearing away. A mirror repeat, reverse step. Then back to twin palm grips, this time with the right at the base of the haft, left at the head, spinning the hammers before them like staves, practicing the use of the haft for blocking. With each return, a grunt and a stamp forward. Block right, hilt upright. Block forward, haft crossways. Block left, half upright, repeat. Repeat faster. Repeat, repeat. Repeat. In the far shadows, Bruckner stopped his work and nodded his companions over to look. They all stopped. Even the wolves from Red Company. Though the most novice wolf was an expert with the warhammer, few Templars in any of the noble companies could put on an exhibition drill of such perfect, matched timing as Einhold and Caspen. It was always a pleasure to watch. "Ulric's name," Draken murmured in awe. He'd seen the two wolves practice many times, but never like this. Never with such flawless grace. Never with such speed. Gruber frowned, though he had seen it on occasions before. They're pushing themselves, like they have something to get out of their systems. Or one of them has at least. "Watch them closely and learn," he told Draken, who needed no encouragement. "I know you can handle a hammer well enough, but there's no end to the mastery. See the way they switch hands? There's barely any grip there. They're letting the hammers do the work, using the force of the spin to carry them where they want them." "Like a horse," Lowenhert said beside him, clearly impressed. "You don't force it. You guide its strength and weight." "Well said, heart of a lion," Gruber remarked, knowing there was little any could teach the saturnine wolf about hammer use. "There's more skill in the controlled use of a warhammer than in a dozen swordmasters with their feints and nimble wrists and fancy prancing." Draken smiled. Then his expression ebbed. "What are they doing?" he asked nervously. "They're moving closer to each other." "Krieg, my lad," Bruckner chuckled. "You'll love this bit." Einhold and Caspen now moved well into hammer reach of each other, head on, their circling weapons and arms just blurs. The pace of the practice was marked out by the whistling chop of the weapons as they punched through the air. Each side swing precisely missed the swing of the other, so that Einhold and Caspen were like a pair of hurricane-driven windmills face to face, the sails of one slicing deftly in between those of the other. There were impressed murmurs from the Red Company men behind them. Now, the switch, Gruber thought, waiting for it. Breaking his rhythmic swing out from the cross-swirling hammers, Einhold went low and swung at Caspen's legs, as the redhead leapt over it and swung high through the empty space where Einhold's head had been. Without breaking speed, they reversed and repeated, Einhold leaping and Caspen ducking. Neither was stinting on strength. If either faltered, if either connected, the blows were full-force killing blows. Mirrors, they swung at each other, each sidestepping to dodge the other's circling weapon. Caspen left, Einhold right, then back again, across and repeat. "Madness!" Draken gasped. "Want to try it?" Bruckner joked to the stocky young wolf. Draken didn't reply. He was all but hypnotized by the dancing warriors and their whirling, deadly hammers. He wanted to rush out, there and then, and tell Lenya all about the incredible show he'd seen, though for the life of him, he didn't know how he'd describe it or make her believe it. Left, right, under, above,
Woof, 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 woof.
Draken looked to Gruber as if he was about to applaud. Above, left, under, right. Woof, 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 woof. The hammer-spinning fighters circled each other, moving around, advancing towards the watchers under the awning. Right, above, left, under. Woof, 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 woof. Their turning bodies edged into the shadow of the canopy. Lowenhertz suddenly grabbed Gruber's arm. Something's... Under, left, right, right. The hurtling hammers crossed together and struck. The powerful crack resounded across the yard. Einhold and Caspen were flung backwards from each other by the impact. Einhold's hammer haft splintering. Curses and oaths broke the suddenly still air as the wolves of White Company ran forward to their two sprawled comrades, the men of Red close behind. Einhold was sitting up, clutching his armoured right forearm. His right hand was bruised and swelling. Caspen lay on his back, unmoving, his left temple torn open, blood leaking down onto the flags.
Caspen!
Einhold struggled to rise, the pain of his sprained arm knocking him back down again.
He's all right! He's all right!
Barked Lowenhertz, stooping by Caspen, pressing the end folds of his wolf pelt into the head wound to staunch the blood. Caspen stirred and groaned.
Just a graze,
Lowenhertz insisted. He flashed a reassuring look back across to Einhold, as Bruckner and Gruber got the bald wolf onto his feet. Nursing his arm, Einhold pushed past his comrades to reach Caspen. His face was as dark as Mondstill.
Ulric, damn me, he murmured.
Caspen was sitting up now, grinning ruefully, dabbing at his head and wincing.
I must be getting slack, Yag. You caught me a good one.
Get Caspen to the infirmary, Gruber snapped, as men of Red Company helped Bruckner and Draken carry the bleeding wolf out of the yard. Gruber glanced round. Einhold was looking down at his broken hammer. He chafed at his swelling purple wrist and hand.
You too, Einhold,
Gruber snarled.
Just a sprain,
Einhold murmured.
Now!
Einhold wheeled on the veteran wolf.
It's just a sprain. Some cold dressing and a herbal balm and it'll be fine.
Gruber stepped back involuntarily. Einhold, quiet, self-mastered Einhold, had never spoken to him or anyone else like that. Not ever.
Brother,
he said, forcing calmness into his voice.
You're a brave man. And I'll stay out of the shadows,
Einhold spat, and strode away across the yard. Lowenhertz edged quietly into the regimental chapel of the wolves. The air was thick with incense, the rich perfume hanging heavy in the cold autumn air. Einhold was kneeling before the empty plinth that for years had been the resting place of the teeth of Ulric. His wounded forearm, stripped of its vambrace, the leather undersleeve pulled back, was clutched to his chest, the flesh puffy and black.
Einhold,
he breathed.
You know me, sir? Like a brother, I hope.
Lowenhertz was glad when Einhold looked up, the fury gone from his eyes.
It was the shadow, wasn't it?
What?
The shadow of the canopy. It made you hesitate for a moment, made you miss-swing.
Maybe.
Maybe nothing. You know I was there. I heard what Shorak said to you.
Einhold got to his feet and turned to face Lowenhertz.
And I recall your advice. Do as he says. Stay out of the shadows. Wasn't that it? Heart of a lion?
Lowenhertz looked away.
I know what I said. Ulric saved me. I didn't know what else to say.
You're not like the others. Not like me.
You take magicians and their kind seriously.
Lowenhertz shrugged.
Sometimes. Maybe. I know they can often be right when they seem wrong. But Master Shorak was always a showman, foremost in my experience. Full of cheap tricks.
You shouldn't take his words so seriously. Einhold sighed. He looked away from Lowenherz. I know what he said. I know what I dream. Lowenherz was silent for a moment. You need help, Brother Wolf. More help than I can offer. Stay here. Here, I say. I'll find our Ulric. He will calm your mind. Lowenherz turned to go. Kaz is all right, isn't he? Einhold asked quietly. He'll not forget the lesson today, but yes, he'll be fine. It's been a long time since I taught him anything, Einhold said sourly, looking back at the great wolf pelt on the wall. 20 winters. He coughed. 2 pupils I've let down now. 2? Drago, before your time with us. Caspen's no pupil anymore, said Lowenherz. He knew what he was doing today. Practice accidents happen. I once broke a thumb in... Einhold wasn't hearing him. Lowenherz paused in the cage door of the chapel. Brother, you're not alone, you know. My hammer, Einhold said quietly. I broke it. Funny, I've been wanting to ever since I used it to smash the jaws. Didn't think it should be used for anything after that. The weaponsmiths will bless you a new one. Yes, that'd be good. The old one was used up. Stay here, Jagbald. I'll find the high priest. Lowenherz was gone, and Einhold sank down in front of the great pelt again. His fingers twitched. His scar ached. His mind was flushed with images of Hagen Field over and again. The greenskins, their tusks so white and sharp. The willows. Drago screaming. The impact. The shadows of the trees. Stay out of the shadows. You are still not at peace, Wolf. The old voice crackled through the air behind him. Einhold looked up. It was the ancient cowled priest from the dawn before. Father? Einhold supposed Lowenherz must have sent the old man to sit with him while he sought out our Ulric. The fragile figure stalked towards him, one claw hand out to steady itself against the chapel wall. The thin form cast a long, brittle shadow in the candlelight. Einhold, you broke the spell. You smashed the jaws. Ulric is pleased with you. Einhold paused, looking down at his knees. So you say, but there's something in your voice. As if you are not father. This world has taught man that he must make sacrifices. For those sacrifices to be truly potent, that which is sacrificed must be valuable too. Things, lives, men. The same for all. I believe the most valuable temple wolf of all now is the one that shattered the jaws of Ulric and dismayed the darkness. That's you, isn't it, Einhold? Einhold got to his feet. The throbbing pain in his wrenched forearm was terrible. Yes, that's me, Father. What of it? Do you mean that somehow I have become more than I was before? That my action has bestowed some particular significance upon me? Einhold fought to keep fear from his voice, but true fear was what he felt. Nothing in the holy shrine reassured him. The old priest's words disquieted him in ways he could not even begin to explain. You talk as if I am now invested with some power. The history of our temple, our empire, even the world itself, is full of men who have become more than men by their deeds. Champions, saviors, heroes. Few choose such roles.
Fewer still are ready to deal with what it really means. Your actions have made you a hero. That is your destiny. The blood of heroes is more holy than that of mortal men. In the invisible world, such men are luminous.
Einhold opened his mouth to speak, but his voice died. He shivered, his breath shallow and fast. Invisible world. Just this dawn past, in the temple, I told you what the magician had said to me. Told you he said the invisible world knew me too. Said it had told him my name. You told me to forget it, to dismiss it as nonsense. Now you echo his words. You misunderstood me, Templar. I don't think I did. What is this, Father? What game are you playing? Calm yourself. There is no game. In the name of Ulric, Father, what are you saying to me? You simply need to understand your destiny more than most men. Seek that, and your mind will find peace. How? The old priest paused. Ulric always amazes me, brother. To some, he gives the question, while to others, he gives the answer. What does that mean? Einhold barked, yet louder and angrier than before. The old man in his cowled gown held up his arms in a calming gesture. His limbs quaked and shook, so very frail. Ulric has given the question to you. He has left the answer to others. Einhold grabbed the priest by the front of his tunic and held him tight so that the old man gasped inside his cowl. His breath stank of age and putrescence. Einhold tried to look into the darkness of the cowl, but light seemed to refuse to enter. Which others? You're hurting me, wolf brother. My old bones. Which others? Morgenstern. Morgenstern knows. Einhold cast the old priest aside and rushed out of the chapel. Those panthers, wolves, and worshippers of Ulric present in the temple were perplexed to see a wolf Templar rushing from the regimental chapel and out towards the door, evading each pool of shadow and following the lances of sunlight shining in through the western windows. Einhold almost collided with Aric on the steps of the temple. Morgenstern! Where is he? Einhold? Morgenstern! Aric! Where is he? Off duty, old friend. You know what that means. Einhold spun away from Aric, almost throwing the younger knight to the floor as he raced away. There was no sign of him in the split veil, or the copper shiners. The Swan in Sail had seen him a week Tuesday, and he had a tab to pay. The surly staff in the Drowned Rat said he'd been in early, supped a few, and then heaved his bulk out, saying he was heading down to the stews in Altcartier. Altcartier. With Vespers approaching and the sun heaving sideways in the sky, Einhold descended the steep streets and curling mossy steps of Middenheim, past late-goers chasing homewards or barwards as the sun set. It became increasingly difficult for him to dodge the shadows. He hugged the eastern side of every curving street and alley, hungrily keeping to the last shafts of sunlight shafting over the roofs opposite. He avoided 3 streets completely because evening shadow had blanketed them entirely, but he kept on. You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows. The cutpurse, its beckoning lamps shining, early yet, late sunlight splashing the edges of the street. He kept to the light, a fever in his brain now, bursting in through the bar door so sharply that all present looked round at him. Morgenstern! Here an hour since. Now off to the Cocky Dame, said a bar girl who knew her employer didn't want any trouble with the temple. Einhold was running now, running like a lone wolf hunted by a pack of hounds. The pain in his dangling arm was forgotten, or blanked at least. He eked out every thread of sunlight in his path, skirting round the rapidly growing shadows of the early autumn evening. Thunder in the distant sky, like hooves. He hurtled into the Cocky Dame, lower on the city slopes, deeper in Altkartier. Einhold smashed 2 drinkers off their bench as he slammed in through the curtained door. He picked them up, tossing coins from his purse into cursing, scabby faces which bit off their snarls in alarm when they saw who had unseated them.
"The wolf, Morgenstern! Is he here?"
The chief barmaid was a powdered, dissolute sow with several black teeth, a stained balloon cap and a scent of week-old sweat not even a whole bottle of perfume could mask, though that's how much she'd clearly applied. She grinned a lascivious domino grin and propped her low-cut bosom up under her arms and pushed it out at him.
"No, my fine wolf, but there are more interesting things in the... Ow!"
He had pushed her and her pallid frontage aside.
"Where's Morgenstern?"
He snarled into the face of the barman, grabbing the startled bruiser by the collar of his patched jerkin. Einhold yanked the man off his feet and over the bar top towards him on his chest, scattering earthenware jugs and pewter cups.
"Gone! Not here!"
the barman stammered, trying to wrestle free from this mad wolf, gazing up in true fear. The tavern all around fell silent. Brawls were common, but to see a temple wolf in full armour and pelt, blood mad, that was a frightening novelty.
"Where?" "Some new place down in the old quarter. Opened just a few days ago. I heard him say he wanted to try it out."
"What new place?"
"I forget. Remember, Ulric, damn you. The Destiny, that's what they call it, the Destiny. Used to be something else. Now it's the Destiny."
Einhold threw himself out of the Cocky Dame and skidded to a halt. He had grabbed at the barman with his wounded arm, unthinking. Now renewed pain coursed in his limb like fire. He should have been calmer, taken Gruber's advice, had it seen to. There would have been time enough for this madness on the morrow. Time and safety. Now the sun was done. Vespers had just struck. The shadows were everywhere. Long shadows of evening, black smudges of twilight, dark stains of night. Daylight was a vague departing twinkle above the glowering blind roofline, far out of his reach, even if his arm had been sound. Einhold turned, panting hard. He reached up to grab one of the lamps hanging outside the Cocky Dame, then winced and pulled back with a curse. Spitting to clear his mouth, he reached out again, more gingerly, now with his good arm, folding his damaged limb against his breastplate. He lifted the lamp off its hook and held it above him. Light surrounded him. He cast just the smallest shadow, a little pool under his feet. Raising the lamp high, he hurried down the Altkartier street, pulse throbbing, arm aching, mind tumbling. After a while, he yearned to change hands with the lantern, but his bruised forearm was worse than useless. Sweat pricked his skin as he maintained the effort of keeping the lamp aloft. It was brass and lead glass, as heavy as a hammer. Twice he had to set it down on the cobbles and crouch into its light, resting his overstressed arm. By the twitching light, round the next steep corner, he saw the newly painted sign, the Destiny, one of the festering one-room stews in the grimmest Altkartier slums, changing hands and identities almost from day to day. Destiny. He chuckled at the irony despite himself. He had found his destiny all right. Einhold pushed in through the draped doors.
"Morgenstern! Morgenstern of the Temple!"
he barked, swinging the lamp around. In the flickering gloom, various drinkers slid away from him and removed themselves from the attention of his questing light. He pushed further into the stink, half stumbling over a discarded wooden board in the gloom. The old signboard of the inn, its previous identity taken down when the new management took over. He was at the bar now, a row of lacquered barrels with a teak plank on the top. He slammed the lamp down on the teak, smashing a bowl.
"Morgenstern!"
he gasped out of breath into the faces of the staff.
"No Morgenstern here, Templar. But if your name is Einhold, there's a fellow yonder waiting for you."
Waving the lamp like his own personal totem, Einhold glanced around. At the end of the bar he saw the old priest. How in the name of Ulric had the old, lame man got here ahead of him? How had he known? "Father, what is this, Father?"
"An end to things, Einhold."
"What? Want a drink?" asked the barman convivially, moving close. Einhold pushed him away roughly. "What do you mean, Father?" The old priest's voice rose out of his robes, pungent and sallow.
"You were the wolf that destroyed the spell, broke the teeth of Ulric, saved your city."
"Yes, Father."
"Good. It can be only you. You are the most guilty."
"What?"
"You are my truest foe. I could not touch you in the temple, but now I have chased you out into the shadows where you are vulnerable at last."
The skeletal priest slowly turned towards Einhold. The cowl flopped back. Einhold was appalled by what was revealed underneath. He was a wolf Templar and a servant of Ulric, who had fought beastmen and things of the darkness. And still, he had never seen anything so monstrous. Einhold backed away.
"Look,"
said the unliving thing that had masqueraded as the priest. It gestured with a claw at the discarded signboard Einhold had stumbled over. He saw what it said.
"You are a brave man. Stay out of the shadows."
Einhold started to cry out, but the rake-thin creature under the cowl suddenly moved so very fast. A blur. Einhold knew what was coming. It was like the moment. Like the point of the old dream. The moment that had always woken him dry-mouthed and wet-skinned every night for 20 years. The impact. Einhold saw his own blood spray the dark, dirty bar top beside him. He heard thunder outside, hooves of the riders come to carry him away to the invisible world where lost souls like Drago and Shorak had found their miserable destinies. Einhold, life spilling out of him like water from a shattered flask, fell across the old signboard. His blood. Hero's blood. More holy than that of mortal men, gushed across the faded lettering he had read. "Welcome to the Shadows drinking house."
"Stay out of the shadows."
The thing stood over him, blood dripping from its ancient soot-blackened, sharpened finger bones. The figures in the dim bar around it, patrons and bar staff alike, collapsed as one, like puppets with their strings cut. They had all been dead for hours now anyway. Its eyes glowed once, twice. Coral pink. Mondstill. Hammers of Ulric. Part 1. It seems to me now, looking back on that fiercely hard winter, that the evil which swarmed over us was a long, long time coming. A destiny for Middenheim, perhaps. Destiny can be that cruel. I have seen the hand marks of destiny on the poor frames of countless men and women who have come into my care. Angry stab wounds, mindless battery, jealous beatings. In the service of Morr, I have been witness to the manifold unkindnesses of destiny. It has dealt me poorly too, back when I was a merchant, before I took the way of the dead. Death is cruel, but life is crueler. Hard, cold, unforgiving, like a bleak Mondstill at its most savage. There are those that fight against it. Gans.
Worthy Gantz and his valiant crew. The servant girl, Lenya. The street thief, Kreutzer. Morr looked to them. Ulric too. Sigmar, Shalya, hell, any of them. Any of those feeble gods high up in their invisible world who claim to watch over us, but who simply watch us. Watch us. Watch our pain. Watch our discomfort. Watch our ends. Like the crowd in the bear pit on West Veg, cheering us to our tormented doom. I've had my fill of gods and the invisible world. I've had my fill of this life and any other. I am a man of death. I stand at the brink of it all, watching like the gods and the demons. They all cheer, you know. Gods and demons alike. They all cheer. From the papers of Dieter Brossman, priest of Morr. Winter armed the city for war. Frost as thick as a dagger's blade coated every surface, and icicles as sharp as swords hung from every eave and awning. Snow, like fleece under armour, swaddled the rooftops tightly under the plate mail of ice. War was coming. Far to the west along the borders, the noble armies of Bretonnia were chafing for the spring, anxious to assault the empire. The recent loss of Countess Sophia of Altdorf a perfect excuse. Though rounds of ambassadors shuttled back and forth, no one really doubted that come next spring, nations would be in conflict. News had also drifted in that beast packs were rising in the ice forests of the Dragvald, making huge numbers, stinking the air with their scent, harrying settlements and townships. They'd never risen in Monstil before. It was as if something huge and dark and redolent with the reek of evil was drawing them out of their woodland haunts. Armoured for war, shivering, nervous, Middenheim crouched on top of the aching cold of the Fauschlag rock and waited for its suffering. Only a very few rare souls knew that the real war would be fought within. Watch Captain Stutt was warming his numb hands at a feeble brazier in the guard post on Bergenbahn when he heard distant wailing trickling down through the frosty Oster district. It was past midnight. "Sigmar spank me! Not now," he hissed. Fowles, Blagel, and Fitch, his companions on the late watch, looked around at him unenthusiastically. "Fouts, come with me. You two stay in here," he told them. Blagel and Fitch looked relieved. Yes, like they wanted to go outside. Stutt pulled on his mittens, placed his leather cap on his bald scalp, and took up his pole arm and his lamp. He thought about adding his barbet, but the idea of the cold cheek guards against his face was intolerable. "Come on, Fouts. What are you buggering about at?" Fouts got his gloves on and picked up his pike. "Coming, Captain." "We won't be but a moment," Stutt told Blagel and Fitch, like they cared. He opened the door. The fierce cold of Monstil cut down into him like a glass portcullis. He gasped. He heard Fouts groan beside him. The night air was clear and crystal hard. Stutt pulled the watch-post door close behind them, and they shuffled out to meet the winter darkness. The captain stopped for a moment and listened to the cold, hoping desperately that whatever the trouble was, it had died down, or had been his imagination, or had at any rate frozen solid. But there it was once more. The wailing, the fear. "Come on, let's see to it," Stutt said to his lieutenant, and they clumped off over the frosty cobbles and crisp patches of lying snow, leaving the only sets of tracks. They followed the sounds to the next turn in the road, where the street to the left dropped away steeply down a stairway flanked by snow-flecked overhanging houses. There, the shivering sounds ebbed away for a moment. "Up there," Fouts suggested, gesturing with his pike to the right.
He wiped his watering nose on the back of his glove. Stutt shook his head.
No, down there, down towards the college.
They hurried down the steps as best they could, going gingerly because of the rime ice under the snow. Last thing Stutt wanted was to brain himself, going arse over end on the Ostweg stairs in the middle of the night. Ahead, in the slit of sky visible between the steep townhouses on either side, they could begin to see the noble grey dome of the Royal College of Music, iced with snow that reflected the moonlight, so that it glowed like a small half-moon itself. The shriek came again, from an alley hard to the left of the foot of the stairs. Needles of ice hung from the low-arched gate of the alleyway.
That came from the wolf hole,
Stutt said. There was a small street shrine dedicated to Ulric a little further in that direction. The alley brought them into a small crossroads square, where 5 alleys met. In the centre sat the wolf hole shrine, a font-like bowl of black stone with a small graven image of a wolf's head raised on a plinth in the middle. Traders and local householders would leave lit candles, coins, or votive offerings of flowers and herbs on the lip of the shrine as they went about their daily lives. Tonight, in the coldest hour of darkness, someone had left another kind of offering altogether. Blood, dark as wine, spattered the snow around the wolf hole. The first body, a middle-aged man in his nightshirt, was draped over the font so that his head, arms, and shoulders were under the water level inside the bowl. Whether he had drowned before the back of his torso had been ripped away was not clear. The second, a woman in a torn brocade surcoat, lay at his feet. She was twisted into a posture even the contortionists in the Mummers' Company would have found impossible to mimic. The third, another man in the black doublet and hose of a merchant, lay on his back a few yards from the wolf hole. He had no face left to be known by. The snow was speckled in all directions with blood, and with bloody scuff marks where heavy feet had moved and churned. Stutt and Faltz stood together, speechless, viewing the scene. The captain shivered, but for the first time that night it wasn't from cold. He forced his mind to think, his body to move. He was city watch, damn it. He had a job to do. Left! Left! He hissed at Faltz, with the curt swing of the lantern, as he himself stalked around the right-hand side of the wolf hole, pole arm held out straight and ready in his left hand. This was recently done. Steam rose from the wounds. Stutt saw that the blood had been used. Markings had been daubed on the font bowl and on the statue of Ulric. Letters. Words. Others had been marked on the walls surrounding the little crossyard. Murder. Desecration. Stutt swallowed hard. He thought about sending Faltz back to the guard post to rouse the others so they could investigate in well-armed numbers. A good thought, but that would mean being left here alone, which was a truly bad one. Faltz pointed. A trail of blood led down one of the adjacent alleys. They followed it, boots crunching on the frost. Another moan, a half-shriek from up ahead. "Gods!" Stutt snarled, and plunged down the alley at a trot, Faltz at his heels. The doors of a house to the right, a well-appointed, respectable townhouse, had been kicked in and splintered. More bloody words daubed the walls and wood. Inside, firelight, loose and spreading, danced. Someone was shrieking. They pushed inside. The hall had been ransacked and defaced. 2 more bodies, hacked beyond the point of recognition, were piled inside the door, spreading a lake of cherry-bright blood across the floorboards. A lamp had been smashed, and flames were taking hold of the newel post and lower risers of the staircase and the tapestries along one wall. The air was full of acrid ash smoke, and firelight flared and flickered in Stutt's vision. He didn't even think to notice how nice the warmth was. A woman, her clothing ripped and bloody, was cowering on the floor by a door beneath the stairs. She shuddered and moaned, and every now and then rasped out a thin shriek of pain and fear. Stutt ran to her, bending low. She was bruised and had a cut to her arm, but he could make out no greater injury than that. As he leant by her, she glanced up in surprise and flinched in terror, pulling back from his touch.
"Easy, easy. You're safe now. I'm a captain of the watch. Who did this? Is he still here?"
Her pale, bruised, tear-stained face regarded him almost blankly. Her lips quivered.
"Ergin! Where's Ergin?"
she asked suddenly, tremulously.
"Ergin?
My husband! Where is he? Ergin? Ergin!"
Her voice began to rise into a panicked wail. Stutt tried to calm her. Her screams were piercing his nerves. He glanced around, saw where Faltz had set aside his pike and was trying to beat down the flames with the length of the tapestry he had pulled down. Stutt was about to call to him and tell him to send out for the fire watch when he saw the figure on the stairs, creeping down towards them. A man, or at least a shape of a man, covered in darkness and crouched like a wild beast. There were only 3 bright things about him, 3 things which flashed in the flamelight. His wide, white-staring eyes, and the steel hand-axe in his grip.
"Faltz!"
Stutt bawled as the figure pounced, throwing itself off the lower landing of the staircase down onto the fire-beating watchman. The woman shrieked, louder and more hysterically than before, probably prompted as much by the volume of Stutt's roar as anything she had seen. Faltz looked up in time enough to raise his arms in defence. The figure flew into him, and they both smashed over onto the floor. The slicing axe skidded off the mailed shirt of the cursing, struggling watchman. Faltz fought to get the demon off him, but both were now wrestling in the lake of blood from the corpses that covered the floor, and they slipped and thrashed, unable to get purchase, spraying red droplets into the air. Stutt charged in, his boots also slipping on the gore. As he closed, he realized why the figure seemed so dark. It was drenched from head to toe in blood. It soaked the clothes, matted the hair, stained the skin. Not his own, Stutt thought. He didn't dare risk a thrust with his polearm for fear of striking Faltz. Instead, Stutt brought the haft of it down like a flail across the attacker's back. The pole broke loudly, and the bestial figure convulsed with an animal yelp and tumbled off Faltz. But it still had the axe. Faltz had taken a gouge to his ribs and was clutching it as he looked round and yelled, "Kill it! Kill it! In the name of Sigmar, Captain!" Stutt had 2 feet of pole with the blade head still attached. He faced the creature, low and set. The figure had turned its entire malevolent attention onto him.
"Put it down! Put the cleaver down!"
Stutt ordered, in a practiced bass tone that had ended a good few tavern brawls before the body count could escalate into double figures. He could hear Faltz's pain-inspired urgings, but he still felt he had to try. A hand-to-hand fight with a maniac was the last thing anyone needed at this hour of the night.
"Put it down! Now!"
If the blood-soaked thing had any intention of putting the axe down, it was down through Stutt's head. It leapt right at him, axe raised, howling a noise Stutt would never forget.
"You idiot!"
he managed to spit, just before the figure cannoned into him and knocked his breath out. The flailing axe smacked into Stutt's temple and spun his head round as they went over. Simultaneously, the blade head of Stutt's polearm punched right through the killer's torso, driven as much by the figure's momentum as by Stutt's muscle power. Stutt landed on his back, the impaled killer thrashing out its death throes on top of him, wild and frenzied, like someone suffering a brain fit. Stutt felt the body go limp at last. He felt the blood from his pain-wrenched head pouring down into his eyes.
"Fine night to go leaving your barbard in the guard post," he thought, and passed out.
Kreutzer was huddled in a corner of the drowned rat, wrapped in his velvet cloak. When frost actually began to form on his glass, he realized it was late enough. He tossed coins onto the table and shambled out into the painfully cold street. The moons were up, winter moons, curled like claws. There was something about this winter that chilled him beyond the weather. Everywhere talk was of bad omens and ill portents, of gathering war and rising darkness. The same talk as every day, every year actually. But now it seemed different. It was no longer the doom-mongering of the gloomy drunks at the crowded bars, the nerve-jangled alarmists in the gaming dens, or the crafty soothsayers working their business. It was real. It was an ill time, and Kreutzer didn't like the feel of it at all. There were stories doing the rounds, from the stews of Altkartier to the exclusive drinking halls of the Nordgarten. Spook stories. Stories of vile murder, lunacy, and strange phantoms in the snow. It was said a respectable butcher in the Altmarkt had run mad with a skinning knife the day before, killing 2 of his employees and 3 of his fellow traders before the watch had cut him down. A novice sister at the Temple of Shalia had hanged herself from the hands of the water clock in Sudgarten, stopping the mechanism forever at the hour of midnight. In the stables of the coach runners on Neumarket, the animals had gone into frenzies the night before the first snows, and ripped and bitten at each other in the narrow barns. 2 had died, and 4 more had been destroyed. Moreover, luminous balls and arcs of green fire, like trapped lightning, had played around the towers of the Temple of Myrmidia for half an hour 2 sunsets past. People said shades had been seen to walk in Morr's Park. A terrible smell of charnel corruption had invaded the office of the city clerics and driven the staff out, pale and bilious. Grotesque faces had been seen, for an instant, pressed to windows or in household mirrors. In the cut-purse tavern, a water stain in the shape of a howling face had seeped into the plaster wall of the pot-room, and no amount of scrubbing could wash it out. 3 men, known personally to Kreutzer, had seen old relatives, long dead, standing over their beds when they woke, misty and screaming silently before vanishing. Some even said there was plague in the Altkartier. Certainly, winter ague and influenza was rife. It was winter, after all. But plague? That bred in the hot seasons, in the stink and the flies. The cold was its enemy, surely. And death? Common currency in Middenheim. But even by the city's wretched standards, murder and violence was alarmingly common. An ill time indeed. Kreutzer looked up into the darkness, at the twinkling ominous stars. He wished sometimes he could read the wisdom others told him was indelibly written there. Even without such skills, he saw only threat in the faraway lights. Perhaps he should consult a star reader. But did he really want to know what was coming? He moved off, down the icy lane. Almost at once, although he had been sure he was alone in the side street, he felt there was a presence beside him, a panting exuberance. He looked round, his hand on his dagger grip. No one. His mind playing tricks. Too many scare stories, too much imagination, and far too little wine. But it was still there. Unmistakable. A breath. An invisibility that shadowed his movements, just unseen, always behind him. It reminded him of... Now, that was just stupid. It was only because the boy had been on his mind of late. But the breath again, just at his heels. He whipped around, suddenly very sober, his dagger drawn. "Weezer? Come on, Kreutzer! It's there to be taken!" Kreutzer started, but there really was no one there. Just a winter wind hissing through the arches and doorways around him. He shuddered and headed for his bed. At the Graf's palace high on the rock, ceremonial banners fluttered stiffly, weighed down with frost. Large black iron braziers burned at the great gate and lined the length of the entrance drive. 2 horsemen on war steeds rattled past the guards without breaking stride and flew down that line of fire. Inside the palace, Lenya was kneeling in a passageway near the main hall, warming her hands illicitly on a back grate of the main kitchen chimney flue. She was resting, secretly for a moment. The chief domestics had forced the staff to work flat out all evening for some important unnamed event. She froze in the gloom as she heard a tick-tack coming down the stone passage, and pulled herself into hiding behind a chilly suit of display armour. The chamberlain, Bruegel, limped past her, not noticing the lowly servant girl far away from her business and area of the palace. Bruegel strode into the wide, cold space of the main entrance, his silver-headed cane chipping time in rhythm with his steps. He stopped. "He thinks no one can see him," grinned Lenya from hiding. She had to stifle her laughter as she saw him adjust his ribboned wig and exhale onto a palm in front of his face to test his breath. The riders drew up outside. One stayed with the horses, the other strode in, slamming open the great doors of the hallway. Gantz, commander of White Company, paused for a moment on the threshold and kicked the ice off his sabatons, rolled spurs and greaves against the door jamb. Bruegel observed this disdainfully, watching the ice hunk skitter away from the Knight Templar's leg armour across the polished marble floor. "Someone will have to clear that up," he said snidely to Gantz as he paced forward, his cane end clicking. "I'm sure," Gantz said, not really listening. "The palace is honoured by a visit from the worthy temple, but I'm afraid the Graf has retired for the night. He is expecting important guests early tomorrow and needs his rest. You must return tomorrow. Later tomorrow." Bruegel steepled his fingers together, his cane tucked under his armpit, bowing gravely. "I'm not here to see His Highness. I was sent for. Find me von Volk." There was a pause. Bruegel looked stiffly at the expectant Gantz. "Find you?" Gantz stepped forward towards the chamberlain. "Yes. Wasn't it clear enough? Find me von Volk." Bruegel backed away from the huge knight. He looked like he was choking on something utterly distasteful. "My dear sir, you can't come in here at the dead of night and demand such things of the royal chamberlain, even if you are a Knight of Ulric." Bruegel smiled his most courtly smile, the smile that said he was the true master here, a smile that had broken courtly love matches, ruined careers, and terrified 3 generations of household staff. Gantz seemed stunned for a moment. He turned away. Then he snapped back, fixing the chamberlain with a stare as hot as the sun itself. "I'll tell you what I can do. I'm charged with the power of the exalted Ulric to serve the temple and Ulric and the Graf. I'll come in here any time I damn well please, and all the royal chamberlains will scurry hither and yon until my will is done. Understand?" he added for good measure. Bruegel's astonished mouth made several unsuccessful vowel sounds as he stepped back. From her cover, Lenya grinned a triumphant smile. "I do believe Herr Bruegel is going to wet his breeches," she thought. "This is priceless." "He understands all right, Wolf," a voice rang out from the far side of the hall. Von Volk, flanked by 2 other Knights Panther, strode out across the marble to greet Gantz. Von Volk had his ornamental crested helm under his arm, his head bare, while the other 2 were regally adorned, with full close helms rising a foot above their scalps into gilded panther icons and crenellated fans. Gantz and von Volk met in the middle of the hall, armour clashing as they smacked gauntlets. Their smiles were genuine. Von Volk, it's good to meet you again under better circumstances. Gruber has spoken well of you. Gantz of the White, and I have spoken well of Gruber. They turned together and both looked darkly at the waiting chamberlain. Was there something? Asked von Volk. No, Sir Knight Panther, Bruegel began. Von Volk leaned into his face and snarled like a big cat. Then, go! Bruegel went, tic-tac, tic-tac, as fast as his cane could pace. I apologize for that self-important arse, von Volk said. None needed. I've known many of his type. Now, why the summons? Von Volk breezed his waiting men away with a flick of his hand. They backed off. Lenya craned to hear. The ambassadors from Bretonnia are arriving in the next few hours. His Highness the Graf wants their visit to be as secure as possible. None of us wants a war with Bretonnia, Gantz noted dourly. There's the point of it. There's sickness in the Panther barracks, an ague, a phlegmy fever. I've 17 men down, bedridden. How's your temple? Healthy, as yet. What would you have us do? Support us. When the ambassadors arrive, security will be our foremost need. I haven't the men. I'm hoping the temple wolves will reinforce us. Our Ulric has told me to provide you with everything you need, Panther. Consider it a pledge of strength. Lenya almost spilled out of her hiding place as she leaned to hear the last of this. This is terrible, she thought. This is truly terrible. Plague, disease, foreign invaders. I'll go and marshal my men, Gantz said to von Volk, and saluted as the 3 Panthers exited. Gantz stood alone in the middle of the hall for a moment, then looked directly at Lenya's hiding place. I can see you, milkmaid. Don't worry, Draken will be amongst the troops I send. Try not to distract him. Gantz turned and left through the main doors to his waiting horse. Lenya sighed. How the hell does he do that? By the torchlight, Gruber looked down at the Wolf-Hole shrine. Abruptly he knelt and, head bowed, uttered a prayer of blessing in its direction. I didn't know what to do, sir, said the watch captain with the bandaged head from behind him. I didn't know if I should clean it off. Gruber stood and turned, his gold-edged grey armour gleaming in the torchlight. You did right, Captain, and valiantly. Just did my job, Stutt said. In exemplary fashion. Gruber smiled. But the smile was hollow, Stutt noticed. Shell! Caspen! Hold that crowd back! Gruber called sharply to the wolves who edged the small yard of the Wolf-Hole, facing the gathering, anxious crowds. Gruber followed the bald watch captain down the alley to the invaded townhouse. This is where you killed it? He asked mildly. With my broken pole, sir, Stutt replied, holding his gore-caked weapon up. Very nice. There is a matter of... Of what? Asked Gruber. Of... jurisdiction. A shrine of Ulric has been abominably desecrated. Can there be a question? Stutt thought about the words, and then about how big and armoured the wolves were, and then about how he'd had quite enough of fighting this night. All yours, he said to the wiry veteran Gruber, and took a pace back. Gruber stepped into the townhouse. He cast a quick glance at the mashed corpses in their lake of blood. The fire had been put out, and neighbours were consoling the weeping woman. The murderer lay in the middle of the floor, the hole Stutt's weapon had made horribly visible. Ergin! My Ergin! Murmured the woman inconsolably. Your husband? Gruber asked, moving forward. Yes. Where is he? Gruber asked. The woman pointed to the ruined killer's corpse in the middle of the floor. There. Her husband did this. Gruber was amazed and appalled. The rumours of madness in Middenheim had seeped back to the temple quarters of late. Rumours of killing and insanity in shades. He hadn't believed a word of them until now. A robed, shrouded figure entered the room behind him. Gruber was about to cast a question when he recognized the man's office and simply bowed instead.
Gruber of Ulric.
Dieter Brossman of Morr. I was about to ask the circumstances of Morr's work here, but I see it plainly, Wolf. Gruber moved close to the hooded priest.
Father, I want to know everything about this act. All the details you can learn before you bury the shreds.
I will supply them. Come to me before nones, and I will have searched out the facts, such as they are.
Gruber nodded. These markings, the words daubed here on the wolf-hole basin, they mean nothing to me, but I sense their evil.
And I too, said the priest of Morr. I don't know what they mean either, but words written in fresh blood can hardly be good, can they? Just before dawn, the snow began to fall again, coating the city with a powder 2 or 3 inches thick. Up on the palaced rock, the entire household staff had been working through the small hours. Already ovens were lit and water barrels heating. Housemen, in pink silk liveries, were out with shovels, clearing the main approach drive and laying rock salt. Amongst them, Frankel paused, cursing at the starchy high collar of his new livery. All of the Margrave staff had been seconded to serve the Graf during this critical visit by the Bretonian ambassador. Like the royal bodyguard, too many of the palace staff were sick with the wretched winter ague. Throughout the palace, servants were at work, changing linen, scrubbing floors, polishing cutlerware, laying fires and wiping frost off the insides of the guest apartment window panes. The staff had all been wondering what was afoot since the moment Bruegel set them to work suddenly in the late evening as if it was early morning. A visit, that much was certain. When Lenya overheard Gantz and von Volk talking in the main hall, she became the only member of the domestic staff of a rank lower than Chamberlain to know the details, and she had no one to tell. Even now she was working as part of the house staff. She was alone and friendless. In the palace, that was. As she hurried down the west gallery with 2 buckets of warm water to replenish the girls working on the main staircase with hog brushes, she saw the snow out of the windows, settling down in the light of the braziers down the drive, and wondered how Kreutzer was faring on a night like this. Just before the chime of Vigilii, a detachment of wolf Templars rode up Palace Hill and in through the great gate, whipped by flakes, their thunderous hooves muffled by the snow. Aric led them, the banner roll of Ulric held high in his left hand. Behind him, Morgenstern, Draken, Anspach, Bruckner, and Dorf in a tight pack, and then a dozen more Templars, 6 each from red and grey companies. A Panther Knight at the gatehouse hailed them and directed them around the inner courtyard to the royal guardhouse. They reined up in the stone square before the guardhouse, the breath of their chargers steaming in the air. The horses trod uncomfortably on the unfamiliar depth of the snow cover. Uniformed pages, their cold faces as flushed pink as their silk coats, scurried out to grasp reins. Aric dismounted smartly and, flanked by Bruckner, Ulric from the grey, and Bertolf from the red, marched across the doorway where a squad of Knights Panther in full armour, torches raised high, waited for them under the portico. Aric saluted the lead Panther.
Aric of the White, bearer of the standard, the great wolf watch you, brother. Our Ulric, bless his name, has given me command of this reinforcement detail.
The lead Panther had raised his ornate gold visor. His face was stern and dark, and his flesh looked pasty and ill next to the rich gold and reds of his steepled crest.
I am Vogel, Captain, Graf's second own household. Sigmar bless you, Temple Knight. Herr Captain von Volk told me to expect you.
Aric sensed tension. The man seemed ill, and unlike von Volk, he still seemed to harbour some of the stiff rivalry that had become tradition between the Templars and the bodyguard. Relations between the wolves and panthers may have thawed in von Volk's eyes, mused Arik, but the old prejudices are deep-rooted.
"We appreciate the assistance of the temple in this fragile hour,"
Vogel went on, sounding anything but appreciative.
"Border scouts report the ambassador's party is just a few hours away, despite the snows, and the Brotherhood of Panthers is unmanned. Many of us are bedridden with the fever."
"We will say deliverance litanies for them. They are strong, robust men. They will survive." Arik sounded confident, but Vogel seemed unsteady as he turned to lead them in. The wolf leader could see dark tracks of sweat on the panther's exposed, pallid cheek. And there was a smell of rank, sickly sweat, of illness, half-cloaked in the pomander scent of the courtly knights. Vogel was not the only panther here who was sick. Ulric protect us too, Arik thought. It smells the way the city air does when the plague visits. And hadn't Ansbach reported some loose rumour about plague in the stews and slums? The Panther honour guard fell in behind Arik and Vogel, and the wolves followed en masse. They marched down a marble colonnade into the draughty main halls of the palace, where candles and, such luxury, oil lamps burned in wall sconces. For mile after mile, it seemed to Arik, in every direction down the tapestry and mirror-lined promenades. "Just tell us what you'd have us do, and we'll get to it," Arik said. "What duties would you have us perform?"
"I don't expect you wolves to have a working knowledge of this labyrinthine palace. The layout can be disconcerting to strangers."
Vogel seemed to enjoy the word strangers, as it emphasized the fact the noble wolves were on panther turf now.
"Don't stray, or you'll get lost. We need patrols to sweep the palace, so I'll draw them up from the panther companies. You Templars would do us a service if you agreed to stand watch on the guest apartments."
"It will be an honour to serve," Arik said. "Show us the area and places to watch." Vogel nodded. He waved up two of his knights. Their visors were shut, and they seemed like automatons to Arik. He had never realized before how much he appreciated the wolf custom of going to battle helmless, hair flying. Faces and expressions communicated a lot, particularly in the heat of war.
"Crass, Gwingol, show the wolves the layout of the guest quarters."
"Aye, sir," said Gwingol, or Crass. Who in Ulric's name could tell behind those golden grills? Vogel turned to Arik.
"Stand firm, wolf, all of you. The watchword is North Wind."
"North Wind."
"Repeat it only to your men. If any you meet can't provide it, detain them, or slay them. No exceptions."
"I understand," Arik said. Vogel saluted.
"May the day pass well," he said. "May none be found wanting."
"As you say," smiled Arik courteously. Vogel and his men turned and clanked away down the gallery, armour jingling. Arik turned to Gwingol and Crass. "Let's get on, shall we?" he asked. They nodded and strode forward. The wolves followed. "This place smells bad," whispered Bertolf of the Red.
"Like sickness,"
Bruckner agreed. "Like plague," Ulric said dourly. Behind them, in the ranks, Draken glanced uneasily at Morgenstern. "The grey wolf is right, isn't he? Plague." Morgenstern chuckled deeply, richly, stroking his vast cuirassed belly as he stomped down the hallway.
"Boy, you're too much the pessimist. Plague in this cold snap? Never. Ague, maybe,"
Dorf said suddenly from behind them, his directionless whistling drying up for once.
"Oh, ague! Yes, ague, perhaps that," Morgenstern chortled. "Since when did anyone ever die of the sneezes? Apart from the dozens who died last Yardrong?" Dorf asked. "Oh, shut up and whistle something cheerful," snapped Morgenstern. Sometimes morale was just too difficult to build. "What's the betting?" said Ansbach, who had been silent up until then. "What's the betting that this is the worst mess we've ever got into?" The Wolf Templars slammed to a halt, the White Company men bottling the red and grey behind them. Aric, with his Panther escort, had gone on a few more paces before he realised they had all stopped behind him, squabbling and confrontational. "I was only saying," Ansbach said. "Keep it to yourself," one of the Red Company snarled. "He's right," a grey Templar snapped. "Doom is coming to the Fauschlag." Others murmured agreement. "Plague. It's true," Draken said, wondering. "I've heard that," said another Red Wolf. "Thick and rife in the Altcartier stews." More agreement. "We're on the brink of disaster," said Ulric, shaking his head. Bertolf was beginning to explain something about ghosts walking the streets when Aric pushed past the bemused Panther escort and rounded on the gaggle of Templars. "Enough! Enough! This kind of talk defeats us all before we've even begun." Aric had thought his voice was fierce and commanding. This was his first duty as a commander, and he intended to prosecute it with all the firmness and vigour of Gantz. No, of Jürgen. He was going to prove himself a fine leader of men. But he found himself shouted down by arguing wolves, comments blasting back and forth quicker than he could counter them. A boiling hubbub of voices filled the passageway. Aric had anticipated some trouble from the men of the other companies put under his command, but he had expected the men of White to follow him. Now there was nothing but mayhem, fierce conversation, disruption, and no discipline. "Enough!" said a deep voice next to the increasingly frantic standard-bearer. Silence fell hard as an executioner's axe. All eyes turned to Morgenstern. Very softly, he said, "There's no plague. There's a touch of fever, but it will pass. And since when have we been afraid of rumours, eh? Eh? This great rock city has stood for 2,000 years. Will such a place fall in one night? I think not. Doom on all our heads? Never. Not when we have armour on our backs, weapons in our hands, and the spirit of Ulric to lift us." The silence was broken now as men of all wolf companies voiced their agreement with the great White Company ox. "Let's do what we have to do and make the morrow safe for all good souls. And the morrow after that. For the Graf. For our Ulric. For every man and woman in this beloved city." Morgenstern's throaty voice rose above the men's murmurings, like the holler of a hero of old. "Wolves of Ulric! Hammers of Ulric! Do we stand together, or do we waste the night with dispiriting rumour, eh?" They cheered. They all cheered. "Ulric, take me," Aric sighed. "I have a lot to learn." Gwingol and Crass showed them the layout of the guest block. Aric appointed duties to all of the 17 Templars in his command. He remembered, at a nudge from Morgenstern, to tell them the watchword. He was left at the main doors of the guest apartments with the portly soldier. "Thank you," he hissed, a full 3 minutes after he was sure they were alone. Aric, never thank me." Morgenstern turned to look at him, compassion in his huge bearded face. "I did as much for Jürgen when he was young." Aric looked at him. "In panic, no one listens to a commander. They listen to those in the ranks beside them. They know the truth comes from the common man. It's a trick. I'm glad I could help." "I'll remember this." "Good. I remember when old Vulls used it, back when I was a pup. Who knows? In years to come, you'll be the old ranking veteran who can do the same for another generation of scared cubs."
They both smiled. Morgenstern pulled a hip flask out from under his pelt.
"Shall we bless the night?"
he asked. Arik paused, then took the filled cap Morgenstern offered. They drank a shot together, Arik from the cap and Morgenstern from the flask, clinking both together before sipping.
"Ulric love you, Morgenstern,"
Arik whispered, wiping his mouth and handing the cap back to the big wolf. "I'll do a circuit of the men. Make sure they're all in place." Morgenstern nodded. Arik slid away down the passageway. As soon as the standard-bearer was gone, Morgenstern sank back against the door jamb and knocked back a deep swallow from the flask. His hands were trembling. Plague, yes. Doom, yes. Death to them all, certainly. It had taken all his strength to speak out, to keep Arik's position as leader. But in his great heart, he knew. He knew. This was the end of everything. Kreutzer awoke in the last hours of the night. His low, spare attic was cold as hell. His scar itched damnably. He tried to remember what had woken him. A dream. Weezer. He had been telling Kreutzer something. Weezer had been standing next to the Graf, and the Graf hadn't seen him. Something about the serpent, the self-biting monster, the world-eater. Kreutzer shook so hard he had to crawl across the attic boards and pour a drink from the flask on the table. It was chilly, almost icy. Only the lead weight of the liquor had kept it from freezing. He swilled it down, and the heat of the drink hit the back of his gullet. "Weezer, what were you trying to tell me? What were you trying to tell me?" Nothing. Silence. Yet something was there. The trinket. Was that it? The ceremonial necklace, or something else? Mist floated around him. His limbs felt hard and rigid with the cold. He took another drink. It warmed everything above his throat, and everything else was rigid and dead. Lenya. He remembered now. "Lenya, you want me to watch for your sister. She's in danger." That was no problem. Defending Lenya was something he didn't feel was an arduous task. Renaud take that wolf of hers. Lenya. Then he realized, or remembered, or simply imagined, what Weezer had really been trying to tell him from the quiet world of phantoms. It wasn't just Lenya, though she was important. It was everyone. It was Middenheim. It was the whole city. He got up, pulling on his leather breeches and jerkin. His face was troubled, but he was not shaking anymore. First light came, pale and clear, the sky a translucent blue. Snow lay a foot thick on the countryside and the city. Only the sheer black sides of the rock were free of it. A train of gilt carriages and emblemed outriders churned up the southern viaduct, now just recently repaired, and flew in through the gate, puffing up sheets of snow. Holding the regal pennants of Bretonnia high, the vanguard of knights stormed up through the empty streets, leading the convoy of coaches towards the palace. At the great gate, an honour guard of Panther knights was mounted, and they turned to ride in with the speeding coaches. As the hurtling procession reached the entry yard, and pink-clad pages with torches ran out to form a fan of fire to greet the honoured visitors, Houseman rolled out a velvet carpet to the footrest of the ambassador's carriage. Nones was yet to strike as Gruber led Gantz in through the porch of the Temple of Morr. They looked up at the burned sections of the eerie temple and the stretches that artisans were beginning to rebuild, many covered in tarpaulins against the weather. The day was clear and very cold, snow threatening again. Behind them, the escort detail of Schell, Schiffer, Caspen, and Lowenherz. Brother Olaf admitted them into the factorum. The chamber was a cold, dank place, vaulted, smelling fiercely of astringent lavender water and embalming fluids. Under the swinging ceiling lamps, Father Dieter looked up from the body on the cold slab as the wolf knights entered, rowel spurs clinking on the hard steps. Gruber led them down the steps into the dark chamber. Even he was unnerved by the plinth slabs and the cold air, and the shrouded corpses laid out on those blocks. He had seen Father Dieter once before, in Oster Street by the Wolf Hole. Now Gruber saw him unhooded, a tall, grim man, tonsure-headed, his eyes clear and cold, as if driven by some great old regret. Dieter looked up.
Wolf Brother Gruber. Father, this is Gans, my commander.
Gans approached the priest of Morr and made a brief, respectful bow.
What can you show us of this horror, Father? He asked simply.
Dieter led them across to the slab in the centre of the room, where a male corpse lay naked. The only distinguishing mark, as Gans could see, was the wound through the white chest.
The Wolf Hole killer,
the priest said quietly, his hand flowing out to indicate the body.
He was covered from head to foot in the blood of others when he came in. I have washed the corpse.
What has it told you? Gruber asked.
Look here.
The priest ushered Gans and Gruber closer, indicating the sunken features of the dead man.
When all the blood was gone, and despite the rigour, I saw a sallowness, a pale, sweaty pain.
Meaning?
This man was sick. Very sick. Out of his mind.
How can you be so sure? Asked Gans.
Because he's not the first like it I've had in here. Or the last. He was sick, Brother Gans. Death sick. Madness was in him.
And is that why he attacked and murdered? Gruber asked.
Most likely.
And the desecrations? On the Wolf Hall and the house? Asked Gruber. The priest of Morr opened a small chapbook.
Like you, I didn't recognize them, but I took them down carefully. I have since compared them to writings in our librarium.
And?
They are names. The script is antique and thus curious to our eyes, but the names are common. The names of people, citizens. Amongst them, the name of our killer here, Ergin. Also, the names of his brother's wife, his neighbour, and 3 others who lived in the quarter nearby.
A roll call of the dead, breathed Lowenherz quietly.
Indeed,
the priest said, looking up sharply, as if surprised by the wolf's insight.
Or a roll of those that would be dead, if we assume they were written by the killer. A list, then, almost a celebration of the sacred murder.
Gans frowned.
Sacred? What was sacred about that act?
The priest smiled slightly, though it reminded Gans of the way a dog smiles before it bites.
Not in our terms, Commander. I meant no blasphemy. But can you not see how this was a ritual thing? A ritual crafted by madness? The setting, for instance. It was more than chance that the murders desecrated a shrine holy to the patron deity of this city.
Have you seen this before? Gans asked.
Yes, twice now. Twice in the last 2 days. A butcher ran amok in the Altmarkt, exhibiting similar signs of fever madness. He had gouged the names of his 5 victims and himself in a side of meat hanging from his awning. Also, a scrivener in Freiburg at the start of the week just before the snows. 3 dead there, stabbed with a quill knife before the man threw himself from a window. Again, the fever madness. Again, the names. The killer and his 3 victims entered into a ledger the scrivener was working on in a delicate copperplate hand.
Again, the ritual, Lowenherz said, uneasy.
Quite so. However, the incident at the Wolf Hole last night was a little different in one respect. There were more names on the walls than victims at the scene. You checked this? I made inquiries.
A priest with the instincts of an inquisitor, mused Gruber, almost smiling.
I can't be sure,
Father Dieter said, apparently ignoring the remark.
If it was simply that Ergin was stopped by the Valiant Watch before he could reach his quota, or if the madness is causing the afflicted to inscribe other names down.
Other names? Asked Lowenhertz.
A roll call of the dead, you called it yourself. Who can say when the killing might stop?
Gans was pacing now, his hands to his brow in thought.
Slow down, Father. Let me try and take this in.
Something you just said fills me with great alarm.
Has anything I have just said not?
Asked the priest mildly. Gans turned to face him, pointing a finger as he locked onto the specific thought.
You said if the madness is causing the afflicted to do this. I am no doctor of physic, but I know enough to realize a disease, an ague, doesn't direct purpose. That there is a brain fever in Middenheim so dire it can drive men to bestial rages I can accept. But one that guides them on a particular course, sets their agenda, their ritual, as you call it, makes them perform the same way, makes them use the same old script. It beggars belief. No ague does that.
Quite so, Brother Gans.
But I never said it was a natural ague.
The factorum was quiet for a moment as this sunk in. The priest and the wolves were as silent and unmoving as the dead around them. Gruber broke the still air at last with a low curse.
Ulric, damn me. Magic.
Father Dieter nodded, pulling a shroud over the body of Ergin.
I've had my fill of that this year already, Gruber added. Have you?
The priest asked, suddenly and sharply interested.
You're not alone. A dark undertow of the foulest sorcery has pervaded this city since Yardrung last. I have experienced it personally, and that is one of the clues for me.
Another of the names, daubed on the wall near the Ulric shrine.
Gilbertus. In the early year, just before Mittefrul, I had dealings with one who called himself that. He was trying to pervert this holy temple in the service of the darkest magic of all.
Where is he now? Shell asked, not really wanting to know.
Dead. Appropriately, as his name appeared in Ergin's list.
And the others? Asked Lowenhertz.
The priest consulted his chapbook again. Common names, as I said. Beltzman, Ruger, Alfgang, Faber. I know a Faber, and he still lives, but it may not be him. Vogel, Dunst, Gorhaf. And another. Curious, as it was written twice. That name is Einhold. All the wolves froze.
Gans felt a trickle of ice sweat bead down his brow. Lowenhertz made a warding sign and looked away.
Does that mean anything to you? I see it does. Commander!
The agitated Caspian gasped, his face shockingly pale under his mane of red.
Gans silenced him with a raised hand.
What else? Gans asked, stepping towards the priest and trying to master his own nerves. He wanted to stay circumspect until he had got the measure of this dour funeral cleric.
2 more besides. Another name, but not a local one. Barakos. Anything?
The wolves shook their heads.
And a symbol, or an indication of a symbol at least. The word Ouroboros in the antique script again.
Ouroboros?
Gans asked.
Gruber looked round at Lowenhertz, knowing in his stewing gut that he would know.
The worm that eats itself, said Lowenhertz darkly. Its tail in its mouth. The universe consuming all that it is and all that has come before. My, Father Dieter said. I had no idea that Templars were so learned.
We are what we are, Gans stated flatly. Is that what you think this symbol means, Father? The priest of Morr shrugged, closing his chapbook and binding it shut with a black ribbon. "I'm no expert," he said self-deprecatingly, and inaccurately. "The Ouroboros is an ancient sign. It means destruction." "No, more than that," Lowenhert said, moving forward. "It means death defied. Undeath. Life beyond the grave." "Yes, it does," said the priest of death, his voice hard. "It is the symbol of necromancy, and that was the self-same vile sin Gilbertus was guilty of. I thought that menace had vanished with Gilbertus when he pitched off the cliff of sighs. I was wrong. Gilbertus may have just been the start." "What do we do?" Gantz asked. "Fleeing the city might be a good option," the priest said phlegmatically. "And those of us who can't, those of us who are needed here, what do we do?" "Fight," said the priest of Morr, without hesitation. It was nearly midday, but the streets of the Old Quartier were mournfully empty and thick with snow. No more had yet fallen, and the air was glassy, but the sheer cold kept the population inside around their hearths, desperate for warmth. As he stalked down Low-File Walk, wrapped in his cloak, Kreutzer wondered if other forces were keeping the streets quiet. Those rumours of plague. He couldn't believe them still, but there was a sickly smell in the cold, windless air, of corruption and of spoiled milk. The thought hooked him, the memory. That smell, down in the pits of the tower house in the Nordgarten. The place he had last seen Weezer alive. It had been months since he'd last visited Weezer's lonely home. In fact, Kreutzer thought, hadn't the final time been just after he'd last smelled that stink of spoiled milk? He found his way up the dark stairs of the ruinous place, lighting a candle from his tinderbox, as much for the warmth it afforded his fingers as for the light. Snow had blown in through empty window cases and drifted on the steps, and ice crusted the walls like sheets of pearl. He opened the door. It took a kick of his boot to free the ice around the jam. Miraculously, almost painfully, the room was precisely as he had last seen it. No one had been here. Frost caked every surface, sheening the many mirrors and making the carpets and hangings crisp and rigid. It was as frozen as it was in his memory. Kreutzer crunched across the rug, glancing around. He set the candle down on the low table, where the flame heat melted the covering frost into great wobbling beads. Kreutzer realized he had his short sword drawn, just like when he had burst in the first time. The very first time. His sword drawn. When had he done that? What instinct had made him unsheath his weapon? He looked around. Now, where would it be? He closed his eyes, trying to remember. Weezer was in his mind. Weezer laughing. Weezer pulling a sack of bread and cheeses from the gable window ledge where he left them to stay fresh. Weezer sitting by the fire, making up his torturous fairy tale autobiography. Kreutzer opened his eyes and looked again. He remembered taking a gilt mirror from the corner by the door at the end of his first visit, to make up his quota for Bladen. The segmented wooden box where Weezer kept his herbs sat there now. Kreutzer crossed to it. He reached out to open the lid and paused. Here? There was a noise behind him. Kreutzer spun like a cornered fox, blade out. Weezer was there, nodding, smiling. "That's the place, Kreutzer. That's the place." But it wasn't Weezer. It wasn't anybody. The candle stub Kreutzer had put on the table had slid off onto the floor, carried by the thawing drips of frost. Kreutzer stamped out the feeble flames which were licking into the carpet where the candle lay. "Don't do that, Weez," he said to the empty room, and caught himself doing it. like he still believed Weezer was with him. Kreutzer went back to the herb box and pulled open the lid. The scents from within were frail and thin in the cold. He rummaged inside with his numb fingers until he found the trinket and pulled it out. The segmented metal band. The World Eater ornament with its sightless ivory eyes. It was, damn it all, warm. Kreutzer tucked the thing inside his jerkin and headed for the door. Ice crunched under his boots. He took one last look back at the frozen room. As sure as he was of anything, that Weezer was a natural, that Weezer was dead, as sure as he was even of his own name, he knew he wasn't coming back here. Ever. He reached the street and hurried up the hill through the snow, slipping occasionally on the ice under the powder cover. There was no one around, but somehow Kreutzer felt more guilty than he'd ever done in his life before. He, master of 10,000 thefts, all of them guilt-free, now felt the sting of shame for stealing a dead boy's trinket. Stealing from the dead, Kreutzer. Worst of it was, he was sure Weezer would have wanted him to have it. Or was the guilt in his mind because he was sure Weezer would have rather Kreutzer never touch the sinister ornament again? Before he could consider, he heard sobbing from his left. A side lane. A woman, crying hard. Involuntarily, he went that way, into a jumble of ruins where a long burned-out stew house stood. Snow clung to the blackened beams and icicles hung like infernal defences. There was something written on the sooty stone wall nearby, words he couldn't read. They were fresh, written in a dark liquid. Tar? What is this? And then, as quickly, he thought, what am I doing here? He saw the woman, a slum mother, curled in a crotch of fire-black beams, sobbing. She was covered with blood. Kreutzer stopped abruptly. He could see a pair of feet, a man's, poking out from behind a heap of snow. The snow around the feet was dark red. Enough. Not your business. Time to go, he thought, just as the man with the sword came out of the ruins behind him, shrieking from a foam-flecked mouth, death in his hideous, blazing eyes. A midday feast was underway at the palace. Having rested briefly through the early part of the morning and then bathed in more warm water than the palace would usually raise for a week, the foreign ambassadors were being entertained by the Graf in the main hall. The air was thick with cooking smells from the kitchen, and delicious aromas from the platters the page boys paraded out into the hall in series under Bruegel's watchful eyes. Music, made by a bass viol, a crumhorn, a psaltery, a tambour, and a sackbut in the hands of the Graf's court players, filled the air. "Quickly! Quickly now!" Bruegel hissed in the side passage giving into the main hall, scurrying the platter-laden pages along. He tapped time with his cane, and his eyes were as bright as ice. He had put on his finest two-horned periwig and an embroidered, broken-sleeved doublet under his houseman's coat, and his chisel face was extra powdered, white as the snow, or as the faces of the dead. He cuffed a passing page as the boy made slow progress, then clapped his hands again. He had heard many tales of the opulence of the Bretonnian court, and would not have his own house found wanting in the eyes of these visitors. Bruegel stopped another page and sampled the goose-liver-stuffed hog trotters to make sure the cook was performing his duties. Excellent. Too much salt, but excellent all the same. Let the haughty Bretonnians put on a feast as fine as this. Lenya was serving in the kitchen, one of several housemaids helping the undercooks decant mead and wine into the table jugs. The great low-vaulted kitchens, with their steaming pots, roaring fires, and bellowing men, were all but overwhelming. She thought she'd welcome the heat after the aching cold of the weather, but here it was too much. She was sweating, shaking, flushed, and her throat was burning and hoarse. Wiping her hands on her apron front, she looked round as she heard someone call her name.
Lenya? Lenya, girl!
In the shadows of the back doorway of the kitchen block, she saw Frankel. He was beckoning to her, pale and sweaty. His doublet front pulled open to expose a waxy, sweaty chest. His pink silk livery coat was dark under the armpits, big half-moons of sweat. Glancing round to make sure she wasn't being watched, she crossed to him.
Frankel?
The hierarchy of the Graf's palace had long since made them equals in status. The Margrave's old houseman was mopping his pale brow. He looked as if his heart would seize and burst in another minute.
Damn Brugels had me shoveling snow since midnight, Frankel gasped.
You don't look well, sir, she admitted.
A drink is all I ask. Something cool but warming, if you understand me.
She nodded and slunk back into the kitchen, dodging scurrying pages with armfuls of serving dishes. She sneaked a stopped bottle of ale from a cooling bucket by the winery door and hurried back.
Here, don't say I never did anything for you, and don't let anyone see.
He nodded, too busy breaking the stopper and choking down the cold ale. His face went pink with relief and delight. His eyes watered.
"What is this?" came a voice.
They both looked round. Frankel coughed out his last mouthful of ale in a spray. Leaning on his cane, Bruegel stood over them, utterly disdainful and menacing, utterly composed, except for the trickle of sweat oozing out from under his wig and blotting the powder on his brow. Even he wasn't immune to the baking heat and chaos of the kitchen. Neither Lenya nor Frankel spoke or even moved. Bruegel raised his cane and pointed the silver tip at Frankel.
"You! I will have you whipped for this! And you!"
The cane point moved slowly across at Lenya. Bruegel smiled suddenly. A little, repellent, rat-like grin as an idea occurred to him.
"You I will have whipped also!"
"Is there trouble here?" asked a voice. They all glanced round. A wolf Templar stood, framed in the outer doorway, his hulking armour form black against the snow outside.
Bruegel frowned. "Just a household matter, good Sir Wolf. I am dealing with it."
Draken stepped out of the door shadow. "When you've so much to do? Sir, you're the master of ceremonies, the fulcrum on which this entire feast depends. You haven't time to waste chastising the indolent." Bruegel paused. He had just been flattered. He knew he had. But it was not like any flattery he had experienced before. "Captain von Volk of the Panthers has commanded my Templars to patrol the palace. Discipline and security are our duties. Charming the ambassador from Bretonia is yours."
Quite so, but—"
"No buts," Draken said sharply. His commanding presence reminded Lenya of a hooded gladiator she had once seen dominate the action of the baiting pit. Draken leaned down and casually took the ale flask from the speechless Frankel. "I will take this man to the yard and break this bottle across his wretched skull. The girl I will beat with my fist until she knows correction. Will that serve you?" Bruegel smiled, without much fun in his eyes.
"Yes, Sir Templar, but I assure you I can easily deal with this infraction of—"
"You have work to do," Draken said, stepping towards the Chamberlain. His spur chinked on the kitchen step. "And so have I. All interlopers and malingerers are the guard's duty to punish."
"No, this isn't right at all," said Bruegel suddenly. "You have the watch, of course, but—"
Captain von Volk was very clear. All interlopers are the business of the guard. The watchword is North Wind, as I'm sure you know. We Templars prosecute that duty with a force fiercer than any north wind." Bruegel knew he was outranked. He backed away.
"I am in your hands. Sigma invest you with radiance."
The Chamberlain tick-tacked on his cane away across the kitchen, cuffing pages and ordering staff about viciously to make up for his disappointment. "And Ulric bite your bony arse," Draken muttered as the bewigged man departed. He pushed Frankel and Lenya out into the snowy yard and closed the door. Lenya was laughing out loud, and even Frankel was smirking. Draken held the ale flask out to the houseman, who flinched briefly, expecting the worst, and then accepted it. "Leave some for me," Draken smiled, and Frankel nodded, taking it and hurrying away towards the shelter of the timber store. Lenya grabbed her Templar gleefully, ignoring the cold, hard bulk of his plate mail under her hands and forearms. "You found me, Krieg!" she cried delightedly. He smiled and kissed her mouth roughly. "Of course," he murmured as their lips parted. "Gantz said you would be here." "My commander is right in all things." Lenya frowned, leaning away from him, her arms still about him. "But how did you find me?" "I sneaked away." "From?" "From my patrol. They won't miss me." "Are you sure?" she asked curiously. She had a bad feeling Draken was taking a big risk. He kissed her again and again. He knew he was sure. They had been interrupted by a convoy of beers, which had arrived at the porch of Morr's temple from the Wind district. Father Dieter went down to assist the watchman and the other initiates of Morr as they unloaded the miserable burden. The Wolf Templars went outside and stood together by their tethered horses, waiting. "Why don't you tell him, sir?" Caspin asked. "Tell him? About Einhold, Ulric's breath. He said his name was writ in blood." "I heard him," Gantz said, his voice low. "I agree with Caspin here," said Lowenhertz, his voice slow with considered thought. He looked up at Gantz. "This priest of Morr is an ally, I'm sure. Gods, he knows what he's talking about. Tell him about Einhold. Fit the pieces together. The puzzle pieces you and he hold separately." "Perhaps," Gantz said. Gruber took the commander to one side. "Lowenhertz is right. I think we should trust this man." "Do you trust him, Wilhelm?" Gruber looked away, then right back at Gantz, straight in the eyes. "No, but I know when a risk's worth taking, and I know it's now. You weren't with us in the tunnels under the Fauschlag. You didn't see what I saw, what Arik and Lowenhertz saw. You didn't see what Einhold did. You've told me. That's enough. Is it? Gantz, there was an evil down there like nothing I have felt before or hope to do again. There was a thing. It escaped. Ulric, take me if this isn't part of this curse falling on our city. And from what the priest there says, he knows about it too." Gantz spun away, silent. His thoughts were broken by the priest re-emerging from the temple. The man was wiping blood from his hands with a scrap of winding sheet. Gantz crossed to him. They stood face to face in the snow at the foot of the temple steps. "It happened again," the father said. "Freiburg now. A wealthy merchant disemboweled his entire family and staff and then hanged himself. 12 dead. 218 names on the wall." "What?" "You heard," Dieter growled. He plucked a scroll of parchment from his belt and opened it out. "My friends in the watch wrote the names down. I haven't begun to cross-check them yet, but you can see the way it's building, can't you? With each act of murder, the list becomes longer. How many more before it numbers everyone in the city? You? Me? The Graf?" His voice trailed off. "Einhold was a beloved member of White Company. 3 months ago, he was singular in valor and saved this city. There is no other way to describe it. He saved it from some skulking darkness in the tunnels below. Then a week later, he vanished. We haven't seen him since. He is dead, so we suppose, Gant said, and then realized it wasn't a suggestion. I know it to be true. It was a simple thing to check the records for the city and find the missing Einhold. Gantz glared at the priest, who held up calming hands. Forgive me that I knew. I have no doubt Einhold was the bravest of you. My sources told me what he did. What kind of priest are you? The priest of Morr looked darkly at Gantz. The best kind. One who cares, and one who knows. What do we do? Asked Gantz, sighing in admission. Let's consider the facts. A force of dark necromancy threatens this city. Agreed. We have seen its mark. As I can conjecture, it has been with us at least a year. It has had time to take a firm toehold, to plan, to scheme, to build. Again, agreed. The priest paused for a moment, his breath wiping the air with steam. Gantz realized for the first time how frightened the priest was behind his confident bearing. We have seen its sign too. The tail-eating snake, as I said. It inflicts upon Middenheim a distemper, a magic fever, that corrupts minds and makes them do its bidding, for some fell cause we are yet ignorant of. Are we? Maybe. Its curse is on us now, though, wouldn't you say? Its ritual menace is all around us. Yes. Gantz was grim. Do you know why? Father Dieter was silent for a moment. He looked down at his feet, half buried in the snow. The last act? The finale? It's making ritual lists of the dead. Unless I'm a fool, those lists will soon number every soul in Middenheim. Necromancy is death magic. The greater the death, the greater the magic. It works, as I understand it, and believe me, Temple Commander, I have made no great study of its vile aberrations, by sacrifice. A single death allows it to work some unholiness. A multiple death will work greater magic. The blood sacrifice of a city. Ulric, take me. Could it be that much? Gasped Gantz. That much? That little? 10,000 souls sacrificed here is nothing to the hundreds of thousands rendered up to the Dark Ones if Britannia goes to war with the Empire. Isn't that the point? This city-state hangs upon the cusp of conflict. What greater sacrifice to the foul hells of necromancy could there be than the heaps of the slain, murdered in open war? Gantz turned away from the priest. He felt as if he wanted to be sick, but choked it back. It would be unseemly in front of his men, in front of outsiders. You said we should fight, he said, his voice thin, glancing back at the priest. Where do you suggest we make our stand? Where is Britannia? What place is most vulnerable? Where does the power live? Mount up! Gantz bellowed at his men, running forward through the snow. Make for the Palast Hill! Now! I'm coming with you, Father Brossman said. Gantz wasn't listening. Gantz! On his charger, Gantz cantered around in the snowy yard and saw the priest of Morr racing up behind him. He held out his hand and yanked the man up behind him. I hope you know how to ride, he spat. In another life, yes, said the priest grimly. They galloped out of the temple yard, kicking up divots of snow, heading for the palace. Kreutzer ducked the scything blade. The man was mad, that was clear enough from his eyes. It reminded Kreutzer of the intense determination behind a public executioner's hood. The sword wickered into a soot-flaking crossbeam and stuck. Kreutzer ripped round with his short sword, but missed his frenzied attacker. The man was plague-sick. Kreutzer could see that. His skin was pallid and sweaty, cold and white with fever. He ripped his sword out from the beam and attacked again. The sword was a long, rusty broadsword, far longer in reach than Kreutzer's short blade. The sword whipped around again, trying to find Kreutzer's throat. He ducked and came up behind the swing, jabbing with his own blade. The blade bit into ribs, through ribs into organs and wetness. The fever-driven man went down, screaming and convulsing. "Kreutzer! Kreutzer! Kreutzer!" The man ranted as he died. Kreutzer was already running for the palace hill. The snow that had choked the sky's gullet all day began to fall heavily as the daylight faded. It was only mid-afternoon, but the snow clouds added their bulk to the sky and made it like early night. Thick snow at first. Then, as the temperature dropped, sleet and freezing rain came, driving hard across the city, fusing into the laying snow as it fell. Wilting slush became rigid, and unbroken snow cover began to glow like glass as it transformed into ice. Lenya had escaped the kitchen after her meeting with Draken, her lips still tingling. She found shelter in the timber store where Frankel and a dozen other housemen, pages, and domestic girls had escaped out of the rain. Someone had lit a small fire, and Frankel's bottle obviously wasn't the only one stolen that day. Lenya slipped into the musty gloom, the rain pattering off the tiles like slingshots, and found a place beside Frankel, accepting a swig from his bottle. "That's a good man you found there," he said. "It is." Lenya wasn't comfortable in this throng. She wanted to get back inside, but she was sure she'd be frozen alive by the time she reached the kitchen arch across the yard. Winter thunder rolled hard and heavy above the city rock, like the hooves of godsteeds. She crawled up a stack of timber until she could see out of the window slit towards the main gates, blurry through the hail. Distantly, she could see watchfires steaming out, panthers pulling the braziers into cover, sliding the gates closed. Their decorative plumes wilted and sagged on their helmets. She jumped as something banged off the roof, then again and again, like fists. Outside, she saw hail the size of cannon lead smacking down into the snow, puffing it up and fracturing the ice crust with their weight. A murder storm, the most lethal a winter in the Empire could unleash. In a moment, the banging got louder and more hasty as the strikes overlapped. Hail was lobbing down now, and thunder barked again. Through the pelt, she saw a panther at the gate struck squarely by a stone and go down, his comrades running to him. Another dropped immediately, hit, his helmet torn off. Lenya gasped. She'd seen storms of all force out in Linz, on the farm. Never like this. Never this fury. Gantz pulled his riders in under the sloping side roof of a coaching inn as the deadly hail fell. Riding on into this would be madness. Behind him, on the saddleback, the priest whispered, "Just the start." Gantz made no answer. The palace gates were only 2 streets away. In this elemental assault, an impossible distance. Kreutzer reached the palace walls. He was cold through to the bones in the icy downpour, and at least one hailstone had smashed into his shoulder, leaving an aching bruise. Another ricocheted off the stones by his face, filling his eyes with ice chips. He ducked and sank down. The gates were shut. He had no idea how he was going to get inside. In the palace, the guests were retiring. The feast had been a rousing success, and now the ambassadors from Bretonnia asked for rest before the night's festivities. The Graf and his nobles were also returning to their quarters for a while. Hail drummed on the roof, and thunder twisted in the air. Patrolling the guest apartments, Arik watched as Knights Panther and torch-bearing pages ushered the visiting dignitaries to their rooms. Already he could smell the kitchens as they stoked up the next round of entertainment. Sleep well, he thought. You'll need all your strength replenished come Compline chime. He crossed into the corridor where Draken was supposed to be on guard. Arik was standing by the doors into the guest rooms when the young, stocky knight appeared. "Where have you been?" he asked. "On duty," Draken began. Arik's eyes quested into the young man's face. "Indeed? Here?" "I left for a moment." "How long a moment?" Draken paused. "I suppose half an hour," he began. "Ulric, damn you!" Arik spat, and wheeled towards the doors. Thunder rolled outside, and a gust of wind breathed down the corridor, extinguishing all the lamps. "How long did half an hour give them?" Whoever wanted to get inside!" Arik snarled, his hammer raised, kicking in the door. Draken ran after the wolf, down a velvet-lined antechamber and into the first apartment. The carpet was on fire here from a spilled lantern. 2 servants in the tunics of Bretonnia were dead on the floor. Words, names, had been daubed on the walls in their blood. There was a scream from the adjoining room. Arik burst through. A maid-in-waiting was pressed to the wall on her haunches, shrieking. A hulking shape, almost a black shadow backlit by the fireplace, had the Bretonian ambassador held in the air by his throat. Blood dripped down. The ambassador was gasping out his last. The hulking shape turned and looked at the sudden intrusion. It dropped the half-dead ambassador onto the ornamental rug. Its one good eye glowed coral pink. In a voice as low as the underworld, as dull as hoofbeats and as thick as tar, it said 2 clear words. "Hello, Arik." The bombardment of hail was even fiercer than before. Under the stable lip, the temple war horses skipped and shuddered. "We cannot wait. Not now," said the priest, a shadow behind Gantz. "But now or all is lost." Gant turned towards the dimly lit faces of his men. "Ride! In the name of Ulric, ride!" he shouted. Exploding out of cover, ice chips shattering around their hooves, the thunder breaking above them, they rode. Kreutzer was half buried in a snowdrift, his hand still flat against the aching cold of the stone wall when the firelight throbbed over him. He blinked and glanced up at the 3 Knights Panther standing around him. "No weather for lazing out here," said one. "Not when the Graf is waiting to hear the sound of your voice," said another. "What?" Kreutzer asked, numb in almost every way. Lenya oozed in between the 2 of the Panthers. "I was telling them that the great minstrel singer was late, and the Graf would be most displeased if he didn't arrive in time for the feast," she said. "Of course. Come on." She pulled him up. "I saw you at the gate," she hissed into his ear. "What are you doing here?" "Protecting you," he murmured. He was sure there were icicles on the underside of his tongue. "Great job you're doing," she said. The Panthers helped her into the gates with him as hail belted down around them. There was a sound of thunder outside, like hooves. "He thwarted me, so I chose him. He made me weaker than ever, so it was right I should take his form as my own." The thing with the pink eye was speaking, though Arik wasn't really listening. 1,000 years, alone and buried within the Fauschlag. Can you imagine that, Arik? 1,000 years. No, of course you can't. You're too far gone with fear. The impossible hulking shape paced around the candle and firelit chamber, circling the Templar. "I took the form anyway. A good, strong form. There was justice in it." "What are you?" asked Arik. "You look like—" "Einhold," the thing sneered at him.
I do, don't I? I borrowed his corpse. It was so full of zest and vigor.
Einhold looked back at Arik with a blazing pink eye. The other was milky and dead, bisected by the scar just as Arik remembered it. Einhold, pale, armoured, speaking, moving, alive. But not Einhold. No, that look. That penetrating, burning look.
I am Einhold. He is me. It's amazing how his memories are preserved in this brain, like inlay work on a good sword. My, these memories are mother of pearl. So bright, so hard. That's how I know you, Arik Wolfson. I know what you did. Not so great a crime as this Einhold, but party to it.
You have the face of my friend, but I know you are evil, Arik said, raising his hammer hesitantly.
Then go on. Crush this,
Einhold said, grinning and pointing at his own face.
I dare you. Kill your long-lost comrade forever.
Arik lowered his hammer. He sank to his knees.
I wanted life again. Form, volume, bulk. You cheated me of that, just as the priest cheated me last Yardrang. But now I am returned, renewed, eager, salivating for life.
Einhold smiled down at the kneeling, weeping Arik. A warhammer was in his left hand, and he brought it up. Draken's flying hammer slammed him back across the room. Einhold, or the thing that had once been Einhold, crashed into a side table and shattered it under its falling bulk. It let out a raging snarl of anger that was entirely inhuman as it pulled itself upright. Draken's fierce blow had dented its upper left breast plating and torn the shoulder pauldron clean off. Its one good eye throbbed like pink fire in time to its roar. Einhold's hammer was still in its hand. Draken pulled Arik up. The young wolf yanked his dagger from his belt, his hammer too far away to retrieve.
"Come on!" he yelled. "The pup has more spirit than you, Arik. Young Draken has fewer qualms about striking his old comrade Einhold."
Or a terrible guilt of dereliction to make up for, thought Draken. We wouldn't be here. The ambassador wouldn't be vomiting blood on the floor if it hadn't been for me. Arik rose. It was as if Draken's abrupt intervention had galvanized him anew, given him confidence. He looped his hammer through the air, circling the pink-eyed shade.
"Go,"
he said to Draken.
"But go,"
Arik repeated, his eyes never leaving the enemy before him. "Get the ambassador out of this place! Sound the alarm! Go! Go!" Covered by Arik and his looping weapon, Draken dragged the gasping, semi-alive Bretonnian dignitary onto his shoulder and stumbled to the door. As soon as he was outside in the hall, he began to bellow at the top of his voice. By then, the maid had already run screaming from the suite. Cries and alarms filled the palace halls. Arik and the thing circled.
"Shall we try it, Arik Wolfson?"
asked Einhold that was, his hammer slowly wickering the air as it made lazy figure of eights. "Try what?" Arik replied stiffly, his hammer held in a more defensive guard.
"Man to man. You and me."
"You're no man!" The thing laughed. The bottom edge of Einhold's laugh was stained with the inhuman rumble, like thunder.
"Maybe, but I am still Einhold. One of the best hammer arms in the temple. Remember the displays I used to put on? Me and Caspen. What was it Jürgen said? The art of the hammer lives in its best form as long as Jagbold Einhold is alive. Guess what, little pup Arik? Little starch front, duty-bound Arik. Jagbold Einhold lives, and more immeasurably now than you could ever imagine. No! Oh, yes, boy, the thing hissed, its pink eye pulsing as it circled again, the hammer loops increasing in speed. Did you never think how it would be to face one of your own? Did you never idly suppose who in White Company could master who? Could you beat Draken? Possibly. But the pup has fury. Gruber? Maybe with your youthful power. Gantz? Not him. Lowenherz? Not him either. And Einhold. It paused. It winked its dead, milky eye, slow and chilling. You don't stand a chance! Einhold's hammer snapped out deftly, hard, breaking the steady flow of Arik's returns, knocking the standard bearer's weapon out of true. Arik cried sharply as the snagged half-loop tore into his fingers as he tried to arrest the knock. The pink-eyed thing smacked him in the chest with the butt of his hammerhead a second later. Arik recoiled. His breastplate was dented and his breath was gone. He struggled to bring his own hammer round to deflect the next blow, but once Einhold was already there, leering, circling round with a blow that shattered the upper vambrace of Arik's left arm and broke the bone. Pain sparked like white stars, like snowflakes across his vision. Arik kept the grip on the hammer with his remaining hand, pushing backwards, crashing into furniture. "You're not Einhold!" he bellowed. "I am." "No! What are you? What are you? The thing from the cellar!" The shade's next blow took Arik in the right hip and spun him to his knees on the fire hearth. Arik gagged, his vision already failing, his left arm dangling broken at his side, grinding agonizingly with every move. He struggled to stay conscious. "The thing from the cellar," said the monstrosity, the lower register of its so-familiar voice twisted again by the thick, thunderous undernotes. "I am all this city fears and more. I am the power that will blot Middenheim from the map and bleed the stars dry. I am Barakos." "Well met," Arik snapped, smashing his hammer upwards in his one good hand. The blow knocked the thing several yards back across the room, blood spraying from its broken jaw. It destroyed a lampstand and a writing desk as it fell. "Jagbold Einhold trained me well," Arik gasped, and collapsed onto the rug, consciousness fleeing his pain-assaulted mind. Draken slid the ambassador off his shoulder at a turn in the hallway, laying him down on an ornamental chaise. He couldn't get his bearings. There was shouting and confusion in the palace all around. He cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled, "Here! Here! To me! Send a surgeon!" 2 page boys appeared, side by side, took a look at the blood-flecked comatose Bretonnian on the couch and fled, screaming. "Draken!" The young Templar looked around. It was Ulric of the Grey racing up, sweaty and pale. "What in the name of Ulric is going on?" he stammered. "Murder, evil, magic, here in the palace. Quick, Wolf brother, we must get him to a surgeon." Ulric looked down at the crumpled man in his regal robes. "Faraway gods, that is one of the foreign nobles.
Come on, grab his feet. No, the end of the chaise as a stretcher. They took the ambassador up on the chaise, each gripping the stunted legs of the piece of furniture. Ulric, his hammer slung over his back, led the way, backing down the hall under the twitching lamplight. "Panthers! Panthers!" he cried. "Show yourselves! Show us to the infirmary!" Struggling with the other end of the chaise, Draken wanted to explain, wanted to tell Ulric what he had seen back in the royal apartments. But the words choked in his mouth. How could he begin to tell this fellow Templar that Einhold, one of the White, was the assassin? He was struggling with his words when 6 Panther Knights appeared, hurrying down the hall to them. Vogel, his visor raised, led them. The others, hidden behind their gilt faceplates, could all be Crass and Gwingol, over and again for all Draken could tell. Ulric turned, fighting with the weight of the chaise. "Vogel, good! Look to us, man! Foul murder has been done!" The Panthers paused, and Vogel slammed down his visor. He paced forward and punched his broadsword through Ulric's torso. Ulric bellowed, his mouth bubbling blood as he went down, his end of the chaise smashing to the marble floor. The Bretonnian noble slumped off the makeshift stretcher and rolled limply across the floor. Vogel pulled his sword out of Ulric, ripping the backplate of the wolf's armour away. Ulric dropped on his face hard, falling into a lake of his own blood. The Panthers, Vogel at the lead, moved in on Draken. The young wolf could smell the sickness smell again, riper and fuller than before. Spoiled milk. The smell of madness and the magic of the dead. Vogel flew at him, but Draken was ready. He ducked under the sword arm and deflected the swinging blow with a lash of his armoured left arm. At the same time, he pulled out his dagger and slammed the blade deep into Vogel's neck, punching it up through the throat armour and through the madman's spine. Blood jetted out through the multiple joints of the panther's gleaming, segmented helm. Vogel fell, pulling Draken's buried knife away with him. Unarmed now, as 5 more closed, swords ready. A shockwave of stone on metal rang down the hall as Morgenstern and Ansbach came in on the Panthers from the rear. Ansbach sent his first foe face down, the back of the ornate panther armour splintered and bloody. Morgenstern decapitated another as easily as hoisting a turnip off a bucket top. The helmeted head thucked off the ceiling and went clattering away. The 3 remaining Panthers turned to face the onslaught. Draken could hear Morgenstern and Ansbach yelling out the battle cry of White Company and repeating the war chant. "Hammers of Ulric! Hammers of Ulric!" Draken snatched up Vogel's fallen sword and weighed it in, swinging the unfamiliar weapon like a hammer. A panther was in his face, slicing hard with expertise. Draken blocked the strike as he would have done with a hammer haft, and sparks flew from the blades. He came around again, circling the sword around his head two-handed as a hammerman would turn his weapon and cut the panther through the shoulder down to the belly. The sharp sword cut armour plate like a hot iron through ice. Morgenstern slammed a panther into the hallway wall with his bulk and killed him with repeated blows from his circling hammer. Ansbach clove in the plumed helm of the last. They grouped, back to back, defending the fallen body of the ambassador, as dozens of other Knights Panther charged down at them from both sides. Hammers of Ulric. Part 2. The hail ceased. An oppressive stillness settled over the city and the night. The sky was an ice haze of cold, smoky fumes, making the stars glint pink and bloodshot. Thunder moaned in the stillness, like distant packs of cavalry turning far away for the next assault. The palace gates were locked shut. "Open!" Gantz bellowed, his steed bucking. The priest clung tight to the armoured warrior to remain seated. "The palace is closed!" yelled a Panther Knight back from the gateway behind the bars. "Alarm has been sounded! None may enter!" Steadying his horse, Gantz looked further and saw the lamps flashing in the windows of the great palace, heard the cries and bells and screams.
"Let us in!"
he repeated, his voice a thunder all of its own.
"Go back!"
returned the gate guards. Gruber slung his horse in around Gantz and came up to the gate sidelong, hammer whirling. With celebrated precision, he smashed the padlock off the gate bolt. Then he reared his horse, and the front hooves crashed the gates open as they came down. The 6 wolves bolted down the main entrance yard through the gates as the panthers rushed out to waylay them. The hurtling fury of Ulric's temple men at full charge. What could they do against that? Better they tried to stop a storm, a north wind, a thunderbolt. It was over in seconds. Gantz's wolves threw themselves off their steeds at the palace entrance, letting their chargers run free. With Gruber and the priest of Morr at their head, they crashed into the main hall and had to stand aside as a gaggle of court musicians and domestics fled past them out into the night. Caspin caught one by the throat, a lute player, who clutched his instrument to his belly to protect it.
"Murder! Madness! Murder!"
the man gagged, trying to tear free.
"Go!"
snapped Caspin, throwing the man out of the door. The 6 knights and the priest advanced across the great space off the hallway. The vast building beyond rang with screams and yells and incessant handbell alarms.
"We're too late,"
said Gantz.
"We're never too late," snapped
Dieter of Morr.
"This way." "Where are we going?" "The guest apartments."
"How do you know where they are?" Gantz asked.
"Research,"
the priest of Morr smiled back at him. It was the coldest smile Gantz had ever seen in his entire life. Backed into a corner, sweeping at anything that came in range, the 3 great white Templars stood in a line, side by side. Morgenstern, Ansbach, Draken. 2 hammers and 1 novice sword against 20 fever-maddened Knights Panther, who bottled them in a back end of the corridor. Already 4 more Panthers lay dead or dying. It was all the 3 wolves could do to fend off the attacks now, to keep the weapons away. Through the press, Draken could see von Volk and a dozen more Panthers charging down from the end of the hall. This is it, he thought. This is where the sheer weight of numbers... Von Volk cut a Panther Knight down with a swing of his sword. Then another. He and his men hacked into the back of the insane press that had cornered the wolves. That first blow had been historic, unprecedented. The first time a Holy Panther Knight had slain another of his kind. It didn't remain unprecedented for long. Draken knew what he was witnessing was extraordinary. Panther against panther. He thought of Einhold. Had a wolf ever killed a wolf? He thought of Arik. The thought was too painful to keep in his head. Morgenstern bellowed, and urged Ansbach and Draken up with him to crush the mad panthers against von Volk and his relieving force. 3 fierce minutes, and nearly 25 noble Knights Panther lay dead or broken on the hallway floor. Von Volk pulled off his helmet and sank to his knees in horror, his helm crashing out of his loose grip and rolling away across the ground. His other loyal knights also sank down, or turned away, horrified at what they had done, what they had been forced to do.
"In the Graf's name,"
gasped von Volk, tears in his eyes.
"What in all of creation have we had to do here tonight? My men, my—"
Morgenstern knelt down in front of von Volk and grabbed the knight's clenched hands between his mighty paws.
"You have done your duty, and may Ulric and Sigmar thank you. There is rank insanity in the palace of Middenheim tonight, and you have kept your duty well and seen it off. Mourn these poor souls, yes, I will join you in that. But they were turned, von Volk. They were not the men you knew. Evil had taken them. You did what was right."
Von Volk looked up into the face of the obese white wolf.
"You say they were not your own?" Still enough. You did right. Our loyalty is to our kind. But when evil strikes, our truest loyalty is to the crown.
Morgenstern pulled out his flask, and von Volk slugged greedily from the offered bottle.
It is only the start of the horrors we may have to face now,
Ansbach advised, helping von Volk up. The Knights Panther captain nodded, wiped his mouth, and took another slug of the firewater.
Sigmar, look to all those who have done this here tonight, for I will show them no mercy.
They found Arik face down in front of the guest room's fireplace, blood matting his hair and seeping out of his armour joints. Dorf and Caspen lifted him up and laid him on the bed, stripping off his armour. There was no surgeon to call, as the palace doctor was attending to the Bretonnian ambassador. The priest of Morr pushed in.
I usually tend to the dead, but I know about medicine, a thing or two at least.
With the help of Caspen, who had been trained as White Company's bone setter and wound binder for the battlefield, Dieter began to dress the young knight's injuries.
Madness befell my men, von Volk was saying. A madness befalls this city, Lowenherz returned. We have learned that foul necromancy permeates this place, seeking its own ends. The fever is part of it. It is not a true plague. It is magic-born, bred to infect us all with insanity and killing glee. Is that not so, priest?
Father Dieter looked up from his work, splinting Arik's shattered left arm.
Quite so, Lowenherz. The sickness that afflicts Middenheim is magical in nature. Madness. You've seen the signs, von Volk. You've read the words on the walls. A madness that makes those touched kill and kill again for the glory of bloodletting, Gans said, without life or spark in his voice. At any time it could afflict us. It is spreading, pestilential all around us.
Draken stepped forward.
I know the evil, he said. What? The thing you said you fought in the cellar, Draken said to Gruber. The thing with the pink eyes. It was here. But it wasn't a stick form, a flimsy thing. It was... He couldn't say the name. What? Lowenherz snarled impatiently. Gruber held him back from the pale young wolf who was still about to speak. But it was the priest of Morr who finished the sentence. Einhold. They all looked around and then back at Draken. Was it? Asked Gans. Draken nodded. It said it was him, but it wasn't. It had borrowed his body like you might borrow a cloak. It wore him. It wasn't Einhold, but it looked like him. And fought like him.
Arik eased up onto his good elbow and looked at them all.
It was Einhold's flesh, Einhold's blood, Einhold's skill and memories. But it was a hollow, evil thing inside. The thing said it had taken Einhold for revenge, because Einhold had somehow stopped it. In the cellar, I suppose. It wanted a body. It chose Einhold.
Father Dieter had finished dressing Arik's injuries. He pulled Gans to one side.
I fear, he said reluctantly, that we are not simply dealing with a necromancer here.
Gans looked around at him, feeling the ice sweat trickle down his back.
To possess a form, as your man Arik relates, this is something more. It said its name was Barakos, Arik said, leaning forward, listening to them from the bed. Barakos, Dieter mused. His eyes lifted. Why, then, it's true. Gans grabbed the priest of Morr by the front of his robes and slammed him into the hardwood panels of the stateroom. The wolves and panthers looked on in shock. You know! You knew! Let me go, Gans! You knew! Let me go! Gans released his grip
and Father Dieter slid down so his feet were on the floor. He rubbed his throat. Barakos. The name appeared on the walls at Wolf Hole. I asked you all if you knew it. You did not. I cast it aside myself, hoping that it was just a coincidence. The name of some Araby merchant now in town who would fall victim to the plague murders. And what is it really? Nothing. Everything, the priest said. In the old books, it is written Babrakos, an ancient name, even when Middenheim was founded. A dark power, deathless, necromantic. Also known as Brabakar, and in the nursery rhyme, Bar Barak, come see thee tarry. You know it? I know it. All those references refer to a pestilential lich thing that threatened Middenheim in the earliest days. Babrakos. Barakos now, perhaps. I think it's back. I think it's living again. I think it wants the city of Middenheim dead, so as to conjure enough death magic force to make it a god. An unclean god, but a god nevertheless as we would understand it. Gans of the White. A lich! Even Gans's voice was pale. How do we fight such a thing? Father Dieter shrugged. It has clearly already begun upon its work. Tonight is its hour. We have the men, but not the time. If we could find the foe, we might be able to thwart it, but... I know where it is, a voice from the door said. The wolves and the panthers looked round. Lenya smiled at them as Draken humbly led her in. Not me, actually. My friend here. Lenya dragged the shabby figure of Kreutzer into the light behind her and Draken. She held up the ornament, the World Eater, the biting snake. Lamplight flickered off it. This is Kreutzer, my friend. My brother's friend. He knows where the monster dwells. Snow, in icy pellets, had begun to fall out of the frosty pink night again. It was like riding down into hell. The dark cityscape was dotted with dozens of fires. Numerous buildings blazed from Oswald to the Wind. Screaming and wailing and clamour rolled down the streets all around, where fever-maddened citizens brawled or fought in packs like wild beasts. Bodies littered the cold streets, the falling snow forming crusty shrouds over those that had lain longest. Names, written in blood, wax, ink, and ice, covered the street walls and the sides of buildings. The cold air smelled of spoiled milk. The company rode out through the broken gates of the palace and down the steep Gafsman streets to Nordgarten. Gans led them, with Gruber at his side carrying the standard. Kreutzer and the priest rode on stubborn palfreys taken from the palace stables, close at the lead knight's heels. Kreutzer had never been on a horse before in his life, but then again, every single thing that had happened to him tonight was new, and none of it was welcome. Behind the lead four, Morgenstern, Caspen, Ansbach, Bruckner and Dorf. Then Lowenherz, Schell, Schiffer and Draken. Next, in close formation, the vengeful von Volk and 6 of his best panthers. All men who had yet shown no signs of the fever. Bertolf of Red Company had ridden hard for the temple to raise the companies there in support. Arik, by necessity of his wounds, had been left at the palace, where von Volk's trusted lieutenant, Ulgrind, was trying to re-establish calm. Packs of feral citizens howled at them as they passed, some hurling stones, some even running out to dare the Templars in their insanity. At the top of one of the sloping residential avenues, Gant stopped them and looked round at the shivering cutpurse. The company leader mused for a moment that the fate of them all, the fate of the city itself, depended upon the sort of street filth who would normally be invisible to him. The young man didn't seem much, rangy and lean in ragged clothes, his expression clearly showing he wished to be elsewhere. any elsewhere. But he had come to them, so Drakensgirl had said. Come to the palace, braving the deadly storm fired by some need to serve even he couldn't explain. Somehow, Gans thought, in a moment of wonderful clarity, it seemed just. The foulness threatened them all. It was only right that the city stood to face it together, from the highest to the lowliest.
Well, Kreutzer,
Gans asked, making sure he remembered and used the ruffian's name. He wanted the young man to know he was an important part of the enterprise. Kreutzer thought and then pointed down the hill.
Down, and then the second turn to the left. Are you sure, Kreutzer?
Sure as I can be, the cutpurse replied. Why did the big warrior keep using his name like that? He was scared enough, by the night and the evil, and the simple fact of being here amongst this company of wolves. Somehow, hearing his name on the lips of a warrior of Ulric was most terrible of all. He shouldn't be here. It was wrong.
Come on, Kreutzer. It's there to be taken,
the priest muttered encouragingly beside him. Kreutzer looked round.
What? What did you say?
I said, come on, show us the place, replied the priest, frowning. He could see the fear in Kreutzer's eyes. What is it? Just ghosts, Father. Voices of the dead. But I guess you know all about that.
Too much, lad. Too much.
Gans led them on at a canter now. Kreutzer was having trouble staying in his saddle, but the big elderly wolf, Morgenshell, was it? Spurred forward and came alongside him, taking the palfrey's reins.
Just hold on. I'll lead you,
he said, his voice rich and deep and encouraging. The big wolf winked at him, and it made Kreutzer smile. It made the armoured giant seem human somehow, like the sort of man he would happily sit and sup with at the Drowned Rat. More than anything else, that wink steadied his nerves. But for it, he might have fled, leaving them all to their heroic doom. It was the wink that made him stay with them. Kreutzer grasped the saddle front and clung on as the great wolf dragged his steed down the slope into a gallop. Rocks and abuse rained on them from a group of shadows at the street bend as they tore by. A house had been sacked and was ablaze. Bodies curled in the stained snow. One had been nailed upside down to a wall, and bowls set under it to collect the blood for more inscriptions.
So,
Ansbach considered out loud to those around him.
What are the odds tonight, you reckon? I have a bag of gold pieces says we can take this monster down, even if it does look like one of our own. I'll give 3-1. That's better than the Low Kings would give you. And who'll be around to collect if you lose?
Bruckner asked sourly.
He's right,
Kreutzer cried, turning to look back.
You'll sell the wager sweetly, but those odds are just the sort of deal Bladen would offer.
The wolves around laughed loudly. Gans heard it, and it cheered him that they could keep their spirits so.
You know Bladen?
Ansbach asked, spurring forward, genuinely interested.
Doesn't everyone?
The priest asked dryly.
This is not for your ears,
Ansbach said. He looked at Kreutzer.
You know him? He's like a father to me,
Kreutzer said, and even above the noise of the hooves, the wolves could hear the acid irony in his tone. They laughed again.
There's a matter of a tally, Ansbach went on, ignoring the jibes. If you could have a word— You mean if we live through this night? Kreutzer asked mildly, jolted by his steed. Oh, I'll make sure you live through this night, Ansbach told him seriously. There, lad, said Morgenstern. You've Ansbach as your guardian angel. You shouldn't have a fear in the world now.
More laughter, more jibes and taunts. Gans let them have their jokes. He wanted them ready when the time came, full of jubilation, confidence, full of the strength of Ulric. They turned into the next street. It was deserted, and the falling snow clung to every horizontal like a pelt. Gant slowed his horse to a walk, and the others made double file behind.
Kreutzer?
Kreutzer looked around, though he knew exactly where it was. The tall, narrow, peculiar townhouse was just as he remembered it. It was fixed in his mind. The lean, slender tower with narrow windows and that strangely curvaceous spire, which rose up in soft waves to a tiny dome at its crown. The gallery of arrow slits under the base of the spire. The second circular tower fixed to the side of the main building. The breadth of perhaps 2 men passing, but with its own tiny dome and more of the strange slits for windows. A place branded on his mind. A place of horror and foul magic and death. He raised his hand. He pointed. "There, wolf," he said. He woke, hearing distant fighting. Pain washed back into his body like a tide, but it was softer now, as if he was floating. Arik looked up from the bed. His broken arm throbbed, like the single pink eye had throbbed. In the flickering great light of the guest chamber, he saw the girl, Lenya, taking a glass of hot brown liquid from a silver tray carried by a cadaverous old man in brocade, periwig, and powder.
"Will there be anything else? The night looks pale."
"That will do, Bruegel," Lenya said, and the chamberlain nodded and left the room.
"You have no idea how much fun this is," she laughed. "The palace staff, even stuffed rump Bruegel, are falling all over themselves to help me as I tend the poor brave knight who saved the ambassador's life." So, he's alive?" Lenya started, almost dropping the glass. "You're awake?" Arik crawled up into a sitting position on the satin bolsters. "Yes. Why? Who were you talking to?" Myself." "He's alive. The Bretonian?" "Yes. Here, drink this." She held out the glass and helped him sip. It was pungent and full of spices. "What is it?" "A tonic, from a recipe my brother taught me. The High Chamberlain prepared it by hand himself, if you don't mind." Arik smiled at her infectious good humour. The warmth of the balm was seeping into him. He felt better already. "Your brother knows a good recipe." "Knew," she corrected. "He was this Weezer, the boy the cutpurse was talking about. His name was Stefan, but yes, he was Weezer. I will thank him when I see him. But I know. The cutpurse says he's dead. But for his courage, Ulric has surely taken him to his hall. I will thank him there, when I arrive." She thought about this for a moment, and then nodded. Her smile returned. Arik was glad of it. He could see why Draken loved the girl. She was so full of spirit and energy. It sometimes obscured her beauty. But that beauty was there. Her vivid ice-light eyes, her hair so very dark. "I heard fighting," he said. "The panther, Ulgrind, is driving out the last of the fever-mad. It's got to the staff now. The chef attacked some pages, and a matron lady stabbed a houseman with her embroidery needles. Is the Graf safe, his family? Sequestered by Ulgrind in the East Wing?" Lenya looked down at him, holding out the glass for him to drink again. "They say the city is running mad. Wild creatures murdering in the streets. I never wanted to come here, and now I wish I never had." "You liked it back in Lentz?" "I miss the open country, the pastures and the woods. I miss my father and my mother. I visited their farm every week when I was serving in the Margrave's Hall. I write to them each month and put the missile on the Lintz coach." "Has your father written back?" "Of course not. He can't write." She paused. "But he sent me this." She showed him a cheap, tarnished silver locket that held a twist of hair as dark as hers. It was his mother's. The clip is from my own mother's locks. He got the local priest to write my name and place on the wrapper. It was enough to let me know he had received my letters. You're a long way from home, Lenya. And you? My home is down the hill, at the Temple of Ulric, Arik replied quietly, sipping the warm tonic. Before that, I mean. Lenya sat on a high-backed chair by the posted bed. There was no before that. I was a foundling, left on the steps of the temple just hours after my birth. The temple life is all I've ever known. She thought about this. Do all wolves join the temple that way? He pulled up straighter, laughing, minding his splintered arm. No, of course not. Some are proposed as children, the sons of good families or soldier lines. Your Draken, he joined at 18, after serving in the Watch. So did Bruckner, though a little younger, I think. Lowenhertz was the son of a panther. He came to White Company late in life. It took him a time to find his right place. Ansbach was a cutpurse, a street boy, without connections, when Jürgen himself recruited him. There's a story there that Jürgen never told, and Ansbach refuses to relate. Dorf, Schell, Schiffer, they were all soldiers in the Empire's ranks, and were sent to us on the vouchsafe of their commanders. Others, men like Gruber and Gantz, they are the sons of wolves, following their fathers. Are you the son of a wolf? I often think so. I like to think so. I believe that's why I was left on the temple steps. Lenya was silent for a while. Then she said, What about the big one? Morgenstern? Son of a merchant, who proposed him for admission when his father saw how strong he was. He's been with us since his teenage years. So, you are all different, from different places. Levelled as one by Ulric in his holy service. She paused. What about Einhold? He was silent for a while, as if wrestling with thoughts. He was the son of a wolf, serving in the temple since childhood. Old guard, like Jürgen. He recruited and trained. Caspen for one, myself when the time came. There were others. Others? The fallen, the slain. Brotherhood has its price, Lenya of Linz. She smiled and held up a finger to silence him. Hush now. You make me sound like some high lady. In Draken's eyes you are. You should cherish that. I fear for him, she said suddenly. There was something in his face when he left, like he had wronged and wanted to make amends. Krieg has nothing to prove. She stood, looking away from Arik into the fire glow. It was because he was with me, wasn't it? He came to me, did me a service, in fact. He left his post, didn't he? That's why you're hurt. Arik swung his legs off the bed and paused for a moment, fighting the pain in his arm. No, he spat. No, he was true. True to the company over and again. Whatever he thinks he did, whatever wrong, I absolve him of it. He saved me. Will he save the city too? Lenya asked, gazing into the embers of the fireplace. I trust him to. She looked round at him, suddenly horrified. What are you doing? Lie down again, Arik. Your arm. Hurts a lot, but it's splinted. Find me my armour. Your armour? Arik smiled up at her, trying to keep the pain from his face. I can't let them have all the glory, can I? Then I'm coming too. No. Yes. Lenya? She grabbed him by the shoulders so hard he winced and then shrunk back, apologising. I need to be with Draken. I need to find him. If you're going, and you shouldn't with your wounds, if you're going, I'm coming with you. I don't think. You want your armour? That's the deal. Arik stood up, swayed, and found his balance. Yes,
I want my armour. Get it and we'll go.
They waited outside for a moment, their horses in a wide semicircle in the street facing the main arch doors. The moment was long enough for snow to begin to settle on their shoulders and scalps. Around them, the howls of the city rolled. Above them, snow thunder, like the grinding of mountains on the move, shook the air.
"There was a small door at the rear," said Kreutzer out of nowhere. "That was where Weezer and I got in."
"It's long past time for sneaking, my friend," Gantz said, looking round at him.
He pulled his hammer from the saddle loop and turned it once, loosening his arm.
"Hammers of Ulric! Knights of the Panther! Are you with me?"
The rousing "Hi!" was half drowned by the thunder of his hooves. Gantz crashed his horse forward and took the doors in with a massive upswing of his hammer. Wood splintered and caved. Checking his steed's step for a second, Gantz ducked and rode right in through the front arch of the townhouse. His horse stamped into a paved hall tall enough for him to rise upright again. Lamps in the wall brackets guttered in the sudden wash of air. Snow flooded in around him. The chamber was bathed in yellowish light, and the stink of spoiled milk was unmistakable here. Gruber and Schell ducked in on their horses behind him. Gantz had dismounted, looking around.
"Kreutzer!"
he yelled. The thief appeared in the door, on foot, rubbing his sore rump, his short sword in his hand. Gantz gestured around. An arch led off the hall into the stair tower. 2 other doors were next to each other in the left wall.
"The stairs!"
Kreutzer gestured with his sword point.
"We went down 2 flights."
Gruber had checked the other doors in turn by then, kicking them in. Empty rooms, cold and dark and layered with dust. Gantz moved towards the stair tower. The other wolves and panthers had entered on foot now.
"No welcoming party?"
Von Volk asked dryly, his blade glinting in the lamplight.
"I don't think they were expecting us," Morgenstern said.
"I don't think they were expecting anyone,"
Lowenhertz corrected.
"Let's go and tell them we're here," Gantz said.
But a voice halted him. The priest of Morr, cowled and stern, stood in the centre of the hallway, his hand raised.
"A moment more, Gantz of the White.
If I can do anything tonight, any little thing, perhaps it is to bless those bound for war." The warriors all turned to face him, eyes averted from his gaze. He made a sign in the air with one elegant hand. His other, by his side, clutched the symbol of his god. "Your own gods will look to you. The gods of the city you come to fight for. Ulric will be in your hearts to inspire you to courage and strength. Sigmar will burn in your minds with the righteousness of this undertaking." He paused for a moment and made another sign. "My own lord is a dark shadow next to such awesome forces of the invisible world. He does not smite, he does not punish, nor even judge. He just is, an inevitable fact. We come to find glory, but we each may find death. It is Morr who will find you then. So in his name, above all, I bless you. Ulric for the heart, Sigmar for the mind, and Morr for the soul. The god of death is with you tonight, with you as you destroy that thing which perverts death. For Ulric, Sigmar, and Morr," Gantz growled, and the others caught it and repeated fiercely. Ansbach saw how Kreutzer stood back, saying nothing, his eyes dark with fear.
"And for Arnold, Lord of Thieves," the wolf said aloud. "He has no temple in Middenheim, no high priest, but he is worshipped well enough and he'll miss the place if it goes. Besides, he's played his part tonight too."
Kreutzer blinked as 11 Templars of Ulric, 7 Knights Panther, and a priest of Morr volleyed the name of the thieves' dark trickster spirit into the close air. Then Gantz and von Volk led the party off down the stairwell, brisk and determined.
Renauld was my lord for a long while, brother, Ansbach hissed to Kreutzer as he swept past, pulling him on. I know he relishes every little bit of worship he can get. The stairs swept down. Weapons ready, the pack descended. Intricate lamps shedding a white alchemical glow were looped down the walls. Gruber pointed them out to Gantz. Just as in the cellar where we bested it last. He's right, put in von Volk. It was the same. The lower basement, circular, arched and dust-floored, was lit with the same white light from dozens of lamps. The walls were blank. Kreutzer looked around in confusion. This is not as it was. There were doorways, lots of them, and it's changed. How can it have changed? It's only been 3 seasons. Kreutzer crossed to the walls as the warriors fanned out. His trembling fingers traced the seamless stone. There were doors, he repeated, as if angry with himself. All around. They can't have been bricked up. There would be some sign. It's uniform and smooth, Draken noted, checking the far side. Are you sure this is the same place, thief? Kreutzer whirled angrily, but the steady haft of Ansbach's hammer kept his short sword from coming up. Kreutzer knows what he's talking about, Ansbach said calmly. We know magic is at work, said Father Dieter from behind. Magic has done things here. You can smell it, like rancid milk. Lowenherz nodded to himself. Or like grave spices, sweetmeats, ash, bone dust and death all wrapped up together. Just as he had smelled at the Margrave's Hall in Linz and in his great-grandfather's Solar all those years ago. Had the wraiths they had fought this spring in the woodlands above Linz been part of this too? The priest had said the evil was old and great and had been planning for a while. And it was after power, strength. That much was also clear from everything he had heard. The old wet nurse's amulet, the one Gantz had destroyed. Had that been a piece of the puzzle as well? A trophy? A powerful talisman their fell enemy had been trying to recover? Had they already thwarted it once before this year without knowing it? The irony made him smile. We've beaten you at every turn, even when we didn't realize it, he murmured. We'll beat you now. What did you say? Asked Gantz. Thinking out loud, Commander, said Lowenherz hurriedly. He glanced at the priest of Morr. The father had said something about defeating a necromancer called Gilbertus in the youngest part of the year. Another part of it. Lowenherz knew he would enjoy discussing this with the priest when all was done, putting the scraps together into a patchwork of sense. Sharply, Lowenherz realized he was imagining a time when it was over and they were all alive. That was good, he decided. Kreutzer was busy searching the walls, fingertip by fingertip. His hair was dripping with sweat and melting snow. He would find it. He would. They had believed him. He would not fail now. Simply, unbelievably, the answer was there. Square ahead of the door from the stairs. Kreutzer didn't know where the other doors had gone, and he believed the priest when he spoke of magic. But here it was. Not magic at all. Gantz! He called in his eagerness, not caring about respect or rank. The wolf commander crossed to him, apparently past caring either. Kreutzer pointed to the wall, to the solid stones that matched the walls around, and pulled them aside. Gantz started despite himself. A drape of canvas, like a tapestry painted perfectly to match the stones around, completely masking the archway beyond. We go to war, but the skills of a cutpurse show us where the war is, chuckled Morgenstern. Beyond the painted drape, a dark passageway, unlit and thick with warmth and smoke, led off into the unknown. Gantz marched through as confidently as he would through the doors of the temple. The others followed. Draken was at the rear of the file.
Kreutzer, holding the drape, caught him by the arm and glared into his face. "You wanted me to look a fool in the eyes of your mighty comrades, Wolf!" he hissed. Draken shrugged off the arm. "I didn't need to. You were doing well enough on your own." "She doesn't love you, Templar!" Kreutzer blurted suddenly. Draken turned back. "And you'd know?" "I know how she looks at me." Draken shrugged. "And I know you don't love her," added Kreutzer, pushing his luck. "We're here to save the city. And you think of her?" Kreutzer grinned, almost triumphantly. "You don't. That's why I know you don't love her." "There will be time for this later," Draken said, disconcerted, and passed under the arch. Kreutzer let the drape drop back behind Draken. Alone, he walked to the centre of the room and knelt in the dust, running the fingers of his left hand through the soft soil. This was the place. The place he'd last seen Weezer. The place where Weezer had... "Come on, Kreutzer! It's there to be taken!" Kreutzer started. There was no one there. Of course not. Weezer wasn't outside him. He never had been. Kreutzer knew the ghost haunted secret spaces inside his mind. "I'm coming," he said, raising his sword and pushing in through the drape. In the driving snow, Aric's horse reared on the steps of the Temple of Ulric, and the Templar felt the girl behind him on the saddle hold tight as he fought the reins with his one good arm. "What are we doing?" she gasped into his ear as the horse righted itself. "Nordgarten," Kreutzer said. "The place was in Nordgarten. You're as bad as Draken, wanting to show me the Temple of the Wolf all the damn time." Aric dismounted. "This is important. Come with me. I need your help." They strode in through the great atrium. Commotion filled the air. Bertolf had raised the alarm, and the stationed companies, red, grey, gold, and silver, were marshalling to support their white company brothers. With Lenya supporting him, Aric limped down the main aisle towards the great statue of Ulric. The cold air was rank with incense. The wolf choir was singing a hymn of deliverance into the night. Thousands of candle flames shuddered as they passed. Lenya was silent, looking around. She had never been in this great, pious place, and now realized why Draken had wanted to show it to her. In a way beyond words, she understood what the temple meant, what the wolves meant. She was struck dumb, and surprised to find herself truly humbled. They approached the great shrine of the eternal flame. Aric pulled off his wolf pelt and began to wrap it around his hammerhead. With his one functioning hand, he made poor work of it. He glanced round. "Give me strips off your skirt." "What? Tear them off, now!" Lenya sat on the cold floor and began to shred strips of cloth from her skirt hem. Aric had found a relic bag, and shocked Lenya by emptying out the dusty contents so he could pull free the leather thong. With the thong and the strips she gave him, the wolf tied the pelt tightly around the head of his warhammer, using his teeth to brace against his one usable hand. She moved in, helping him to tie the bindings. "What are we doing, Aric?" she asked. Aric dipped the pelt-wrapped hammer into the eternal flame. The pale fire licked into it, and Aric raised a torch of incandescent flame. Now we're going to find the others," he told her. Kreutzer joined Gantz and von Volk in the vanguard as the party pressed down the dark passageway. There was a dim light ahead, like a promise of dawn. "This is not as it was before," he told Gantz. "It's utterly changed. I guess magic does that." "I guess it does," said Gantz. They reached the light, and the passage opened out. The chamber they looked out on was vast, impossible, immeasurable. The cold, craggy black rock of the Fauschlag arched up over them, lit by 1,000 naked fires. "Ulric's name! It's bigger than the stadium," Anspack gasped. "How could this be down here and we not know it?" breathed Bruckner. "Magic," said the priest of Morr. It seemed to be his answer to everything. Gantz gazed down into the vast black bowl of the chamber, where flames flickered from hundreds of braziers, the firelight mingling with the white gleam of the thousands upon thousands of alchemical lamps roped along the rugged walls. There were hundreds of worshippers down there, robed, kneeling, wailing out a turgid prayer, the words of which punctured his soul in a dozen evil places. The air was rich with the smell of decay and death. At the far end, before the assembled worshippers, a raised dais, an altar. On it, a throne of rock, carved from the Faustschlag itself. On that, a cowled figure soaking up the adoration. Volcanic fire mud belched and spurted in a pit behind the dais, and sulphur smoke gathered in the upper spaces of the cavern. To the left of the chamber stood a great cage or box, as large as a Nordgarten mansion, shrouded in tar-treated canvas. It rocked and trembled. "What do we do?" Kreutzer stammered, knowing he wasn't going to like the answer. "We kill as many as we can," growled von Volk. Gantz stayed his hand. "A good plan, but I'd like to polish up the details." He pointed his warhammer at the figure on the throne far away. "He is our enemy. Kill as many as necessary to reach him, then kill him." Von Volk nodded. Kreutzer shook his head. "Your plan sounds no better than the Panthers. I thought you warriors were clever, tactical." "This is war," Von Volk snarled back at him. "If you've no stomach for it, go. Your job is done." "Aye," sneered Draken from behind. "We'll call on you when we've done the work." "Ulric eats you whole," Kreutzer spat back into Draken's face. "I finish what I start." "Then we're agreed," Gantz said. "The Lich thing is the target. Cut your way to it by whatever means you can. Kill it. The rest is inconsequential." Gantz raised his hammer. "Now!" he yelled. But Kreutzer was already leading the charge, short sword raised, bellowing a battle cry from the seat of his lungs. The wolves and panthers followed him, bellowing too, weapons swinging. The priest of Morr caught Lowenherz by the arm. "Father, could I trouble you for a weapon?" Lowenherz blinked and pulled his dagger out, handing it handle first to the priest. "I didn't think you—" "Neither did I," said Dieter Brossman, and turned to follow the charge. They fell upon the worshippers of undeath from behind, slaughtering many before they could rise from prayer. Blood sprayed the dusty floor of the rock chamber. 3 prongs. Gantz with Draken, Gruber, Lowenherz, Dorf and Caspen. Von Volk with his Knights Panther, and Schell and Schiffer. Kreutzer with Ansbach, the priest, Morgenstern and Bruckner. They trampled the unholy congregation, chopping and hacking with their hammers and blades. The multitude rose and turned on them, men and women and other bestial things, throwing off their cloaks and hoods, raising weapons and raucous howls against the attackers. Kreutzer saw that each one wore a World-Eater talisman round its neck, each identical to the one Weezer had taken, the one now in his belt pouch. Von Volk's assault foundered as the enemy rose up around them thickly, fiercely. A panther fell, decapitated. Another spun back, gutted. Von Volk took a wound to his left arm and continued to hack away through the bodies that rose to meet him. The thing on the throne stood up. It looked down in quiet wonder at the carnage below. It tipped its head back and rejoiced. Its unholy laugh thundered. "Death! More death! Death unnumbered!" Kreutzer's party meshed into heavy fighting on the right side of the cavern. Cultists were all around them. Kreutzer stabbed out with his sword, ripping and turning. He had never known anything like this. The turmoil, the heat, the blood mist in the air, the noise. This was warfare, something he had never thought he'd experience in his wildest dreams. A cutpurse like him, waging war. At his side, Ansbach, Bruckner and Morgenstern belted into the frenzied mob with their hammers. A bestial robed thing with ashen hide, glassy eyes and the snout of a goat reared up at him. Kreutzer, his blade stuck solid in his last foe, flinched. A dagger tore out the thing's neck. The priest of Morr looked down at the bloody blade in his hand. "Morr is with me," he repeated softly to himself. "Morr is with me." Kreutzer spun and impaled a rabid woman with an axe who was about to shorten the priest by a headspan. Morgenstern crunched a face nearby, chuckling, "This reminds me of the fight at Kern's Gate." "Everything reminds you of the fight at Kern's Gate," snarled the huge blonde warrior, Bruckner, as he swung his hammer in the tight, stinking press. "That's because he's senile," Ansbach barked, whistling his hammer down and over into a skull that flattened obligingly. "I am not," Morgenstern grumbled, rattling his hammer left and right, destroying bodies. "No, he's—" Bruckner faltered. His mouth moved to finish the sentence, but only blood came out. A lance head, as long as a sword blade, had impaled him from behind. He looked down at the steel jutting from his breastplate, blood jetting out around it. More blood found its way out of his mouth, foaming. He fell. "Bruckner!" Morgenstern raged. Bruckner seemed to fall slowly in Morgenstern's mind, the long blonde hair lank with gore as he struck the ground. White anger seared Morgenstern's brain. Like a bear, he shrugged off the cultists clawing at him, throwing them aside. One actually flew 6 or 7 feet up into the air from the force of the wolf's arms. Screaming as if insane, the wolf flew into the thickets of the enemy. He was berserk. The dense enemy numbers recoiled and broke under his assault, smashed apart as they failed to get clear of him. Blood, meat and bone shards flew out around his reckless frenzy. Kreutzer looked down at the slain Bruckner in horror. He realized he had believed these wolves to be invulnerable, man-gods who strode the battlefields of the world, denying danger. Despite everything, he had felt safe with them, as if the immortality was catching. But Bruckner was dead. Just a dead man, not a wolf god at all. They could all die. They were all only men. A very few men surrounded by feral foe who outnumbered them 5 to 1, or more. A hand grabbed him from behind, pushing him to the floor. Ansbach blocked and killed 2 more cultists that Kreutzer, in his shocked daze, had been wide open to. "Get up! Fight!" Ansbach bawled. Kreutzer was shaking as he got to his feet. Robed creatures, stinking and yowling, were all around them. Kreutzer raised his sword and covered Ansbach's back. I was lost there for a minute," Kreutzer said, clashing blades with the cultist. "Shock, fear, hesitation. They'll kill you quicker than any blade. Bruckner's dead. Dead! Hate them for it. Use the hate!" screamed Ansbach. He said something else, but he was incoherent now. Tears of rage boiled down his blood-splashed face. Kreutzer saw it then, and the world turned upside down. Commotion and panic had pulled the canvas shrouds off the trembling cage close to them. The frenzied creature revealed inside the cage was an impossibility to Kreutzer. His mind refused to accept it. A cultist pulled the cage open, and the great snaking dragon streamed out to devour them all, and then the world, and then itself. Von Volk's blade splintered in a cracking chest, and then he dropped it. 3 of his panthers were dead, crushed under the frenzy. Shell, the wolf, howled out and threw him a captured sword. It spun end over end above the press. Von Volk caught it cleanly and laid in again. Behind him, in a mob of bellowing and thrashing bodies, Schiffer was brought down, stabbed and pummeled into the dust by dozens of the enemy. His last act was to howl the name of his god up into the faces of the beasts that hacked and jabbed at him. A spear point thrust directly into his screaming mouth silenced his oaths for all time. Von Volk saw the lean Templar, Shell, turn back to drive the whooping carrion from Schiffer's smashed corpse. He grabbed him. "No! No, Shell! He's gone! We must fight onwards, to the throne! We must!" "Hammers of Ulric!" Shell cried with fury as he turned back with the Panther leader to fight on. "Drown them in blood! Drown them in blood!" They fought on together, the other Panther Knights at their flank cutting a swathe through the hectic mass. Gantz broke from the mass first and charged the dais. Lowenherz was behind him, with Draken and Gruber. Caspen was still caught in the vicious melee. Dorf was dead. Caspen had seen him fall a moment before, cut apart by frenzied cultists. The tuneless whistling would never haunt White Company again. Caspen stood his ground, red mane drenched in blood, howling like a forest wolf, hammer whirling. He held ground and faced the rushing mob, partly to give his commander and the others time to reach the throne, and partly to make the bastard pay for Dorf's life one by one. Gantz reached the stone steps of the dais. Above him, the hooded figure threw off its robes and laughed down at him. Volcanic flamelight from behind made the Templar armor it wore glow as if it were red hot. One pink eye gleamed. "Einhold!" gasped Gantz. He had known what he was going to face, but still it fazed him. "Einhold! Einhold! Ulric, spare my soul!"
"Oh, we're all friends here,"
wheezed the one-eyed thing, beckoning to Gantz. The commander of White Company saw how the wolf armor it wore was rusting and beginning to moulder. The flesh of Einhold's grinning face was greenish and starting to stretch. It stank of decay, of the grave. It held out its hand to him.
"Call me by my real name, Gantz. Call me Barakos."
Gantz didn't reply. He flew at the monstrosity, hammer swinging in a wide, sidelong arc. But the decaying thing was faster, terrifyingly fast. It smashed Gantz aside with a fierce blow of Einhold's warhammer. Gantz fell hard, clutching at his dented breastplate and the cracked ribs beneath. He tried to rise, but he had no breath. His lungs refused to draw. His vision went bright and hazy, and there was a coppery taste in his mouth. Barakos took a step towards him. Lowenherz and Draken leapt up the last few steps and ploughed in to attack the Lich. Lowenherz was first and fastest, but the undead thing somehow dodged the first strike, blocked the return, and then sent Lowenherz flying clean off the dais with a hammer blow that took him in the belly. Sweeping around, not even looking, as if it knew precisely where everything and everyone was, it reversed the swing and snapped Draken's collarbone as the young wolf came at him. Draken shrieked out and dropped to the stone. Barakos stood over the writhing Templar, as if wondering how best to finish him. It chuckled dreamily, its voice like syrup. Then it looked up. At the top of the steps, Gruber stood facing him.
"You again, old knight,"
said the thing with the face of his old friend.
"I should have killed you in the cellar. You can't kill what has no life."
The Lich's voice was hoarse and dry, but there was a depth to it, an inhuman grumble that curled the edges of the words, like age mold curling the edges of old parchment. Hammers whirled. Gruber met the Lich's attack with unbridled fury. 2 smacks, 3, hafts and head spinning and counter-striking. Gruber feinted left and landed a glancing blow at the thing's hip, but it seemed not even to flinch. It blocked Gruber's neck swing with the center of its haft, then kicked at the wolf under the locked weapons. Gruber staggered backwards, and the Lich rattled round with a wide, devastating blow that slammed the warrior away down the steps. The old knight bounced once off the stone, his armour denting and rattling, and crumpled at the base of the flight. The thing was laughing down at Gruber when Gantz's blow smashed it back across the dais. Rotting straps tore, and the left quiss flopped away. The mail beneath was rusty and oozing with oily black decay from the corpse beneath. Gantz sallied in again, before the creature could right itself. It managed to raise an arm to ward off the next strike, but Gantz's weapon smashed into the hand, tearing off the tarnished gauntlet. Several fingers came off in a spray of stagnant fluid and shattered mail rings. Gantz roared like a pack-sire wolf, bringing his weapon around. He could taste victory now. Taste it like... The thing recovered. Unsteady but ferocious, lashing out with a poorly executed frantic blow. The flat side of the hammerhead struck Gantz across the neck and ear. He felt his cheek crack. His head snapped round with the blow, and he lurched away, taking 2 steps before falling onto his hands and knees. Blood drooled out of his mouth onto the stone between his hands. The world spun upside down, voices and fighting booming in his rushing head as if heard from underwater. His face white with pain, Draken pulled at Gantz with his one working arm, shrieking aloud as the effort ground his shattered collarbone. "Move! Move!" he gasped. Gantz was a dead weight, barely supporting himself on his hands. The Lich moved towards them. It was not laughing now. Pink fury throbbed in the one seeing eye. It opened its mouth, and pus-yellow fluid dribbled out around shriveled gums and blackened teeth. It flexed its 2-handed grip on the hammer, ignoring the missing fingers. Lowenherz was suddenly between it and the 2 wounded Templars. He was breathing hard, raggedly, and the armour on his belly was badly buckled. Blood ran down the armour on his legs at the front. "You will be denied," Lowenherz said, dragging the words out one by one. "I will destroy you all," the thing returned, thunder back in the edges of its voice. As it spoke the words, 2 maggots fell from its mouth and adhered to the front of its cuirass. "Make sure you do," Lowenherz gasped. "For as long as only one of us survives, you will be denied." Lowenherz swung at the thing, which dodged deftly, but the knight reversed the swing abruptly with a display of arm strength that one in his state should not have been capable of. The reverse hit the Lich in the side. Rusty armour broke and straps snapped. Ribs cracked like twigs and brown viscous matter spurted out, more maggots amongst it. It faltered, setting the head of Einholt's hammer down and leaning on the weapon to support itself. Lowenherz almost gagged at the stink coming out of it. It was the old smell, the death smell, rich with spices and decay, from his great-grandfather's solar, from the hideous tombs of the far Southlands, but 100, 1,000 times worse. Lowenherz took a step forward to swing the hammer again, but the creature knocked him away with a backward smack of its free hand. Caspin screamed as he charged in, reaching the top of the dais at last, a trail of slaughtered cultists in his wake. His red hair streamed out behind him. He was drenched from head to foot in blood, as red as his mane. "Einholt!" he bawled, wanting to bring his hammer down, wanting to slay the foul thing. But it was Einholt still, his old friend. "For the love of all we have shared, comrades of the wolf, sons of Ulric, please, Jagbold, please—" Caspin's old friend killed him with a single blow. The dragon, the great serpent, the Ouroboros, slashed out into the cavern below, death incarnate. Its long neck, as thick as a warhorse's girth, and armoured in livid scales each the size of a knight's shield, curling back in a swan-throated S-shape as it coiled to strike. Its beaked, wedge-shaped skull with back-flared horns was the size of a hay cart. Its eyes were fathomless dark pearls, a mirror only of unknowable terror. Where it had come from could not be divined. All that was true was that it lived, writhing in its foul undeath. And it raged, screeching its eternal anger at all life. Kreutzer stumbled backwards and fell over one of the countless corpses that littered the floor.
No, impossible,
he stammered. Hooked talons, each as big as a man's thigh, dug into the rock as the vast thing found purchase. Its tail, so very long and slender, sliced around, throwing screaming cultists high into the air or breaking them like cornstalks. The worm made a noise, deep in its vast throat, high and keening, like a blizzard wind. Its scaled flesh was gold-green, like tarnished coins, but its vast head was white as bone. The neck moved in a snap, the great curve suddenly straightening like a whip, driving the head forward and down hard as a lightning strike. The beak clashed, rending and butchering cultists. It raised its head, gnashing at the shreds of bodies and limbs in its huge maw, then slithered forward and struck again. It was wild, uncontrollable, killing everything it saw.
"How can we fight that?"
Kreutzer gasped as Ansbach grabbed him.
"We can't! We don't! Run!"
replied the Templar, white-faced with fear. Morgenstern appeared from the milling confusion and panic. He said something, but it was drowned out by another blizzard keening from the worm. There was a further clack of jaws and more screaming as it struck again.
"I said run!"
Morgenstern repeated emphatically.
"My plan exactly,"
Ansbach said. The trio headed for cover amid the milling enemy, heading for the rocky alcoves and depressions along the great cavern wall. Then the world disappeared. There was no ground. Kreutzer was flying, looking up at the sulphur smoke gathering in the roof of the cavern. Abruptly, the ground came back hard under him and pain jolted through him. He rolled over, looking around. The worm's great tail had scourged through the crowd, sending him and the two Templars flying. There were broken corpses and wounded cult beasts all around. Kreutzer couldn't see Ansbach or Morgenstern now. The keening cry of the worm came again. Kreutzer could smell the vast monster now, a dry, clean smell like hide oil or grain alcohol. He got up into a crouch, preparing to run, and realized the worm was upon him. Kreutzer looked up into the dark pearl eyes of the World-Eater, the Ouroboros. There was nothing there. No spark of intelligence or reason or life. It seemed to fix on him, though. The swan neck coiled backward, ready to strike, ready to bring the huge arrowhead skull down at him, beak wide open. In the last second of his life, Kreutzer thought of Weezer, who had innocently brought him to this place and time and doom.
"I'm going to be killed by a dragon, Weezer. How'd you like that, eh? Who'd have thought it? It's so unlikely, it's almost funny."
It seemed right, though. He had failed Weezer, and Weezer had died. Died saving him. It was time to pay for that.
"I just wish," Kreutzer thought, "I just wish that I could be as invisible as you. I never did figure out how you did that, except that you were a natural. Invisible, like you. Yeah, that's what I'd like to be."
The worm keened its rage at the whole sorry world. Its neck flexed and whipped. It struck. As if knowing its end was upon it, the ancient city of Middenheim shook. The sky stretched and broke as the storm exploded down from the ghastly magenta sky. Snow and hail bombarded the roofs, shattering some, smashed windows, and tore away chimneys and weathercocks. Lightning lanced the streets, exploding houses, destroying towers. Lurid green energies, writhing like serpents, coiled around the Falschlag. The northern viaduct buckled and collapsed into the deeps, a half-mile stretch torn clean away. The Temple of Morr, still only half rebuilt, burst into flames spontaneously. The fire was pink, unearthly. It made a sound like laughter as it burned. Lightning struck the Temple of Sigmar and brought the top of the tower down through the nave roof. The chaos and killing in the streets was now overwhelming. Fever madness and storm panic drove the population into frenzied rioting. The companies of the Wolf heading from the Temple of Ulric to assist Gantz's men were caught in a mass riot and found themselves fighting for their lives as lightning skewered the night, hail hurtled down, and death burned out the heart of Ulric's citadel. Shades and spirits were everywhere. It was as if the doors of death were opened, as if the invisible world had been permitted to get loose and roam the city. Phantoms, pale, gaunt, and shrieking, billowed around the streets, dozens, hundreds of them. Some spewed out of the ground in Morr's Park like venting steam. Many came crawling and shimmering, stalking back up from the depths below the cliff of sighs. The dead were walking, free. The living would soon be dead. Lenya thought she would surely go mad. She clung to Arik as they rode as fast as possible through the chaos. Skeletal, emaciated things made of smoke circled them, laughing and beckoning. It was all Arik could do to keep the horse from shying. Thunder, so loud, and lightning, so bright, broke the sky into pieces. "Lenya! Lenya!" She realized they had stopped. Lenya slipped down onto the slushy street, soaked and bruised by the hail that still fell. She helped Arik dismount. He held the hammer torch aloft. It blazed. Was that what was keeping the shades from touching us? Lenya wondered. She could see them all around still, flickering, darting ghosts, transparent white like ice on a window's glass. "Where are we?" she asked over the crash of storm. Arik gestured with the torch. There was a townhouse ahead, curious and towered. Warhorses. Temple warhorses roamed the street around, trailing their reins, rearing at thunder flashes. "Nordgarten," he said. "I can't say what we'll find in there. It may be—" "Worse than this?" she asked, pulling him forward. "I doubt it. Come on!" The smoky things in the air around them were gathering, growing in numbers, lighting the street with their ghastly luminosity. Lenya tried not to look at them. She tried not to hear the whispering they made. They reached the splintered doorway, and Lenya helped Arik to limp inside. Funny thing, thought Kreutzer. I'm still alive. He felt his body and made sure it was still in one piece. The vast worm was slithering right past him now. It had struck, dismembering more squealing cultists just a few feet from him. With this luck, I should go straight to the wager pits right now, he thought stupidly. He turned and gazed at the huge, sinuous creature as it moved past, chomping and killing. I'm invisible, he thought. Ulric, smile on me. I'm invisible. He can't see me. He stooped and picked up a sword. Not his own. That was long lost in the confusion. It was a long-bladed, basket-hilted weapon one of the beast things had dropped. He could see Ansbach and Morgenstern raising their hammers to confront the worm as the cultists scattered around them. Brave, doomed, he thought. What can they hope to do against this? What can I do? The thought dug into his mind. Kreutzer didn't know how, but he was sure he had been spared thanks to Weezer. The dead were walking free again tonight, and somehow Weezer had come to him and generously shared his talent for invisibility. No, that's not it. He's been with me all along, in my head. He was waiting to be called upon. He tried the sword for balance and then calmly walked towards the slithering beast. Blood and body parts were strewn, steaming in its gory wake. It showed no sign of noticing him. He got right up close to its scaled flank, close enough to hear its rasping breath, close enough to smell its rich, clean scent. It was keening again, killing. Morgenstern and Ansbach would be next. Kreutzer lifted his hand and placed it flat against the scaled hide of the worm's flank. The armoured flank was warm and dry. His fingers found a space between the scales and directed the point of the sword there. All the while, the cut purse was almost calm, as if safe within some sphere of protection, or the eye of the storm. He put his full weight behind the pommel and drove it in. The worm shrieked. The braying sound it made echoed around the room, louder even than its keening. Hot, syrupy blood gouted from the wound, smashing into Kreutzer. The liquid pressure knocked him over. He was flat on his back and soaked with sticky worm gore when the monstrosity went into convulsions. Its vast serpentine form spasmed and lashed, crushing cultists under it or pulping them with its jerking tail. Morgenstern and Ansbach leapt into cover. Shaking the chamber and vibrating wildly, the worm keened again, 3 times, each one louder and more shrill than the last. Its claws ripped into the rocky ground, striking sparks and sending shards of stone in all directions. Its death throes killed more of the foe than the Templars' brave assault had done, but they were death throes. One last bitter wail, and the worm collapsed. The ground shook. The tail lashed round one more time and fell dead and heavy. "I've killed a bloody dragon," thought Kreutzer, as he blacked out. Draken struggled with Gantz, who was half conscious and far gone. Lowenherz lay still on the rock of the dais next to Caspen's corpse. The Lich, panting and ragged, slowly swung around to look at the youngest wolf.
"I give you credit, boy,"
Barakos sneered through his borrowed mouth.
"You wolves did more than I thought you capable of. You hurt me. I'll need another body now."
It limped towards them. Draken tried to scramble back, tried to bring Gantz with him, but his smashed bones knotted and meshed, and he passed out for a second with pain. When he came to, Barakos was right in his face, leaning down and leering. The grave stink of his breath was horrific.
"But it's all too late. Far too late. It's over, and I have already won."
The dead thing smiled, and the expression ripped the decaying skin around its mouth. Its voice was low, resonating with that undertow of inhuman power.
"Middenheim is dead, sacrificed upon my altar. All those lives, thousands of them spent and spilled, feeding the great power that will grant me a measure of godhood. Not much, just enough to turn this world into a festering cinder. 1,000 ages it has taken me, but I have triumphed. Death has given me eternal life. The last few moments pass now, as the city rises to murder itself. Then it will be done. I'll need a new form to inhabit."
Barakos looked at the terrified Draken.
"You're young, firm. With my power, I can heal that injury in a second. You'll do. A handsome boy. I've always longed for good looks."
"No! In the name of Ulric!" Draken gasped, reaching for a weapon that wasn't there.
"Ulric is dead, boy. It's high time you got used to your new lord." "Barakos!" said a voice from behind them.
The priest of Morr stood at the top of the steps. Gore soaked his robes, and he had taken a head wound that drizzled blood down his lined face. He opened his hand, and the bloody dagger Lowenhertz had lent him clattered to the floor.
Dieter Brossman,
Barakos said, rising and turning to face the priest.
Father, in many ways you have been my fiercest foe. But for you, the stalwart wolves would have never recognized my threat. And when you defeated Gilbertus, my, how I cursed your soul and name. I'm flattered. Don't be. You'll be dead in a few more moments. Only you saw. Only you knew. Dogged, relentless, hiding in your books and manuscripts, hunting out the clues. An evil as old as yours is easy to find, the priest stated dourly, stepping forward. And why did you hide in your books, I wonder? What? The priest paused for a second. Dieter Brossman, the worthy merchant, if a little ruthless. Why did you turn to the way of Morr and forsake your life in Middenheim? The priest stiffened. This is no time for games. But of course, your beloved wife and child, the lich hissed, back-noted by the burr of distant thunder. They're dead. No, they're not, are they? They merely left you and ran away from you, because you were brutal and unscrupulous and harsh. You drove them away. They're not dead, are they? They're alive, hiding away in Altdorf, hoping never to see you again. No, that's not. It is the truth. In your mind, you made them dead, sent them to Morr, to avoid the bleak truth that you destroyed your own family with your cruelty and your greed. It was conscience and denial that made you pretend they were dead, made you take the path of Morr. Dieter Brossman's face was as hard as the Faustschlag rock. I will pay for my crimes in another life. Morr, watch me. When will you pay for yours? The priest of Morr moved forward again, raising his hands. You're dead, aren't you, Barakos? He said simply. Undead, passed beyond. That form you inhabit, poor Einhold of the White, he's dead too. You may be about to embrace godlike powers, but right now you're a corpse, and so you should be taken to Morr. Another step, and the priest began to intone the funeral litany, the nameless rite. Dieter Brossman began to bless the corpse that stood before him, bless it and protect it from evil, and send the lost soul to Morr, the Lord of Death. No! Gasped the undead thing, quivering with rage. No! No! You shall not! You will not! The priest of Morr continued to chant, driving all his will and the full holiness of his duty back into the foul being before him. Ritual. Ritual as old as Middenheim, dug into the lich, slowly dislodging its being from the body it dwelt in. It convulsed, coughing, spewing brackish fluid. No! You bastard priest! No! It began cursing in a babble of 1,000 tongues. It was a brave try. Looking on, clutching Gantz, Draken believed for a moment it would succeed. But then the staggering lich reached Dieter Brossman and, flinching, smashed him back off the dais with a vicious blow of his deathless hand.
The storm suddenly ceased. The last few pebbles of hail clattered across the streets. The pink night buckled and went dark. A moment had come. The moment when a foul thing became a fouler god. Every flame and candle and lamp and torch in the city went out. Except one. One step at a time, Lenya supporting his weight, Arik mounted the dais. At the top, he faced the cadaverous relic that had been Einhold. A glance showed him the fallen Lowenherz and Caspen, Draken clutching Gans. So much. So hard fought.
"You again," rumbled Barakos. "Arik, dear boy, you're far too late."
Arik, using his good arm, began to swing his hammer, turning it in great whooshing circles. The flamehead traced the circles with fire. The endless flame. The flame of the wolf god. The hammer whistled round. The pelt lashed to it, burning with unearthly radiance. Arik let it fly. A perfect hammer release, just as Jagbald Einhold had taught him. The burning hammerhead struck the creature in the chest, knocking it onto its back. Arik slumped, his strength gone out. Lenya looked at the fallen lich, saw the tiny fingers of eternal flame crackling over its dented, decayed chest as it struggled to rise again. The burning hammer lay on its side, guttering out as if it were their last hope fading. The one pink eye locked onto hers, as the Barakos rose like it was lifting itself out of the grave.
"I really don't think so,"
it rasped, and it was too much to be endured. Lenya rushed forward. It took all her strength to lift Arik's pelt-wrapped hammer. It took strength she didn't know she had to swing it up and bring it down on the lich thing. "For Stefan!" she snarled, as the burning hammer smashed the dead monstrosity back into the rock of the dais. The thing shook and ignited, blazing from head to foot with the eternal flame of Ulric. It jiggled and quivered, a living torch, issuing a keening shriek even louder than the great deathless dragon thing, the World-Eater Ouroboros. The heat of the blaze was so great, Lenya fell back. Barakos was incandescent, like a twitching firework, white-hot and molten. Undeath died. A clawing shade, frosty and steaming, tried to climb out of the torching body, tried to find a new home, but the sacred flames were too intense. The spirit folded back into the fire and was gone, shrieking out its last. Barakos, the Endless, had finally found his end. Cautious, tentative daylight filtered down across the city as prime struck. A week had passed since the night of horror. Middenheim was rebuilding, burying its numerous dead and getting on with life. In a canopy tent erected in Morr's park and duly consecrated to Morr himself, Dieter Brossman conducted a funeral rite for 5 Templars of Ulric. Their names were Bruckner, Schiffer, Caspen, Dorf, and Einhold. It was unusual. Usually the High Priest R. Ulric would consecrate the fallen temple men, but Gans had insisted. The priest spoke softly as if he was recovering from some injury. In truth, he was. The dressing on his brow showed that, but it wasn't the physical wounds that really hurt him. Dieter Brossman would have scars inside him for a long while yet. In the palace, healers attended Captain von Volk, the only panther to survive the battle in Nordgarten. Bedridden, he asked the priests of Sigmar who treated him if, may they forgive him, a priest of Ulric might also attend. In the Spread Eagle Tavern, after the solemn service in Morr's Park, Morgenstern, Schell, Ansbach, Gruber and Lowenherz raised and clashed their tankards. It felt as it always did after a great battle. Victory and defeat mingled, bittersweet. They did their best to carouse and celebrate the victory and forget what had been lost. More worthy names for the walls of the regimental chapel. More souls gone to run with the great pack.
"To the fallen! May Ulric bless them all!"
Morgenstern cried, chasing the tang of victory in their hearts.
"And to the new blood,"
Anspach added dryly. They clashed again.
"New blood!"
they chorused.
"What new blood?"
Arik asked, limping in, his arm bound.
"Haven't you heard?"
asked Gruber, as if some great irony was at work.
"Anspach here has proposed a new cub for the temple."
She kissed his lips and then turned from his bed.
"Lenya, I love you,"
Draken said. It sounded stupid, and he felt stupid, trussed up in bandages and splints to set his collar wound.
"I know you do."
She looked away.
"I have to get back. Bruegel needs the maids to draw water for the feast. I'm dead if I stay."
"You fear Bruegel still, after all that's happened?"
"No,"
she said,
"but I have a job to keep."
He shrugged, then winced, wishing dearly he hadn't.
"Ah, I know. But answer. Do you love me?"
Draken looked up out of the infirmary bed.
"I love a wolf Templar of White Company,"
she declared emphatically, and left the room to get on with her chores. The great statue of Ulric lowered over him. Ulric. Great Ulric finished his intonation, sent smoke from the altar burners swirling around him, and handed the newly forged hammer to Gantz, who took it carefully, mindful of his injuries.
"In the name of Ulric, I admit you to the temple. Bring you in to White Company,"
Gantz pronounced soberly,
"where you may find comradeship and glory. You have proved your bravery. May you endure the long years of training keenly and find a purpose and meaning to your life in the service of the temple."
"I take this as a blessing as I take this hammer,"
came the reply.
"Ulric, look to you. You are a wolf now."
"I know it."
The initiate lowered the hammer. The heavy pelt and the grey and gilt plate were unfamiliar and burdensome.
"How do you move in this stuff?"
he whispered to his new master.
"You'll get used to it, beast slayer,"
Gantz smiled. Kreutzer flexed his armoured limbs and laughed. In the Altquartier, down a filthy back alleyway between stews, slum children were playing with a tight-bound ball of cloth. They threw the ball back and forth against the narrow, greasy, dingy walls, and chanted, "Bar, bar, barrack, come see thee tarry. Slow not, wait not, come and harry. Bar, bar, barrack, come and sup, and eat the world and sky right up." And at the end they all flopped down, shamming death. This time.